Chapter 8:18. This won't do. I've consumed too much of my sword energy. I have to go. After brandishing 2 swords consecutively, Li Fuchen's sword energy was only left with 80%. In other words, this sword strike had consumed 10% of his sword energy. Die. Before leaving, Li Fuchen executed a full moon sword chi, and sent the Skyquake Overlord flying. You want to leave? How could the Skyquake Overlord not see that Li Fuchen wanted to escape? He forcefully stopped his body from flying back and quickly chased after Li Fuchen. With Li Fuchen's strength, even if Li Fuchen was wielding a supreme artifact sword, Li Fuchen would need at least 100 slashes to kill Li Fuchen. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could execute 100 slashes. Boom. Whenever the Skyquake Overlord caught up, Li Fuchen would turn around and slash. 70%. 60%. 30%. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's sword energy was only left with 30%. Moreover, he had been absorbing the spiritual chi from the best grade spirit stones. Otherwise, his sword essence would have long been exhausted. However, it took time to absorb the spiritual chi in the top grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was very inefficient to absorb the spiritual chi while escaping. 20%. 10%. When the sword energy was only left with 10%, Li Fuchen felt that his dantian and meridians were empty and unprecedentedly weak. At this moment, he even struggled to lift the sword, let alone brandishing it. I wonder if strength will be of any use. Li Fuchen poured the Hand of Moon's chi power into the joint heaven sword. In the next moment, a scene that surprised Li Fuchen happened. After infusing the vital chi of the moon's hand into the killing heaven sword, not only did its might not decrease, but it also became much lighter. When Xiao Chun brandished the sword, he felt incredibly relaxed. Turning around, Li Fuchen's arm flashed with afterimages as he brandished his sword 3 times in a row. 3 sword chi storms stacked together and blasted at the Skyquake Overlord. Skyquake Overlord vomited blood as he retreated rapidly. He felt as though his bones were about to break. What happened? The sky-shaking Overlord was bewildered. Li Fuchen's previous decline, he saw it in his eyes, now suddenly brave, let him suspect if it was Li Fuchen's scheme. It seems that at the level of the supreme treasured sword, it doesn't make a difference whether the energy source is true chi or vital chi. As for the joint heaven sword, it was much lighter because of the astral rule. The Hand of the Moon contained the astral rule, and the astral rule contained the gravitational rule. Naturally, it made the joint heaven sword much easier to control. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Hand of Moon's chi power was only left with 10%. It was fortunate that his sword energy had recovered to 30%. On the other hand, the sky-shaking Overlord was exhausted and his aura was weak. Although it was a mid-tier holy beast and possessed an extremely terrifying life force, it still suffered some damage from the continuous slashes of the supreme treasured sword. This kind of damage to one's origin couldn't be healed by relying on one's vitality. To be exact, it couldn't be healed in a short period of time. I don't believe you can hold on for much longer. Previously, the sky-shaking Overlord Sage would not have given up, let alone now. Right now he wished he could skin Li Fuchen alive. When the sword origin was only left with 10%, the strength of the Hand of Moon had recovered to 20%. When the strength of the Hand of Moon had been depleted by 10%, the sword energy had only recovered to 15%. Li Fuchen's situation had once again become precarious. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's sword energy was finally exhausted. The strength of the Hand of Moon was only left with the last attack. Seeing that he was at the end of the line, Li Fuchen suddenly let out a breath of relief. Sky-shaking Overlord, who gave you the guts to pursue my Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder? A clear and cold voice permeated from the void. Immediately after, a transparent sword light froze the void and also the sky-shaking Overlord's body. Mystic Deep Sword Saint. The sky-shaking Overlord's expression changed drastically. His body shook and shattered the frozen void. At his prime, he might not even be a match for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, let alone now. Since you are here, don't leave. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint's figure emerged from the void and brandished his sword. The sky-shaking Overlord's body was frozen again. He vomited fresh blood and shattered the void while roaring. Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Your human race broke the rules first. Are you trying to start a war? The mystic deep sword saint grunted. What rules did I break? The sky-shaking overlord pointed at Li Fuchen. As a saint, I am not allowed to interfere with the low-level conflicts between two races. Isn't that the rule? It is the rule. Since it is the rule, why are you shielding this person? The mystic deep sword saint sneered. Who told you that he is a saint? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? If he isn't a saint, how can he severely injure my demonic race's low-tier overlords and a mid-tier overlord so easily? Previously, Li Fuchen didn't rely on the supreme artifact sword to severely injure 4 demonic beast overlords. His strength was obviously close to a mid-tier saint. The mystic deep sword saint didn't believe that Li Fuchen wasn't a saint. That only means that your demonic beast race is weaker. He is indeed not a saint. The mystic deep sword saint was also very surprised that Li Fuchen was so powerful. However, he was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't a saint. Mystic deep sword saint, I have nothing to say if you are intentionally shielding him. I hope you can bear the consequences today. The sky-shaking overlord threatened. You better think about yourself first. Mystic deep murderous intent. The mystic deep sword saint blasted at the sky-shaking overlord with the mystic deep sword art. Bastard, you deserve to die. The sky-shaking overlord couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The surrounding void would freeze from time to time while transparent sword scars were engraved on his body. Mystic deep sword saint, you are breaking the rules. Right at this moment, a massive black dragon claw attacked and tore the void apart, destroying the mystic deep sword saint's sword prowess. Dark Dragon Monarch. The mystic deep sword saint had an extremely grave expression. The Dark Dragon Monarch's original body was a mid-tier overlord black dragon. Most importantly, the Dark Dragon Monarch's cultivation level was higher than the sky-shaking overlord, and was a high-tier overlord. The mystic deep sword saint was definitely not a match for the Dark Dragon Monarch. Only peak-class saints would be able to contest with the Dark Dragon Monarch. Leave behind an arm and you may leave. It was unknown when the void turned pitch black. A massive black dragon had appeared in the pitch-black whirlpool. Dark Dragon Monarch, you are bullying my swordsman guild. The mystic deep sword saint said. So what if I am bullying? Those who dare to break the rules must pay the price. What if I say he isn't a saint? If I say he is, then he is. If you dare to be so long-winded, then stay behind. The Dark Dragon Monarch said impatiently. Such prowess. No wonder you are the Dark Dragon Monarch. Come, I, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, would like to know how impressive you are. Do you live up to your name? A mocking voice echoed from a distance. Li Fuchen looked over, and saw a swordsman with a long beard walking out from the void. The mystic deep sword saint introduced. Li Fuchen, the Myriad Image Sword Saint is the guardian elder of my swordsman guild headquarters. His cultivation is already a high-level saint. In the deep blue plain, there were a total of 7 Swordsman Guild headquarters. Each of the Swordsman Guild headquarters would have a Guardian Elder. Below the Guardian Elder would be the high-class Elders, followed by the regular Elders. Myriad Image, your human race broke the rules first. You cannot blame me. The Dark Dragon Monarch squinted his eyes. The Myriad Image Sword Saint pointed at the Dark Dragon Monarch and said, Your demonic beast race really likes to lie. Which eye of yours can see that he is a saint? With his strength, it isn't too much to say that he is a saint. If he isn't, then he isn't. If he is, then he is. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Come, let us spar first. Let's see if the Dark Dragon Monarch has improved after all these years. The Myriad Image Sword Saint brandished his sword and shot countless sword lights into the void, attacking at the Dark Dragon Monarch. You lunatic! The Dark Dragon Monarch was enraged and slammed with his claw. As the duo fought intensely, more demonic beast overlords and human saints arrived. Chapter 819. TSK. The Dark Dragon Monarch is actually fighting with the Myriad Image Sword Saint. This is a good opportunity to observe their strength. Be it the Dark Dragon Monarch or the Myriad Image Sword Saint, they were both top-class existences. It was almost impossible to witness their battle during normal times. Now that there was a rare opportunity to spectate, everyone naturally moved. Dark Dragon Fist. Boundless nature. In the void, a black dragon claw clashed with a multicolored sword light. The laws of heaven and earth exploded inch by inch. Myriad image, don't be in a hurry to fight. Settle the matter between the two races first before fighting. The Dark Dragon Monarch said. That's right, Myriad image, if you want to fight, you can start an all-out war between the demonic beasts and humans. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Beside the Dark Dragon Monarch, a green-eyed, white-skinned woman appeared. Green Soul, are you threatening me? The Myriad Image Sword Saint's eyes burst out with radiance. The Green Soul that he mentioned was a Green Soul demonic lord that wasn't inferior to the Dark Dragon Monarch. He was proficient in various Soul Dao innate abilities. So what if I threaten you? How can the demonic beasts and humans not participate in the war? On the other side of the Dark Dragon Monarch, a bundle of flames appeared out of nowhere. A stalwart figure with bull horns on his head walked out. It is the Blaze Demon Monarch. Even the Blaze Demon Monarch is here. This matter is getting serious. Everyone was shocked. The Blaze Demon Monarch was a demon monarch, and the weakest demon monarch had the strength of a high-level saint. On the human side, there were also a few high-level saints. However, they weren't from the Swordsman Guild, therefore, they couldn't stand out and speak for the Myriad Image Sword Saint. They had been watching coldly from the side. The Swordsman Guild is too high profile. It is time to suppress them. In the depths of the void, a middle-aged man with a flame pattern on his robe said indifferently. If there were saints here, they would definitely recognize that this person was a high-level saint from the Zhu clan, a demigod clan. He was extremely powerful. The situation isn't good. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint frowned. It is indeed not good. Li Fuchen could see that the demonic beasts and demon races had a common enemy, but the humans weren't as harmonious. The other factions were waiting to see the Swordsman Guild become a joke. Haha, I, the Wanxiang Sword Saint, have been a saint for thousands of years and have never been afraid of anyone. The three of you can come at me together. The omniscient Sword Saint was filled with heroic spirit and boundless battle intent. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us. The Dark Dragon Monarch, the Green Soul Demon Monarch, and the Flame Demon Monarch attacked at the same time, as if they had already discussed this in secret. Crackle. The battle between the four shook heaven and earth, their auras rushing into the heavens. Soul-sucking art. After 7 or 8 moves, the Green Soul Demon Lord activated his innate ability, the soul-sucking technique. Although the omniscient Sword Sage's soul was extremely sturdy and could not be sucked out, he was still momentarily frozen in place, unable to move. Dark Binding. The Dark Dragon Monarch also activated his innate ability, and a dragon claw shadow bound the 1,000 manifestation Sword Sage's body. Doomsday Flame. The Flame Demon Lord opened his mouth and spat out a white fireball, which bombarded the myriad Sword Sage. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of flaming blood. The manifestation Sword Sage was severely injured in an instant. He wasn't a body refinement sage, so it was difficult for him to withstand the full power of the Flame Demon Monarch. If he wasn't wearing a second-rate Extreme Dao artifact armor, even if he didn't die, he would have lost most of his battle prowess. Senior Myriad Manifestation. Receive this sword. A cold light shot out, and the Myriad Sword Sage subconsciously received the cold light. This was an extremely terrifying sword. Just the sword chi was enough to make the Myriad Sword Sage's skin stab in pain. Supreme Artifact Sword. The Myriad Sword Sage was shocked and looked at Li Fuchen. Senior Myriad Manifestation. This Supreme Artifact Sword is only temporarily unsealed. Let's end this quickly. Everything started because of Li Fuchen, therefore, he naturally wouldn't allow the Myriad Image Sword Saint to suffer and suffer. Alright. The Myriad Sword Sage's battle intent burst out again. With the Supreme Artifact Sword in hand, he would even dare to fight against a peak-class saint. Myriad Manifestation, prepare to die. The Dark Dragon Monarch suddenly attacked with his claw. You are the one who will die. A cold sword light seemed to slash open the entire world. PFFFTSS. The Dark Dragon Monarch's indestructible dragon claw was forcefully severed and blood sprayed out. Impossible. The Dark Dragon Monarch retreated in a panic while his eyes were wide open. To be able to sever his dragon claw in a single sword, one had to be at least a peak-class saint. This sword, the Dark Dragon Monarch's eyes landed on the Joint Heaven sword. After severing the Dark Dragon Monarch's dragon claw, the Myriad Sword Sage's sword prowess was like lightning. Immediately after, the sword penetrated the Blaze Demon Monarch's body and split the Green Soul Demon Monarch into two. The Myriad Sword Sage's sword was only a second-rate Extreme Dao artifact sword and was 3 tiers inferior to a Supreme Artifact sword. Right now, with the Supreme Artifact sword in hand, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. This was before he familiarized himself with the Joint Heaven sword. If he was completely familiar with the Joint Heaven sword, his strength would increase by several folds. It is a Supreme Artifact sword. The sword in his hand is a Supreme Artifact sword. Someone exclaimed. The entire Deep Blue Plane didn't have many Supreme Artifacts, but the Myriad Sword Sage had one. It was impossible for people not to covet it. Finally, everyone had their eyes on Li Fuchen. The Myriad Sword Sage's Supreme Artifact sword obviously belonged to Li Fuchen. I wonder if the Myriad Sword Sage will return the Supreme Artifact sword to this person. He will definitely return it. I understand the Myriad Sword Sage very well. Plenty of people were tempted, but they knew that if the Supreme Artifact sword was in the hands of the Myriad Sword Sage, they wouldn't have any chance. They would only have a chance when the Supreme Artifact sword was in Li Fuchen's hands. Myriad Sword Sage, you are formidable this time. Let's go. In the opinion of the Dark Dragon Monarch and the others, it was impossible to contest with the Myriad Sword Sage without at least 5 people that were on the same level as them. The difference between a high-level saint and a peak-level saint wasn't just a little bit. The Myriad Sword Sage didn't give chase. After all the demonic beast overlords left, he swung his hand and the Joint Heaven sword turned into a cold light before returning to the sheath at Li Fuchen's waist. Li Fuchen could sense that the sword pattern on the Joint Heaven sword was starting to clog up, and it wouldn't take long before it was sealed again. Li Fuchen, you have to be careful in the future. If there isn't anything important, it is best not to leave the Swordsman Guild. The Myriad Sword Sage warned Li Fuchen. Originally, no one would deal with Li Fuchen. But after knowing that Li Fuchen had the Supreme Artifact sword, there would definitely be plenty of people that would deal with Li Fuchen. Be it the demonic beast race or the human race, they would all be involved and it was impossible to guard against them. I know. Now that things had developed to this stage, Li Fuchen was caught unprepared. Right now, the only thing he could do was to evolve into a saint as soon as possible. Only by becoming a saint would he have the capital to establish himself on the Saint Spirit continent. Otherwise, he would have to hide in the Swordsman Guild, and this wasn't the life he wanted. Li Fuchen, is it? My Zhu clan wants this Supreme Artifact sword. Name a price. A tyrannical voice echoed in Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen looked up and could see a vague figure in the depths of the void. Apologies, it is not for sale. Li Fuchen replied immediately. My Zhu clan has never failed to get what we want. I hope you won't regret it. The figure vanished. Don't worry, not even the Zhu clan can do anything to you at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. The mystic Deep Sword Saint looked at the place where the Zhu clan's high-level saint vanished, and said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded while his lowered eyes were filled with terrifying radiance. So what if it was the Zhu clan? If they provoked him, they would still have to pay the price. Chapter 820. If I want to become a quasi-sage, I need at least 5 supreme-grade spirit stones. If I want to become a sage, I don't know how many supreme-grade spirit stones I need. If I rely on my own cultivation, I won't be able to become a sage without a few decades. It had been a month since the previous incident. On this day, Li Fuchen let out a sigh and walked out of seclusion. He had already used up the 5 supreme-grade spirit stones he got from the Li family, but it did not allow his cultivation to reach the quasi-sage realm. Unless, Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Unless his primary extreme sword technique could reach the extremity and become an extreme cultivation technique, he would be able to reach quasi-sage in a short period of time. I've already created the 3rd move of the primary extreme sword technique. Correspondingly, my primary extreme sword principle has also improved a lot. It's not that I don't have the confidence to reach the ultimate realm of the primary extreme sword technique, but the premise is that I can read more sword principle manuals. For a cultivation technique to reach the pinnacle realm, it was 10 times or even dozens of times more difficult than a sword technique. After all, cultivation techniques involve the human body and emphasized on the unity of heaven and man. I still have 8 million contribution points. Let's go take a look at the library. Arriving at the library pavilion, Li Fuchen chose the Yin Yang Clear Breeze Sword Style Manual. Reading this secret manual once cost 500,000 contribution points. Borrowing it for a year would cost 250 million contribution points. The first move of the Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Art, 2 sleeves of Cool Breeze. The second move of the Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Art, Sailing with the Wind. The third move of the Yin and Yang Breeze Sword Art, Charming Scenery. The fourth move of the Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Art, Gathering of Winds and Clouds. The Yin and Yang Cool Breeze Sword Technique was a Wind Doctrine sword technique, but it also contained some Tai Chi sword principle. Therefore, it was much stronger than a simple Wind Doctrine sword technique. After reading through it once, Li Fuchen's mind had plenty of sword Dao comprehension. Of course, these sword Dao insights could not be compared to what he had experienced in the Skyline Sword Valley. In the Skyline Sword Valley, he had only watched the Skyline Sword Art 100 times and learned 6 moves. If the Skyline Sword style was just a secret manual, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to cultivate it even if he read it 1,000 times. After all, the Skyline Sword technique was a superb sword technique. Twice, after viewing the Yin Yang Clear Wind Sword style 16 times, Li Fuchen's contribution points were finally depleted. I wonder if I can push the primary extreme sword art to the paramount realm. Leaving the library pavilion, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion. Half a month later, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile as he was still lacking a little. He reckoned that with another 10 to 20 million contribution points, it should be enough. But where was he going to earn 10 to 20 million contribution points? With your talent, if you seclude yourself in the Swordsman Guild for 100 years, you might be able to become a saint. Why do you need to take the risk? The mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't understand Li Fuchen's need to earn contribution points. In his opinion, Li Fuchen might only be at the law phase realm, but his lifespan was definitely more than 2,000 years. A mere 100 years was equivalent to a few years for an ordinary person, and it was nothing. Li Fuchen shook his head. My sword Dao doesn't allow me to do this. He could indeed stay in the Swordsman Guild until he broke through, but if he did so, it would affect his future progress in Sword Dao. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. The Mystic Abyss Sword Saint thought for a moment and said, The missions of the headquarters elders are extremely dangerous. Here is a mission, take a look. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint handed Li Fuchen a jade scroll. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. The content of the Jade Scroll was to head to the Western Black Sea to search for the legendary Black Whirlpool Island, and to investigate the death of a Sword Dao Saint from the Swordsman Guild. The Black Whirlpool tree grows on the island. The Black Whirlpool tree blooms once every 5,000 years, and bears fruit once every 5,000 years. A single fruit can increase a person's perception by 10 times. The effect is around 3 days. If you can find any traces of the Black Whirlpool Island, you will be rewarded with 10 million contribution points. If you can find the Black Whirlpool Island, you will be rewarded with 100 million contribution points. If you can investigate the death of the Sword Dao Saint from the Swordsman Guild, you will be rewarded with another 20 million contribution points. It could be said that the rewards of this mission were very generous, and would easily be a few tens of millions of contribution points. But in comparison, the Black Whirlpool Island and the Black Whirlpool fruit were definitely more tempting. Increasing perception by 10 times wasn't as simple as increasing efficiency by 10 times. If a person's perception was increased by 1 or 2 times, they would be able to understand many things that they couldn't in the past. If it was increased by 10 times, it might not be able to understand everything, but it was close enough. For example, if Li Fuchen's perception was increased by 10 times, he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to extremity in just the blink of the eye. It would be easy for him to create the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. If he followed the prescribed order, he might not be able to achieve it even if he spent 100 or 1,000 times more time. Without hesitation, Li Fuchen accepted the Black Whirlpool Island mission. There might be plenty of spies watching Li Fuchen, but with Li Fuchen's perfect chi presence concealment ability, even a saint wouldn't be able to lock onto him. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen arrived at the nearby sea region of the Saint Spirit continent. In front of him was an invisible barrier. Anyone who wanted to break through the barrier would suffer a backlash from the law. To head to the Black Whirlpool Island, one would need to leave the Saint Spirit continent. To those below the saint level, the Saint Spirit continent was a cultivation sacred ground, and also a cage. Without becoming a soul merge realm saint, one wouldn't be able to leave. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular law phase realm emperor. A single sword slash was enough to break the barrier and forcefully leave the Saint Spirit continent. Above the boundless sea, Li Fuchen's speed was pushed to the limits. After leaving the Saint Spirit continent, Li Fuchen's speed was several times faster. If traveling on the Saint Spirit continent was like traveling against the current, then traveling outside of the Saint Spirit continent was like flying in the wind. The pressure from the heaven and earth law was almost negligible. In just a few days, Li Fuchen arrived at the Black Sea in the west. The deep blue plain was separated into 4 regions, the east, west, south, and north. The Saint Spirit continent and the Black Sea were located in the west of the deep blue plain. The Black Sea was surging with waves, and it was filled with an indescribable deathly silence. The Black Sea is so huge and it isn't easy to find an island. I can only try my luck. Li Fuchen didn't expect to find the Black Whirlpool Island. His objective was to find traces of the Black Whirlpool Island and earn 10 million guild points. If he could investigate the death of the Sword Dao Saint from the Swordsman Guild, it would be for the best. There is a continent ahead, and it seems to be a mid-class continent. Li Fuchen's current traveling speed wasn't inferior to Saint's. In just a few days he found a continent in the depths of the Black Sea. After entering the continent, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness and heard the conversations of plenty of people. So this continent is called the Black Water Continent. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had already gathered all the information about the Black Water Continent. The Black Water Continent was a unified continent, and all the factions were under the rule of the Blackwater Saint Kingdom. The so-called Blackwater Holy Kingdom was only called a Holy Kingdom. It didn't have a holy monarch. However, the first king of the Blackwater Holy Kingdom was a holy monarch, and an extremely powerful one at that. Relying on this holy monarch, the Blackwater Holy Kingdom was able to rule the Blackwater continent for countless years. Otherwise, it would have been overthrown long ago. Apart from the Blackwater Saint Kingdom, the Blackwater continent had 4 major clans and 4 major sections. Half of these 8 factions had produced saints, and one of them was the Shangguan clan. Could it be Shangguanyu's clan? Li Fuchen found out from Shangguanyu that her ancestor was a saint known as the Black Monarch. When the Black Monarch was still alive, the Shangguan clan ruled over multiple continents, and was one of the top-ranked clans in the Endless World. But during a terrifying saint war, the Black Monarch went missing and the Shangguan clan gradually fell apart. As for the so-called Black Emperor Guild, it was just a branch of the Shangguan clan. Let's go take a look. Li Fuchen instant shifted and arrived near the Shangguan clan. Clan head, I will not marry into the Saint Palace. Inside the Shangguan clan's grand hall, Shangguanyu said stubbornly. Presumptuous. Marriage is not something you can decide. Do you know how many women wish to marry into the Saint Palace? One of the Shangguan clan's elders berated. They are them, I am me. Shangguanyu hated herself for possessing the saint's bloodline. If she didn't have the saint's bloodline, she wouldn't need to marry into the Saint Palace. The Shangguan clan head was an elder that was as immovable as a mountain. He said slowly, this matter has been decided and there is no need to say more. You are remember, your every word and action represents the Shangguan clan. Do not disappoint me. It was imperative to form a marriage alliance with the Blackwater Saint Kingdom. Every one of the 8 major factions was doing it, and the Shangguan clan couldn't fall behind. Father. Shangguanyu looked at the silent Black Emperor. The Black Emperor let out a bitter smile and shook his head. After leaving the Emperor Sky Continent, the Black Emperor Guild only existed in name. In the Shangguan clan, he didn't have much authority. Furthermore, Shangguan Yu was going to marry the Crown Prince. As the first-in-line successor of the Blackwater Saint Kingdom, the Crown Prince's authority wasn't to be challenged. Of course, the Crown Prince had the Saint's bloodline and was extremely powerful. In the entire Blackwater continent, he was ranked at the top. Shangguan Yu, it has been a long time. A clear voice suddenly echoed. Immediately after, a figure landed in the center of the Shangguan clan's grand hall. Who is it? The Shangguan clan head and the elders acted like they were facing a great enemy as they surrounded Li Fuchen. How did you enter? Hurry up and say it. One of the elders pointed at Li Fuchen and yelled with anger. Impatient. Li Fuchen released his chi presence and froze the grand hall. Only Li Fuchen, the Black Emperor, and Shangguan Yu were still able to move. It's you. The Black Emperor knew of Li Fuchen's existence and was extremely shocked. Li Fuchen said, "As a father, you aren't doing your job well." The Black Emperor saw the scene in the grand hall clearly. Li Fuchen. Chapter 821. Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu didn't experience any hardships, but Li Fuchen was definitely the most outstanding individual that Shangguan Yu interacted with. Previously, Shangguan Yu already had a good impression of Li Fuchen. Now that she suddenly saw Li Fuchen, it was inevitable for her to have feelings for him. Li Fuchen, you are too impulsive. The Black Emperor shook his head. The strongest individual in the Shangguan clan wasn't the clan head. It was Supreme Elder Shangguan Gu. Shangguan Gu was a half-saint and wasn't someone that great emperors could compare with. Who dares to behave presumptuously in my Shangguan clan? A vigorous and vast voice rushed into the grand hall and broke Li Fuchen's chi prowess. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder, hurry up and take down this person. Once the chi prowess was broken, everyone that was restrained regained their freedom. They quickly distanced themselves from Li Fuchen while their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were shocked that Li Fuchen was so powerful and was able to suppress them with just his chi prowess. They were angry that they lost face. It was fortunate that one of the top 10 experts of the Blackwater continent, the Supreme Elder, was here. Once the Supreme Elder took down Li Fuchen, they would definitely humiliate him. The doors of the grand hall opened by itself, and a powerful chi prowess filled the entire grand hall. Li Fuchen turned to look and saw an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion walking in step by step. His body was emitting a chi prowess that only half-saints possessed. Was a half-saint strong? Naturally very strong. Even on the Saint Spirit continent, as long as one was a half-saint, they would be ranked top 100 on the Saint Spirit Great Emperor rankings. It could be said that the weakest half-saint was an existence that regular great emperors couldn't reach. There wouldn't be any weaklings. This was because those who could become quasi-sages were the most outstanding people. Who are you and why are you here at my Shangguan clan? If you don't explain yourself, don't even think about leaving this place. Shangguan Ji's chi prowess locked onto Li Fuchen while his eyes were like lightning. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. It is indeed incredible to become a half-saint on a mid-class continent. Becoming a half-saint was the same as having one foot in the ranks of saints. It was just a matter of time. The Emperor Sky Continent didn't even have a single half-saint. It seems like you won't give up until you see the coffin. Shangguan Gu slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. This palm didn't cause a huge commotion, and it didn't affect any part of the hall. However, this palm's aura was boundless, and it made it impossible for anyone to resist it. It was a pity that he encountered Li Fuchen. Like a clay ox entering the sea, once Shangguan Ji's palm force entered within 3 feet of Li Fuchen, it immediately vanished without a trace. Impossible? Shangguan Ji's expression changed, and he struck out several palms in succession. The situation was still the same. The palm force couldn't hurt Li Fuchen at all. Withdrawing the smile on his face, Li Fuchen flicked his finger, and Shangguan Gu was sent flying and stuck on the wall of the main hall. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shangguan Yu is my friend. Even if you are her clansman, you have no right to force her to do anything. Including Black Emperor, everyone from the Shangguan clan was stunned. Supreme Elder Shangguan was a half-saint and a powerful half-saint. Even after using his full strength, he wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. Instead, he was sent flying by a single flick of Li Fuchen's finger. No matter how one looked at it, this was an unfair battle. Could he be a saint? The Shangguan clan chief's face was filled with shock. In his opinion, only a sage would be able to crush a quasi-sage so easily. Not everyone had been to the Saint Spirit continent and seen countless great emperors. Li Fuchen, you became a saint? Shangguan Yu asked too. Li Fuchen shook his head. I am not yet, but you can treat me as a saint. Saint's combat strength. Everyone took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen's statement was very obvious. Shangguan wasn't a saint yet, but his combat strength was already at the saint's level. Even if it was a little overstated, it was still very shocking. This old one overestimated my capabilities earlier. I hope young master can forgive me. A great person will not hold grudges against a lowly person. Shangguan was the first to react. He quickly cupped his fist and had a fearful expression. If Li Fuchen could send him flying with a flick of a finger, it meant that Li Fuchen could also eliminate the entire Shangguan clan with a flick of a finger. Such strength was enough to look down on the entire Blackwater continent. Seeing that the Supreme Elder had lowered his head, the rest of the Shangguan clan members didn't dare to put on airs anymore. They all went forward to apologize and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Li Fuchen waved his hand and said, I am not here to find trouble with the Shangguan clan. You don't have to fear me. Shangguan Yu, go to your courtyard. All right. Shangguan Yu didn't bother about the others and brought Li Fuchen to her residence. After the duo left, everyone in the grand hall looked at each other and felt as though they were in a dream. After a long time, Shangguan said, This person must not be offended. If he has any requests, we will do our best to accommodate him. Do not offend him. What about the crown prince? One of the elders asked hesitantly. Shangguan glared at him and said, Who cares about the crown prince now? I can tell you with certainty that no one in the Blackwater continent is a match for him, including the king. The king was only a half-saint and there was a limit to how much stronger he was. Li Fuchen was much stronger than him. Invincible in the Blackwater continent? The Black Emperor took a deep breath. What kind of existence was this Li Fuchen? Above the jade water, there was a pavilion. On the second floor, Li Fuchen and Shangguan were drinking tea and chatting. You came from the Saint Spirit continent? After knowing that Li Fuchen came from the Saint Spirit continent, Shangguan was very surprised and had a yearning expression. High-class continents were sacred grounds in the hearts of all martial artists. Her ancestor, Black Monarch, had once gone to the Saint Spirit continent and attempted to move the entire Shangguan clan to the Saint Spirit continent. But before he could succeed, he vanished mysteriously because of an unprecedented Saint War. According to the records left behind by Black Monarch, the Saint Spirit continent had billions of Law Phase realm emperors and an extremely high number of saints. As compared to the Saint Spirit continent, the Blackwater continent was just an abnormally barren island. Li Fuchen smiled and said, If you are willing, I can bring you to the Saint Spirit continent. With his current strength, it was too easy to bring someone to the Saint Spirit continent. I am willing. Shangguan Yu's eyes lit up. The duo continued to chat. Li Fuchen found out from Shangguan Yu that the first king of the Blackwater Empire was actually a subordinate of Black Monarch. After Black Monarch vanished, the Blackwater Empire was established. The disappearance of Black Monarch was related to an island. The island's appearance attracted many saints, and it seemed like they found some top-class artifact on the island. A saint war broke out, and many saints died on the island. Saint war? Island? Li Fuchen guessed that the island should be the Black Whirlpool Island. Do you know where that island is? Li Fuchen quickly asked. Chapter 822. Let's go. Follow me to Blackwater Saint Palace. Li Fuchen didn't have time to waste on the Blackwater continent. Once this mission was over, he was planning to return to the Emperor Sky continent and bring the Li clansmen to the Saint Spirit continent. Space changed, and the two arrived above the Blackwater Saint Palace. The entire Blackwater Saint Palace was enveloped by a level 9 array. This was also the reason why the Blackwater Saint Kingdom was able to stand on the Blackwater continent for countless years. After all, no one below the Saint Realm could break the array and kill their way into the Saint Palace. Their appearance alerted the Blackwater Saint Palace's experts. Sheng Guanyu, who's beside you? Do you know that trespassing into the Saint Palace is a capital offense? A youth with a superior aura lifted his head with a gloomy expression and looked at Li Fuchen and Sheng Guanyu. Crown Prince Situ Bo was one of the most powerful people in the entire Blackwater continent. He's the Crown Prince, Uncle Situ. Sheng Guanyu whispered to Li Fuchen. You are the Crown Prince. Li Fuchen grabbed with his left hand, and a sword energy giant hand grabbed onto Uncle Situ from a distance. Put the Crown Prince down. Seeing that Li Fuchen was able to restrain Uncle Situ through the array, all the great emperors in the Saint Palace rushed into the sky and attacked. Bang 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 bang. A chi force was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Those that rushed over were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Where is the Blackwater Monarch? Li Fuchen's voice echoed throughout the Saint Palace. In order to find the Black Whirlpool Island, he needed information about the Blackwater Holy Kingdom. But to get the information, peaceful means would not work. If he asked the Blackwater Holy Nation to hand over the information as soon as he arrived, the other party would only treat him as a fool. In the end, it was inevitable that he would have to show off his strength, so it was better to let his strength do the talking. No matter when, force was the fastest way to solve a problem. Aren't you being a little too overbearing? Do you really think there's no one in my Blackwater Holy Nation? A voice filled with endless majesty resounded. A middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe appeared at the top of the Blackwater Holy Temple in the center of the Blackwater Holy Palace. Li Fuchen didn't need to guess to know that this person was the Blackwater Saint Kingdom's ruler, Situ Tianqiong. If I was really domineering, I would have broken this formation long ago. Don't worry, I came with a request. After I succeed, I will pay you. Li Fuchen released Uncle Situ and said, You came with a request, huh? Take my punch first. Situ Tianqiong punched through the air. The strength contained in this punch was several times that of Shangguan Ji's. Bang! Li Fuchen used his sword energy protection to forcefully withstand the opponent's fist. What? Situ Tianqiong's expression changed. He originally thought that Li Fuchen was just a slightly stronger half-saint. Even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. Seal! Situ Tianqiong burst out with a yell and enveloped Li Fuchen with a horrific array power. In the next moment, Li Fuchen felt the surrounding void was sealed by an invisible force. If he was a regular half-saint, he wouldn't even be able to move a single finger. Kill! After sealing Li Fuchen, Situ Tianqiong wrapped the array power and blasted another fist at Li Fuchen. This time, the strength was not just a few times that of Shangguan Ji's, but dozens or even hundreds of times. Situ Tianqiong was confident that he could contest with even a low-level saint. This time, Li Fuchen didn't use his sword energy protection to resist. After all, this was the power of a Class 9 array, and the sword energy protection wasn't enough. Li Fuchen thrust with his right index and middle finger. He didn't just pierce through the vast fist force, he also pierced through Situ Tianqiong's body. Situ Tianqiong, I think it is better for us to sit down and have a good talk. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Everyone on the ground was shocked. With his strength alone, Li Fuchen suppressed all the experts from the Blackwater Saint Palace and defeated King Situ Tianqiong. It meant that if Li Fuchen was willing, he could overthrow the Blackwater Saint Kingdom at any time and become the new ruler of the Blackwater continent. Only with absolute strength can I control my own fate. Sheng Guanyu's eyes were even more resolute. She could imagine what her life would be like if Li Fuchen didn't come to the Blackwater continent. Just thinking about it made her feel fear. Turning her head to look at Li Fuchen, Sheng Guanyu's eyes were filled with gratitude and also a trace of obscure feelings. As long as she followed Li Fuchen to the Saint Spirit continent, her life should be very exciting. Situ Tianqiong was an ambitious and ruthless person, and he understood the logic of a wise man submits to circumstances. His words might carry weight in the Blackwater continent, but in the outside world, a king or half-saint like him wasn't even worth mentioning. He was now suspecting if Li Fuchen was a saint from the Saint Spirit continent. If Li Fuchen was a saint from the Saint Spirit continent, he wouldn't blame himself for losing. Something wasn't right. Situ Tianqiong suddenly thought of a problem. Saints weren't able to freely enter mid-class continents. Saints were too much of a threat to mid-class continents. Once a saint entered a mid-class continent, they would be constantly suppressed by the continent willpower. It was hard to say if they could even utilize 100% of their strength. Of course, even if a saint's strength was suppressed, it was still extremely difficult to defeat them. Even if a Class 9 array was used, it would only be able to suppress a saint and wouldn't be able to kill them. But the strength that Li Fuchen displayed earlier was obviously at the saint's level. Could it be? Situ Tianqiong's eyes contracted. Could Li Fuchen be a peak-class saint? With the strength of a peak-class saint, it was indeed hard to suppress a mid-class continent. If a peak-class saint was enraged, they might be able to destroy the entire mid-class continent. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Situ Tianqiong's mind. The arrogance and prowess on his face had completely vanished. There was only respect and humility left. "My lord, please come in." Situ Tianqiong cupped his hand and welcomed. "All right." Li Fuchen brought Shang Guanyu and entered the Blackwater Saint Hall. In the Blackwater Saint Hall, groups of palace maids were serving delicacies and wine. "I wonder why my lord is here at the Blackwater Saint Palace?" Situ Tianqiong asked. Li Fuchen got straight to the point and said, "I am here to search for the legendary Black Whirlpool Island. I heard that you have some information here, therefore, I specially came here." "I see." Situ Tianqiong nodded and said, "The Black Whirlpool Island does exist. Furthermore, my Blackwater Saint Kingdom has an accurate sea map. But I suspect that there is a hidden domain in that sea region. The reason why we cannot find the Black Whirlpool Island is because it is inside the hidden domain." Situ Tianqiong didn't need to hide some information, and told Li Fuchen everything he knew. It is inside the hidden domain? Li Fuchen felt that this speculation was very reasonable. If it was in the outside world, it was impossible that no one could find it. A short moment later, Situ Tianqiong asked someone to retrieve the sea map from the Saint Palace's treasury, and handed it to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen opened it and noticed that the Black Whirlpool Island wasn't far from the Blackwater continent. It was only over 100 million miles away. "This is a Heaven-class high-tier weapon and a Heaven-class high-tier armor. Sorry for the trouble." After placing down the two equipment, Li Fuchen left with Shang Guanyu. To be able to casually take out two Heaven-class high-tier tools, truly extraordinary. Situ Tianqiong's eyes lit up. Chapter 823. After leaving the Blackwater Saint Palace, Li Fuchen sent Shang Guanyu back to the Shangguan clan. The journey to the Black Whirlpool Island was uncertain. Shang Guanyu's strength was too weak, and she would only be a burden. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the location of the Black Whirlpool Island. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen carefully sensed the existence of the hidden domain. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and said to himself, "There seems to be a special spatial wave, but I can't confirm it is a hidden domain. Furthermore, I can't find the entrance." Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was already at the saint's level. Even he could only sense the indistinct special spatial wave. If it was any other saint, the result would be the same, and they might be inferior to Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen didn't just possess the saint's spiritual awareness, he had also condensed the void Dao heart. If it is really a hidden domain, then this hidden domain is truly of a high grade. As long as it was outside of high-class continents, Li Fuchen would be able to find regular heaven-class hidden domains instantly and immediately enter. If even he couldn't sense a hidden domain, then it was most likely an extreme Dao hidden domain. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't find the hidden domain, but he still had his spirit soul power. If his spiritual awareness was at the saint's level, then his spirit soul power was beyond the saint's level. Li Fuchen scanned with his purple and red spirit soul power, and immediately noticed a giant spatial zone. This spatial zone was extremely concealed, and was almost overlapping with the deep blue plane spatial zone. Therefore, even if the void of this sea region was torn apart, it was impossible to detect the existence of this spatial zone. Found it! With his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a spatial door. Using both hands to press on the spatial door, Li Fuchen exerted force to open it. Crackle! The entire sea region's void was like a shattered mirror that had split open, revealing a completely different sea region. The sea water was still black, but there was a giant black whirlpool that appeared in the sea region. This whirlpool was too big, and emitted an extremely terrifying chi presence. Even Li Fuchen felt a trace of fear when seeing this whirlpool. Boom boom boom. The instant the black whirlpool appeared, the great Tao rumbled and the laws shook. Even if it was billions of miles away, the commotion could still be felt. Blackwater Continent, Blackwater St. Palace. He found the Black Whirlpool Island so quickly? The Black Whirlpool Island was not too far away from the Blackwater Continent. Moreover, Situ Tianxiong was also a quasi-sage. Therefore, he immediately sensed the commotion. Forget it. Every time the Black Whirlpool Island appears, there will be a great battle between great sages. It's not something I can interfere with. Situ Tianxiong shook his head, not intending to go over. There was an island in the depths of the Black Sea. This island was like a giant saber, and on the top of the giant saber, a middle-aged man in gray sat with his back straight. Occasionally, saber chi would spread out from his body, shaking heaven and earth. The great Tao roars. The gray-robed middle-aged man opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out for tens of miles, penetrating deep into the void. Whoosh! The gray-robed middle-aged man turned into a saber light and disappeared without a trace. The great Tao is rumbling. This is the appearance of an opportunity. A horse-faced man with a special flame pattern on his clothes raised his head, his face full of surprise. The great path is roaring. Could it be that the Black Whirlpool Island has appeared? The last time the Black Whirlpool Island appeared, many great lords had experienced it. Many years had passed, and many great lords would come to search for the Black Whirlpool Island from time to time. Among them were the surviving great lords. In an instant, a large number of traveling lights were rushing towards the Black Whirlpool Island. Li Fuchen didn't expect the appearance of the Black Whirlpool Island would cause the great Tao roars. Normally, places with great Tao roars would have top-notch artifacts. There was a rumor that there was a place in the deep blue plain that was closest to the plain source. The great Tao roars there would allow people to directly feel the mysteries of heaven and earth laws. Law Phase realm emperors would only have the chance to break through to become saints by heading there. This rumor was naturally exaggerated. There were plenty of saints in the deep blue plain. It meant that one didn't have to head there to become a saint. Of course, some Law Phase realm emperors that didn't have the chance to become saints might have the chance to become saints after heading there. With the great Tao roars, Li Fuchen felt that his bottleneck had loosened a little. But at his current cultivation realm, the great Tao roars within a short period of time wouldn't be of much help to him. A low-grade heaven stone would be able to trigger the great Tao roars for 1 or 2 breaths. Mid-grade heaven stones would be able to trigger the great Tao roars for more than 10 breaths. As of now, all the heaven stones that Li Fuchen had obtained were basically used up, but they didn't allow him to advance by leaps and bounds. They only allowed him to accumulate more experience. It wasn't that easy to break through. Perhaps, only a large number of high-grade heaven stones and a long period of great Tao roars would allow him to break through quickly. The Black Whirlpool hidden domain might have appeared, but Li Fuchen still couldn't see the Black Whirlpool Island. Diving down with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could see that in the depths of the Black Whirlpool, there was a giant island that was floating there. On this island, the chi was like rain and the vegetation was lush. Even though there was a layer of invisible energy, Li Fuchen could still feel the horrific vitality. In order to enter the Black Whirlpool Island, I have to pass through the Black Whirlpool. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent a sword chi flying at the Black Whirlpool. Crackle! The sword chi dived down for half the distance before it was shattered by the power of the Black Whirlpool. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. This Black Whirlpool didn't pose any threat to him. As long as he followed the direction of the whirlpool's rotation, he reckoned that the pressure he had to endure would be 10 times, or even 100 times smaller. Fortune was found in danger. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and flashed into the Black Whirlpool. Once he entered the Black Whirlpool, Li Fuchen felt a majestic force guiding him. If he didn't obey the guidance, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the periphery of the island in the depths of the whirlpool. There was a layer of faint black light that enveloped the entire island. PFFF. With a cleave, Li Fuchen cleaved a crack on the black light. With a flash he entered the crack. Cough cough. The black whirlpool island's energy was too concentrated. It was 100 times more concentrated than the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen wasn't able to adapt immediately, and was choking. Only such an environment can nurture the black whirlpool tree. In just a short moment, after adapting to the environment of the black whirlpool island, Li Fuchen lamented. Swish! Swish! 2 streaks of light arrived at the periphery of the black whirlpool at almost the same time. It is truly the black whirlpool island. The legend is real. Haha, this saint shall make a move first. A burly man with thick brows who was wearing green armor executed his shifting technique, and was about to enter the depths of the black whirlpool. Idiot! The handsome man with a fish scale on his forehead sneered. PFFF. As soon as the burly man hid in the void, he was jolted out and was drenched in blood. The power of the black whirlpool had obviously seeped into the depths of the void. There wasn't a single gap inside or outside. It was extremely difficult to enter directly. At least, with his strength, he was far from being able to do it. Ignoring the burly man with thick brows, the handsome man who was obviously a demonic beast overlord followed the direction of the black whirlpool and skimmed into it. The burly man with thick brows twitched his mouth and skimmed into the black whirlpool as well. In just a few short days, a large number of saints and demonic beast overlords rushed over. There were close to 50 demonic beast overlords. Chapter 824. The Black Whirlpool Island had extreme restrictions on spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen's saint-class spiritual awareness was only able to extend a few hundred miles, and the size of the island was at least a few 100,000 miles. The entire island is filled with herbs. Along the way, Li Fuchen didn't notice a single weed. To be exact, the weeds here were all yellow-class herbs. From far away, Li Fuchen noticed a heaven-class high-tier herb, the Heaven Flame Spirit-fusing herb. He was preparing to harvest it. Roar! The nearby Fire Dao Qi surged and a scarlet giant beast formed from Fire Dao Qi appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Fire Spirit? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This world didn't just have flesh and blood life forms, there were also natural life forms. The Fire Spirit was a kind of natural life form, and was innately able to control the Fire Dao law. The scarlet giant beast opened its mouth and shot out a scarlet-red sticky fireball at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a flick of Li Fuchen's finger, the fireball exploded and splashed out like a stream of flames, burning a deep pit on the ground. The finger force didn't weaken and penetrated the fireball before penetrating the fire spirit's body. Immediately after, the fire spirit's body collapsed. Li Fuchen was surprised that the fire spirit didn't perish. The Fire Dao Qi surged and formed another body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen destroyed the fire spirit's body 4 times in a row before truly eliminating the fire spirit. If I encounter a saint-class natural life form, I will have to be careful. Li Fuchen was on guard. This fire spirit was only a half-saint. If it had the strength of a low-level saint, Li Fuchen might not be able to kill it even after 40 or 400 times. For the next period of time, Li Fuchen realized that as long as it was a heaven-class high-tier herb, there would definitely be a half-saint-class natural life form. Fire spirit, water spirit, earth spirit, wind spirit, there were all kinds of natural life forms. It mainly depended on the attributes of the heaven-class high-tier herb. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't see a single saint-class natural life form. Li Fuchen reckoned that a saint-class natural life form should be guarding the extreme Dao herb. A mere law phase realm emperor dares to come to the Black Whirlpool Island? A massive sharp claw image instantly slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. Over 10 miles away, a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze was standing on top of a tree. It was obvious that he didn't treat Li Fuchen seriously. After the claw strike, he didn't make another move. In his opinion, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to block his claw. Raising his right index and middle fingers, the sword light burst forth, and Li Fuchen cleaved off the sharp claw phantom. Sage. The fierce middle-aged man was rather astonished. He thought that it was a law phase realm emperor, and didn't expect for it to be a saint. Jiang Yi's ability to conceal his qi presence was too good, and was even able to deceive him. Since you're a sage, why do you need to hide your aura? The fierce-looking man flicked his fingernails. Whether or not I'm a sage has nothing to do with you. Just now, I took a claw attack from you. Now take a sword attack from me. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed. Hua! The dazzling sword light froze time. Clang clang. Sparks burst out violently. The fierce middle-aged man's hands had already turned into sharp claws and clashed with the sword light. But what shocked him was that as a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. His hands were instantly turned into a bloody mess, and his body was also slashed by the sword qi. Damn it, this fellow is a mid-tier saint. The fierce middle-aged man turned into a jackal and fled. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Furthermore, there wasn't a need to waste time on fighting and killing. The Black Whirlpool Island also had night. When the day arrived and the night arrived, the dense darkness law would envelop the sky, causing fear to emerge from the depths of one's spirit soul. The extreme Dao hidden domain is indeed formidable. Without considering the size, the extreme Dao hidden domain was definitely superior to high-class continents. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it was an apex continent. Of course, the deep blue plain didn't have any apex continents. Furthermore, the extreme Dao hidden domain was too small. When the night arrived, a kind of wandering natural life form appeared on the Black Whirlpool Island, darkness life forms. Unlike other natural life forms, darkness life forms had extremely aggressive attacks. As long as they were discovered, they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, darkness life forms were harder to kill than other natural life forms. Li Fuchen would need to destroy a half-saint darkness life form at least 6 times to kill it. In the dense darkness, there was a shadow that was constantly growing. When Li Fuchen got closer, he realized that it was a shadow tree that was emitting pure darkness qi presence. It looked like a shadow tree that didn't have a physical body. The tree looked a little like a coconut tree. The trunk was straight, and at the top of the trunk was a small cluster of branches. On the branches, there was a fruit with black flowing light patterns growing on it. It looked a little illusory. Darkness shadow fruit. Li Fuchen was moved. The darkness shadow fruit was definitely one of the P-class artifacts and wasn't inferior to the black whirlpool fruit. The darkness shadow fruit might be most effective for those that cultivated the darkness law, but it was also very useful for others. For example, the darkness shadow fruit could turn a person from a corporeal state to an illusory state, and wouldn't suffer any injuries until the darkness shadow fruit's medicinal effects were exhausted. Apart from that, the darkness shadow fruit could also heal spirit soul injuries, increase one's illusion art resistance, and many other effects. According to what Li Fuchen knew, a single darkness shadow fruit was worth a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones, and it was enough to trigger a battle between saints. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to collect the darkness shadow fruit. His eyes were locked onto the shadow snake on the tree trunk. This shadow snake was almost fused with the darkness shadow tree. If Li Fuchen recklessly went over to collect the darkness shadow fruit, he would definitely suffer a fatal attack from the shadow snake. Saint-class darkness life form. Li Fuchen might not have fought, but he was certain that the shadow snake was a saint-class life form. Li Fuchen activated the Hand of Moon, and aimed his left hand at the darkness shadow fruit on the darkness shadow tree. He wanted to use the gravity law to pull the darkness shadow fruit down. However, the darkness shadow tree and the darkness shadow fruit didn't seem to have a physical body, and the gravity law wasn't effective. Slash. Li Fuchen released a sword qi and slashed at the darkness shadow fruit. At this moment, the shadow snake moved and swung its tail to shatter the sword qi. It seems like I have to fight. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to give up on the darkness shadow fruit, as he was in urgent need of resources. With a flash, Li Fuchen charged at the shadow snake. Assist. The shadow snake raised its head and opened its pitch-black mouth. In the next moment, an illusory snake head that was emitting a boundless darkness qi presence appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The snake's eyes opened and the dark red eyes looked like they were going to drag Li Fuchen's soul spirit out. To be exact, it was indeed dragging Li Fuchen's soul spirit. If it was any other saint, they might have fallen for it. It was a pity that the soul spirit was Li Fuchen's strongest aspect. The shadow snake's eyes weren't even able to shake his soul spirit. Die. Li Fuchen blasted his sword, and the sword light was like a giant sun-like fireball that blasted on the shadow snake. Without any sound or presence, the shadow snake was devoured by the light and disintegrated. Even the darkness shadow tree that didn't have a physical body had a moment of distortion. Arriving at a branch, Li Fuchen extended his hand, and a weightless fruit landed in his hand. Right at this moment, a shadow that was as sharp as a spear suddenly emerged from the void, and was about to penetrate Li Fuchen's body. I am already on guard against you. Li Fuchen executed a backhand slash to sever the shadow before he quickly retreated. In his vision, the shadow snake had already recovered. The shadow snake's speed was definitely faster than Li Fuchen. No matter where Li Fuchen fled to, he wouldn't be able to escape from the shadow snake's pursuit. Li Fuchen was already in despair to slay the shadow snake. He had destroyed the shadow snake at least 100 times, but was still unable to kill it. Chapter 8:25. If there was a shadow fruit, there would naturally be a corresponding light mango. From afar, Li Fuchen seemed to see a small sun shining in the sky. Taking a closer look, there was a tree that looked similar to the shadow tree, but it was shining with a golden light. At the top of this golden tree was a dazzling fruit with dark golden patterns on its surface. Just the mango was a top-notch treasure with a similar value as the shadow fruit. However, for those who did not cultivate the darkness law or the light law, the actual value of the mango was much higher. If the shadow fruit was worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones, then the mango would be worth more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Let alone ordinary great monarchs, even peak-level great monarchs would flock to mangoes. It's light mango. The radiance of the light mango was too dazzling. At the same time, there were quite a few demon overlords and saints who discovered the light mango. Everyone rushed over with their fastest speed. On the Black Whirlpool Island, everyone's soul consciousness could only extend for tens or hundreds of miles. But the light of the radiant mango could penetrate the void and appear directly in front of them, so they could see the radiant mango from thousands of miles away. The closest demon sage was only about 50 kilometers away from the light mango. However, being close to it was not a good thing. The light life form on the light tree was a huge headache for him. He could fight it, but he could not defeat it at all, let alone kill it. The other party's body was like a ball of light, without a physical body. Grab all the mangoes first. The demon saint that had transformed into a human revealed its true form. It was a strange demonic beast with a pair of transparent wings and 4 eyes. Its speed was extremely fast. With a flap of its transparent wings, it directly teleported near the light mango. However, even though he was fast, the radiant life form was even faster. With a flash of light, it intercepted the other party. Haha, light mango is mine. The second to arrive was a green-robed man. This green-robed man should have cultivated Wind Dao Law. He turned into a breeze and swept towards the light mango. Damn it! The 4-eyed demonic beast was infuriated. If it hadn't been for him holding back the light life form, the other party wouldn't have had the chance to approach the light mango. Just as the light mango was about to fall into the green-robed man's hand, a sword light flashed and the light mango disappeared. Who is it? The green-clothed man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Anyone who saw a cooked duck fly away would be incomparably furious. At the same time, the green-robed man punched the sword light. He might only be a low-level saint, but his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Unity realm. There wasn't much difference between him and an ordinary mid-level saint. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered, revealing the figure in the sword light. I really can't underestimate the saints of the world. Li Fuchen thought he could escape smoothly, but didn't expect to be hit by the opponent's fist. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that there were people coming from all directions. He was thinking of a plan to leave. Hand over the light mango and I'll spare your life. The green-clothed man didn't spare Li Fuchen and punched at Li Fuchen. For a moment, the void was filled with fist shadows. Heavenly Thunder Illusory Sword. Pulling out the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen man and sword union came behind the green-clothed man in a flash. The skyline sword art actually had the shadow of the solipsism sword principle. Many of its moves required one to become one with the sword. Pucci. The green-clothed man looked down, and it was unknown when his body was slashed open. He didn't even feel any pain. Of course, as a saint, such injuries weren't enough to claim his life. Therefore, he immediately took out an extreme Dao cardinal artifact and tossed it at Li Fuqian. It was a silver iron hoop, and it was covered with ancient runes. The iron hoop expanded with the wind, and when it approached Li Fuqian, it was already the size of a small mountain. It was about to envelop Li Fuqian. Heaven and earth as I wish. Li Fuqian didn't dare to be enveloped by the iron hoop. Even if it was an inferior ceiling-type extreme Dao cardinal artifact, once Li Fuqian was enveloped, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He might just be defeated. A sword light flashed and Li Fuqian dodged the iron hoop by a hair's breadth. Qianquan hoop, expand, expand. The green-clothed man's wounds had already closed. He chanted an incantation and the silver hoop continued to expand. It produced a powerful suction force that caused Li Fuqian's sword light to slow down, as though he was sinking into a stream of water. This cardinal artifact isn't simple. Li Fuqian raised his brows. How could he know that the green-clothed man's Qianquan hoop was a third-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact? Furthermore, it was a replica of the super first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact, the Qianquan hoop. It was extremely effective when used to trap people. Otherwise, the green-clothed man wouldn't dare to come to the Black Whirlpool Island alone. But it isn't that easy to trap me. Li Fuqian's body burst out with heroic qi. The sword light was more than 10 times more nimble. It swept through the sky and dodged the iron hoop again. This fellow's sword art and movement technique are incredible. The green-clothed man's face turned dark. His Qianquan hoop had even trapped mid-level saints before, but it failed twice against Li Fuqian. Heavy water boundary. Just as Li Fuqian dodged the iron hoop, a massive boundary enveloped him. In the next moment, the void was replaced by an endless stream of water. Furthermore, this stream of water was extremely heavy. A single drop of water was probably as heavy as a small mountain. The person who executed the boundary was an ugly middle-aged mid-tier demonic beast overlord. This heavy water boundary was his innate ability. Sky-fire-splitting sun sword. Inside the heavy water boundary, Li Fuqian's speed was extremely slow. After dispersing the heaven and earth realm sword intent, Li Fuqian slashed diagonally. The sword chi was like a giant sun that instantly filled the entire heavy water boundary. Boom. There was an explosion of radiance as the heavy water boundary was broken. The blinding radiance made the green-clothed man and the ugly middle-aged man's eyes hurt. It felt as though there were countless scorching sword chi stabbing at their eyes. By the time they reacted, Li Fuqian had already vanished without a trace. He actually broke my heavy water boundary. The ugly middle-aged man's eyes revealed ferocious light. Chase! The green-clothed man locked onto Li Fuqian's figure and chased after him. The ugly middle-aged man followed closely behind. As for the demonic beast overlord that arrived first, it was entangled by the radiant life form and couldn't escape. Over a dozen miles away, Li Fuqian burst out with extreme speed. His current strength might be comparable with regular mid-level saints, but it was still rather difficult to deal with a mid-tier demonic beast overlord and a third-level soul unity realm saint at the same time. After all, at their level, as long as they didn't have overwhelming strength, there were plenty of factors to determine the victor. Like the green-clothed man who had an incredible extreme Dao cardinal artifact. Another example would be the mid-tier demonic beast overlord who had outstanding innate abilities. It caused their combat strength to be inferior to Li Fuqian, but it was rather difficult for Li Fuqian to suppress them. Of course, most importantly, there were people rushing over from all directions. Chapter 826. In comparison, Li Fuqian's speed was still slightly faster than the green-clothed man and the ugly middle-aged man. 1 hour later, the trio was already a few hundred miles apart. This distance was already beyond the range of spiritual awareness. 1 shadow fruit and 1 radiant mango. I have made a huge profit this time. Li Fuqian was smiling. To him, treasures that were worth a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones were already enough for him. let alone peak-grade treasures that were worth over 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Of course, Li Fuchen needed these 2 treasures very much too. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't sell them. Therefore, it would be even better if he could obtain some other treasures. At the same time, in a crater that was emitting blazing chi presence on the Black Whirlpool Island, a great battle was happening. The battle was between a Saber Dao Saint and a Fire Dao Saint. The Saber Dao Saint was a mid-level saint, and was extremely powerful. He was almost comparable to the Ghost Sword Saint. The Fire Dao Saint might not be as powerful as the Saber Dao Saint, but he had an endless supply of extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. For a short period of time, he was actually able to suppress the Saber Dao Saint. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, give my Zhu clan some face. I, Zhu Herong, am determined to obtain this peak-grade fire element crystal. The Fire Dao Saint, whose clothes were embroidered with a special flame pattern, said. If it was anyone else, Zhu Herong wouldn't have spoken so nicely. But this Flying Cloud Saber Saint was one of the upper echelons of the Saint Saber Gate. In terms of strength, the Saint Saber Gate wasn't inferior to the Zhu clan, but their foundation was slightly inferior. Zhu Herong, do you really think your Zhu clan is still a demigod clan? The gray-clothed Flying Cloud Saber Saint sneered. The fire element crystal wasn't an ordinary item. A low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade fire element crystal was worth 10 peak-grade spirit stones. A high-grade fire element crystal was worth 100 peak-grade spirit stones, and a single peak-grade fire element crystal was worth 2,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Only a fool would give the peak-grade fire element crystal to Zhu Herong. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, since you aren't giving me face, don't blame me for being merciless. Go. An iron orb appeared in Zhu Herong's hand. As soon as the iron orb flew out, it expanded in size and the flames of the sun burst forth, making it look like a miniature sun as it shot toward the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. The Soaring Cloud Saber Saint narrowed his eyes. The Zhu clan was a demigod clan, and had an extremely deep foundation. The Zhu clan's extreme Dao secret treasure, the Ardent Sun Pearl, was even more famous. However, the Ardent Sun Pearl was also divided into grades. The Ardent Sun Pearl that Zhu Herong used was clearly a second-rate extreme Dao secret treasure. It was extremely powerful, and was comparable to a mid-stage Saint Monarch executing a rather perfect second-rate extreme Dao martial art. Flying Cloud Slash. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint knew that he couldn't avoid the Ardent Sun Pearl. So he held his saber with both hands and slashed out vertically. A dragon-like saber light slashed at the Scorching Sun Pearl. Clang. As the blade light and the Ardent Sun Pearl clashed, a strong airwave burst out. Gotcha. In the next moment, the blazing Sun Pearl crushed the saber light, and continued to blast toward the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. Cloud Sea Chop. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint slashed out with 10,000 sabers. Layers of saber light surged like a sea of clouds and sent the Ardent Sun Pearl flying. The Ardent Sun Pearl landed in Zhu Herong's hand. Seeing the saber light surging over, Zhu Herong opened his mouth and spat out an earthy yellow shield. It enlarged and blocked in front of him. He was now at the 4th level of Unity Realm. If he had more peak-grade fire element crystals, it was just a matter of time before his cultivation reached the high-level saint. It was a pity that everything was destroyed by the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, this matter won't end like this. Zhu Herong had the intention to kill the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. From far away, Zhu Herong saw a sword light flying over. Die. As though venting his anger, Zhu Herong sent a palm strike over. What is going on? Li Fuchen immediately saw Zhu Herong, and was planning to leave quickly. He didn't expect for Zhu Herong to send a palm strike over without saying a word. The blazing palm print felt like it was engraved in the void, and had sealed the area where Li Fuchen was. Heaven and earth roam. Li Fuchen forcefully sliced open the void, and escaped from the palm print's range like a fish. Ardent Sun Pearl, go! After failing to kill Li Fuchen with a single palm strike, Zhu Herong tossed out the Ardent Sun Pearl. This is the Zhu clan style indeed. This was the 3rd time Li Fuchen encountered a member of the Zhu clan. The first time was at the Savage Hidden Domain, the second time was at the Fire Dragon Island. Each time, the The Zhu clan gave Li Fuchen the feeling that they were tyrannical, arrogant, and condescending. It felt as though everyone was inferior to them. Li Fuchen wasn't going to indulge them. He didn't care if the Zhu clan was a half-god clan or a god-class clan. As long as they provoked him, he wouldn't care. Celestial will slash. After cultivating the Skyline Sword Art's 6th move, Celestial will slash, Li Fuchen hadn't executed it much. This was the official first time. The sword light was like a mist that suddenly dispersed. It bypassed the ardent sun pearl and slashed at Zhu Hairong. Clang. There was a burst of sparks and Zhu Hairong's chest felt stifled as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Zhu Hairong's eyes were wide open as he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could he know that the Celestial will slash wasn't just powerful? The sword move's mystical aspect was the crux. The ardent sun pearl might be powerful, but it was a straightforward attack. How could it block the Celestial will slash? Chapter 827. Go. Li Fuchen knew that Zhu Hairong was wearing an extreme Dao armor when he wasn't able to injure him. An extreme Dao armor was the same as Zhu Hairong having a defensive extreme Dao martial art. It wasn't that easy to break the defense. At least with Li Fuchen's ability, he wasn't able to break the defense, let alone injuring Zhu Hairong. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, how could Zhu Hairong allow him to do so? He swung his hand and a red talisman flew at Li Fuchen. Along the way, the talisman burned and the flaming bird appeared. It instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Bang boom! Li Fuchen's sword energy protection had burst from the heat. Immediately after, the law field had burst too. The flames were wreaking havoc on Li Fuchen's body mercilessly. Zhu Hairong's face was filled with cold intent. This flaming bird saint talisman was stronger than the ardent sun pearl, and its attack speed was several times faster. If the flaming bird saint talisman didn't have a limited number of uses, Zhu Hairong would have made the flying cloud saber saint suffer during the battle. Of course, Zhu Hairong knew that the flaming bird saint talisman could only make the flying cloud saber saint suffer a little. It was basically impossible to defeat the flying cloud saber saint, therefore, Zhu Hairong didn't use it. He should be dead, right? Zhu Hairong was preparing to withdraw the flaming bird saint talisman. Swish. A streak of sword light rushed out of the flames and instantly rushed to the horizon. With the sword energy protection and the law field, the flaming bird saint talisman's power was already reduced by half. The remaining power wasn't enough to injure Li Fuchen. Zhu Hairong was startled as Li Fuchen had already flown very far away. According to Li Fuchen's speed, even if Zhu Hairong chased after him, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When the flaming bird saint talisman landed in Zhu Hairong's hand, his expression was extremely gloomy. The intense murderous intent had caused the ground to crack. A few hundred miles away, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I can't carry on like this. In the future, all the places I appear in will be saints. Putting aside regular saints, those saints with formidable strength or those with plenty of cardinal artifacts are too much of a threat to me. I have to increase my sword Dao cultivation to the half-saint level as soon as possible. As for extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, they might be able to increase my strength, but with my current sword energy, I can only use them a few times. Activating an extreme Dao cardinal artifact would consume a lot more chi than activating an extreme Dao weapon. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would only be able to activate a mediocre extreme Dao cardinal artifact a few times. The Black Whirlpool Island was neither big nor small. However, due to the large number of great sages and demon saints that came to the island, there were frequent battles. There were many reasons for these battles, but the main reason was still the treasures. The treasures on the Black Whirlpool Island were too precious, easily worth more than 100 Supreme Spirit Stones. It was known that even a saint wouldn't have many Supreme Spirit Stones with them. After all, a saint would need too many Supreme Spirit Stones to advance by one level, which wasn't enough for cultivation. Only some extremely powerful saints or saints with heaven-defying opportunities would have a large number of Supreme Spirit Stones with them. If anyone knew that Li Fuchen had obtained a shadow fruit and a radiant mango, they would definitely pursue Li Fuchen to the ends of the world. One had to know that these two treasures were top-notch treasures even in the universe. Let alone regular saints, even peak-level saints would covet them. Is that the Zhu clan's Zhu Herong? From far away, the green-clothed man who fought with Li Fuchen previously and possessed the cardinal artifact Qiankuan bangles, saw Zhu Herong and transmitted a message. You are? Zhu Herong didn't recognize the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man said, I am Saint Qianyi. What's the matter? Zhu Herong could see that the green-clothed man was at the 3rd level of Unity Realm. He was confident he could defeat the green-clothed man, but he wasn't confident he could make the green-clothed man stay. Have you seen this person before? Saint Qianyi used his qi to draw out Li Fuchen's image. If the radiant mango wasn't too important, he wouldn't ask Zhu Herong. Everyone knew that the Zhu clan was overbearing and arrogant. Why should I tell you? Zhu Herong naturally recognized Li Fuchen and asked in reply. Saint Qianyi said, he has an artifact and it is an extremely top-notch artifact. If Brother Zhu is willing to work with me, after obtaining the artifact, we will split it 30 to 70. I will take 30%, and you will take 70%. Saint Qianyi was going all out even though he knew that Zhu Herong wasn't a benevolent person. After obtaining the Radiance fruits, Zhu Herong might make a move on him, or go back on his word. However, Saint Qianyi had his own trump card. If he couldn't defeat Zhu Herong, he was confident he could escape. What artifact? Zhu Herong's eyes flashed with radiance and at the same time, there was a flash of regret. Saint Qianyi said it was a top-notch artifact, and its value was probably comparable to the peak-grade fire element crystal. If Saint Qianyi knew that Li Fuchen had such an artifact, Saint Qianyi would have to make Li Fuchen stay even if he had to pay a price. After thinking about it, Saint Qianyi said, Radiant Mango. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchen. Therefore, he had to rely on Zhu Herong. Zhu Herong's breathing became erratic. Radiant Mango, it was actually a Radiant Mango. As compared to the Radiant Mango, the peak-grade fire element crystal was nothing. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the value of a Radiant Mango was enough for him to become one of the top high-level saints. Aren't you afraid I will go back on my words? Zhu Herong looked at Saint Qianyi. Saint Qianyi laughed and said, Yes, of course I am. Therefore, I want you to swear. Swearing wasn't fatal to a saint, but it would affect the saint's Dao heart. Unless it was an evil Dao saint, no one would make a random vow. Zhu Herong was a little hesitant as he didn't dare to make a random vow. Who knew what the consequences would be? If you want to cooperate, show me your confidence. Zhu Herong decided that if Saint Qianyi didn't have any trump cards, he would refuse to cooperate. Saint Qianyi took out the Qiankuan bangles. After activating them, there was a horrific suction force. I wonder if this is enough. A replica of the Qiankuan bangles. Zhu Herong immediately saw through the usage of the Qiankuan bangles. With the Qiankuan bangles, Saint Qianyi was indeed qualified to cooperate with him. After all, Li Fuchen was very slippery, and if Saint Qianyi wasn't paying attention, Li Fuchen would slip away. Subsequently, Zhu Herong swore that he wouldn't make a move on Saint Qianyi. After taking back the Radiant Mango, they would split the profits 30-70. If he violated this oath, his martial Dao path would be stagnant. Seeing that Zhu Herong had made the vow, Saint Qianyi let out a breath of relief. Of course, he wouldn't naively assume that Zhu Herong would abide by the oath. After all, if Saint Qianyi obtained the Radiance fruit, this oath was worth a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones. In the depths of the Black Whirlpool Island, Li Fuchen didn't know that Saint Qianyi and Zhu Herong were working together. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If they were to fight to the death, Li Fuchen might be able to deal with the duo. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at a small valley. In this small valley, there was a faint trace of an extremely obscure fluctuation. The instant Li Fuchen stepped into the small valley, the spatial zone changed and an unfamiliar world appeared in front of Li Fuchen. What class of array is this? Li Fuchen was shocked. Before entering the small valley, Li Fuchen used his spirit soul power to scan but didn't find any traces of array. It was obvious that the array that enveloped the small valley was beyond his imagination. It was at least a Class 9 high-tier array, or even a Class 9 peak-tier array. This was a dilapidated world, and there was a gloomy and deathly presence everywhere. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a corpse. From the remnant chi presence of the corpse, It was obviously a saint when he was still alive. After walking closer, Li Fuchen noticed that the corpse was already rotten. The strange thing was that the corpse's storage bag was still there. Li Fuchen originally thought that the storage bag wouldn't have anything good, but when he opened it, he realized that there were massive amounts of resources inside. There were even 2 peak-grade spirit stones. Did he die from the array power? Li Fuchen frowned. If the corpse was killed, the storage bag would definitely be taken away. Since it wasn't taken away, it meant that the corpse wasn't killed. After finding a place, Li Fuchen started to cultivate. This array was filled with strangeness and he had to be cautious. At the current stage, the only thing he could do was to increase his strength. As time passed, the cosmic bangles would definitely be destroyed. Damn it. Sage Monarch Qian Yi realized that he had underestimated Zhu Herong. Zhu Herong actually possessed 2 second-rate cardinal treasures. Such a foundation was something that most high-level saints couldn't compare to. With a flip of his left hand, a white pearl landed on his hand. Sage Monarch Qian Yi felt a little heartache. This pearl was something that he had obtained with great difficulty from a ruin-hidden domain. It contained the extreme Misdao laws, and was able to block all scouting. It was a pity that it could only be used once. He had already used one earlier, and this was the last one. Bang! Sage Monarch Qian Yi swung his hand, and sent the white pearl flying before exploding in the air. The thick smoke instantly covered a radius of 100 miles, and it continued to expand. Within the mist, one couldn't even see one's fingers. The effective range of spiritual awareness was only a mere 10 meters. Burn it! Zhu Herong activated the Firebird Holy Talisman, and wanted to burn the mist. It was a pity that everything was futile. After a long time, a figure rushed out of the mist. It was Sage Monarch Qian Yi. Sage Monarch Qian Yi turned to look at Zhu Herong and snorted. So what if you are stronger than me and have more artifacts? Without a method to protect your true spirit, you will die in front of me sooner or later. Before the mist dispersed, Sage Monarch Qian Yi's figure flashed and vanished into the distance. This array seemed to be boundless. After flying for half a month, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to fly out of the array. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the higher the grade of the array, the better the ceiling effect. A Class 9 peak tier array would overturn heaven and earth and form a world of its own. As long as the array wasn't broken, Li Fuchen would never be able to leave. It was fortunate that during this month, Li Fuchen saw another corpse and found a peak-grade spirit stone from the corpse's storage bag. According to Li Fuchen's estimation, he would need at most 3 more peak-grade spirit stones for his qi cultivation to break through. There is a corpse. From far away, Li Fuchen noticed the 3rd corpse. This corpse was very unique as it was actually standing there, and the body wasn't rotting. It was glowing with a faint luster. It should be a high-level saint. In fact, if the saint wasn't inside the array, the saint's body wouldn't rot. Even if the saint was dead, the corpse would contain astounding power, and the power would protect the saint's corpse. Li Fuchen's hand sucked and a storage bag landed on his hand. After opening it, Li Fuchen's breathing became erratic. There were actually 20 peak-grade spirit stones inside. I can definitely progress to a half-saint. Li Fuchen bowed to the saint, and left to search for a place to go into seclusion. In a concealed stone forest, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and his qi presence was getting stronger. The peak level of 9th level Law Phase Realm and half-saint might only have a difference of 1 level. But in terms of life level, it was a huge chasm. To be serious, a half-saint's life level could already be considered a saint. Without cultivating other great Daos, a Law Phase Realm Emperor's lifespan would be around 2,000 years. A half-saint's lifespan would exceed 10,000 years. The extremely formidable half-saints might even have a lifespan of a few tens of thousands of years. The difference in life level would cause the qi that the two of them cultivated to be completely different. The strength that they could exhibit was also completely different. After absorbing half of the 3rd peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen's qi presence suddenly burst out. Countless sword lights exploded and shot in all directions. Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of sacred radiance flashed. He muttered to himself, "This is the half-saint realm?" he could feel that his sword energy wasn't just a few times stronger, it was at least 10 times stronger. At the same time, his sword Dao bloodline was much purer and it complemented and nourished his sword energy. There were still 17.5 peak grade spirit stones left. After stabilizing his sword Dao bloodline and sword energy, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Chapter 829. It seems like when I cultivate, I consume more peak grade spirit stones than others. Li Fuchen gradually sensed that something wasn't right. The peak level of 9th level Law Phase Realm would require around 10 peak grade spirit stones to advance from the initial level of Half Saint to the mid stage of Half Saint. Next, the mid stage of Half Saint to the late stage of Half Saint would require another 20 peak grade spirit stones. It seemed to be too wasteful. Li Fuchen guessed that it should be related to the primary extreme sword technique. The primary extreme sword technique and the primary extreme sword art were of the same lineage, and both had the potential of the supreme sword Dao. Therefore, when cultivating, the amount of peak grade spirit stones required was a few times, or even 10 times more than others. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level, the more exaggerated the requirements would be. But correspondingly, the increase in strength would also be more exaggerated. With my current cultivation level, I should be able to activate the extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. Apart from the 20 peak grade spirit stones in the third corpse's storage bag, there were 3 other extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. They were a blue bracelet, a green feather, and a yellow talisman. After refining them one by one, Li Fuchen knew the names of the 3 cardinal artifacts. The blue bracelet was called Water Curtain Heaven Splendor, and was a third-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. After activating it, it could release a water screen to protect the user. The green feather was called Soaring Wind, and was also a third-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. After activating it, it could increase the user's speed. As for the yellow talisman, it was a second-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact, and was called the Gravity Talisman. It could release a gravity barrier. With these 3 cardinal artifacts, my overall strength has increased by several times. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. His defense might be tough, but it wasn't indestructible. The Water Curtain Heaven Splendor was the same as adding another layer of defense, and it could save his life during crucial moments. The Soaring Wind had a great increase in speed. Be it pursuing the enemy or escaping for one's life, it was useful. The Gravity Talisman could suppress the enemy's strength and speed, and was the most precious. Let me see how much the Soaring Wind can increase my speed. After activating the green feather, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and flew out. As compared to the past, this sword light was much lighter. It was fleeting and unfathomable. My speed has increased by 3 times. The sword light stopped, and Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Speed wasn't strength, and it was much harder to increase than strength. A sudden increase in speed by 3 times was equivalent to increasing strength by 10 times. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Li Fuchen discovered the 4th corpse. In the storage bag of this corpse, there were no top-grade spirit stones or secret treasures of the limitless Dao. But there was a mediocre extreme Dao treasure sword, the Autumn Rain Sword. This sword only needed to be infused with sword essence, yet it could erupt with Autumn Rain Sword Chi. Its power was astonishing, at least many times stronger than the current Joint Heaven Sword. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen didn't give up on finding a way out. Although there were amazing opportunities in the formation, and with his ability, he could persist for a long time under the erosion of the deathly stillness. However, he still wanted to find the Black Whirlpool fruit, and he didn't want to die of old age in the formation. Thus, he had to find a way out. From afar, Li Fuchen saw a slightly dilapidated palace. This was the first time he saw a building since he entered the array and the Black Whirlpool Island. Coming to the plaza outside the palace, Li Fuchen stopped and looked to the right. The flame flashed and a familiar figure entered Li Fuchen's eyes. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance I find it by chance. I won't let you get away this time. Zhu Hairong's face was filled with killing intent. After being tortured by the deathly stillness Qi, his saint spirit had decayed significantly, causing his personality to become ruthless. Therefore, when he saw Li Fuchen again, his murderous intent surged. Don't worry, I won't run. Now that Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the half-saint realm, and with the extreme Dao artifact sword, the Autumn Rain Sword, there was no need for Li Fuchen to run. Furthermore, he could see that Zhu Herong wasn't in a good condition. Die. Zhu Herong immediately drew out the Firebird Saint Talisman. Caw. The Firebird Saint Talisman turned into a firebird, and dove at Li Fuchen with astounding speed. But now that Li Fuchen was a half-saint, his reaction speed and saint spirit had a significant improvement. Li Fuchen drew the Autumn Rain Sword and thrust at the firebird. Pfff. The firebird was penetrated and didn't scatter, but the flames dimmed significantly. Skywind Godspeed Slash. A sword wind blew over and extinguished the firebird. It turned into a talisman and flew back to Zhu Hairong's hand. Impossible. Zhu Hairong couldn't believe his eyes. How long had it been? How could Li Fuchen's strength increase so much? Ardent Sun Pearl go. After drawing out the Ardent Sun Pearl, Zhu Hairong tossed it out. The Ardent Sun Pearl expanded by 1,000,000 times, and was like a giant sun that smashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wanted to test the power of the newly obtained extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. He first used the Gravity Talisman to activate the gravity boundary. He then used the Water Screen Heaven Splendor to produce a water screen to protect himself. Rumble. The speed of the Ardent Sun Pearl was greatly reduced in the earthy yellow gravitational field, and it eventually crashed into the water curtain. White steam burst out and a figure was sent flying. It seems like the sword energy's level is still too low. Li Fuchen was sent flying and revealed a bitter smile. Extreme Dao cardinal artifacts were also dependent on the user. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's sword energy was, it wasn't comparable with a saint's chi. They were both second-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, but Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Pearl was able to break through Li Fuchen's Gravity Talisman and shatter the water screen created by the Water Screen Heaven Splendor. Die. The Ardent Sun Pearl was getting bigger and heavier. It was just like a real sun, and was crushing at Li Fuchen with unstoppable force. Just in time, Skyfire Splitting Sun Sword. Another sun rose and clashed with the sun formed by the Ardent Sun Pearl. In the next moment, there was a blazing chi wave that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. There were scenes of lava splashing everywhere. Clang. The Ardent Sun Pearl shrunk and flew back into Zhu Hairong's hand. Celestial Will Slash. Li Fuchen's body shook and turned into a formless sword light that appeared behind Zhu Hairong. Pfff. Zhu Hairong was vomiting blood violently as he was injured. His extreme Dao armor was only a third-rate extreme Dao armor. When facing the Skyline Sword Art's 6th move, and Li Fuchen's Autumn Rain Sword, it wasn't able to resist. Damn it. Zhu Hairong opened his mouth and spat out a small brown shield to block in front of him. With the double defense, Li Fuchen's attack couldn't injure Zhu Hairong anymore. Li Fuchen shook his head and sighed at Zhu Hairong's trump card. After his strength improved greatly, he still couldn't deal with Zhu Hairong. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to hit Zhu Hairong mainly because Zhu Hairong was careless. Furthermore, Zhu Hairong didn't even use the small brown shield. But to activate so many cardinal artifacts, it should consume a lot of chi, right? Li Fuchen didn't plan to give up. The Autumn Rain Sword in his hand was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword, and didn't consume too much sword energy. At least, it was several times better than the Unsealed Joint Heaven Sword. As expected, as time dragged on, Zhu Hairong couldn't hold on anymore. It wasn't just his chi that couldn't hold on, his saint spirit couldn't hold on either. He realized that once a battle broke out, the deathly still chi would corrode the saint spirit at a faster speed. Stop! Zhu Hairong yelled out. Li Fuchen turned a deaf ear and attacked even more intensively. If you don't stop now, you will regret it. Zhu Hairong's hand had an additional blood-colored arrow, and there was an obscure chi presence that was brewing on it. This blood-luring arrow can transmit information back to the Zhu clan. As long as you dare to kill me, even if you can escape, the Zhu clan will hunt you down with all their might. Zhu Hairong's voice was cold. Li Fuchen said, "Even if I don't kill you, will you let me off in the future?" Li Fuchen didn't believe Zhu Hairong's verbal vow. Furthermore, it was still unknown if the blood-luring arrow could break through the array and return to the Zhu clan. Hence, It didn't matter if Zhu Herong was unyielding or begging for mercy. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to stop. You forced me to do this. Just as Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer, Zhu Herong spat out a stream of essence blood and fused it with the blood-colored arrow. Swish! The blood-colored arrow vanished without a trace. You are dead. Zhu Herong had a sinister expression. PFFF. Chapter 830. I am unwilling to accept this. Before his death, Zhu Hairong's heart was filled with regret and resentment. As the Zhu clan's saint, he had a bright future on the martial Dao. Who would have thought that he would die on the legendary Black Whirlpool Island? At this moment, he was extremely regretful that he offended Li Fuchen. If he didn't offend Li Fuchen, he might not have fallen into the array. Of course, apart from regret, there was more resentment. He cursed Li Fuchen to die a horrible death. Curse! The radiance in Zhu Hairong's eyes extinguished and he was dead. After keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of regret. Putting aside whether the blood-lure arrow could be sent back to the Zhu clan. Even if it was sent back, with his current strength, he didn't need to fear a fully armed mid-level saint like Zhu Herong. In the future, he wouldn't need to fear the entire Zhu clan. Zhu Hairong's wealth was extremely shocking and Li Fuchen believed that he was already wealthy. After all, he had previously obtained the storage bags of 4 dead saints, and one of them was suspected to be a high-level saint. But as compared to Zhu Herong, it was simply insignificant and wasn't even 30% of Zhu Hairong's wealth. There is actually a star gem. Li Fuchen was rather knowledgeable, and instantly noticed a deep gem that was emitting resplendent starlight in Zhu Hairong's storage bag. When looking at this gem, Li Fuchen felt as though he was looking at a star being destroyed. The star gem was a gem formed when a star collapsed and exploded. It contained an extremely pure star power. This gem is not very useful to others, or has no direct use, but for Li Fuchen, this gem is simply tailor-made for him. After comprehending the star gem, his hand of God might reach the hand of Sunday. After taking out the star gem, Li Fuchen poured chi power into it. In an instant, Li Fuchen's spirit arrived in a vast universe. In front of him was a star that was emitting dreamy colors. It might only be a spiritual body, but Li Fuchen could still feel an extremely powerful star power enveloping him. This is the same as coming to the universe and observing the movement of the stars from a close distance to comprehend the star law. Li Fuchen was shocked. The reason why the star law was difficult to comprehend wasn't just because it was profound and cryptic. Most importantly, the star law was too far away from the deep blue dimension. It was simply unreachable. If one couldn't even see the real star law, how could they comprehend it? In normal situations, only those prodigies that possessed the star's bone frame would be able to comprehend the star's law, at least before becoming a saint. However, it was not so easy to break through to the hand of the sun. Li Fuchen realized that his hand of moon wasn't even at the perfect state. Previously, his hand of the moon was only at the middle stage. There was still the late stage and the peak stage. During the process of comprehending the star's law, Li Fuchen was also absorbing the star's power from the star gem. This power was extremely pure, and was several times purer than the spirit chi in peak-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that this power contained extreme star attributes, and could only be converted into the hand of moon's chi power. It was impossible to convert it into sword energy. Otherwise, Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through to the soul merge realm with just this star gem and become a saint. Peak of the early stage of sage to be. Body refining intermediate sage to be. Body refining late sage to be. Be it the Qi Dao or the body refinement Dao, Li Fuchen didn't have any bottlenecks. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to continue progressing. Furthermore, the star power contained in the star gem was too pure. In comparison, the hand of moon's Qi power contained plenty of impurities. Apart from that, after cultivating the hand of God, Li Fuchen's body refinement aptitude had transformed several times. His body's endurance had already reached the saint's level and wasn't like before, where he would be restricted by his body's endurance every time. Crack! There was a subtle cracking sound from within Li Fuchen's body refinement. Li Fuchen's body refinement had reached the peak stage of half-saint, and was just one step away from becoming a body refinement saint. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuchen's skin was shaking. It was shaking at a speed of thousands of times in a blink of the eye. During the shaking process, Li Fuchen's skin was getting more exquisite and terrifying. There was a layer of horrific radiance that was flickering on the surface. This was just the appearance. Inside Li Fuchen's body, every inch of flesh and bone was emitting light. The primary extreme sword energy that was flowing in the meridians had been forced back into the dantian. I can't rush up. There was obviously plenty of star power left in the star gem, but Li Fuchen's body refinement was still stuck at the peak stage of half-saint. Could it be because the Hand of Moon's rank isn't high enough? Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the star power and continued to comprehend the star's law. Peak stage of mid-stage Hand of Moon, late-stage Hand of Moon. Comprehending the star's law was much harder than increasing the body refinement. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's perception was high enough to forcefully increase the Hand of Moon to the late stage within a short period of time. As the Hand of Moon reached the late stage, the previously stuck body refinement suddenly broke through. Crackle. A thick thunderbolt burst out from Li Fuchen's body. Immediately after, there was a second, third, countless thick bolts of lightning burst forth, and the entire square was torn into ruins. These thunderbolts weren't ordinary thunderbolts. They were actually thunderbolts that were formed when the vitality magnetic field reached an extremely horrifying level. When Li Fuchen opened his eyes also burst out with thunderbolts. At this moment, if he leaked out a little chi presence, he would be able to trigger endless thunderbolts, unless he sealed his chi presence. Specks of silver radiance gathered on the surface of Li Fuchen's body. In just a short moment, the thunderbolts dispersed and Li Fuchen was enveloped by a bundle of silver radiance. At a glance, it looked like a silver full moon that was enveloping a figure. With a thought, Li Fuchen rose into the sky. Swish! There was a flash of silver radiance, and Li Fuchen suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the horizon. His speed was so fast that it felt like he was shuttling through the void. In front of a mountain peak, Li Fuchen extended his hand and made a suction force. The mountain was uprooted first before collapsing violently. Finally, it turned into a pitch-black and glossy metal sphere. Boom! The ground collapsed and the metal sphere sank deep into the ground. A horrific chi wave swept in all directions. I didn't expect to push my body refinement to the initial level of Soul Merge Realm on the Black Whirlpool Island. Li Fuchen was overwhelmed with emotions. Now that his body refinement was at the initial level of Soul Merge Realm, he was an official body refinement saint. In terms of strength, he didn't know what level he was at, but in terms of defense, if he stood still, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to break his defense. Li Fuchen's body refinement wasn't just at the Soul Merge Realm. He also had the Star Immortal Body. The Star Immortal Body was different for different cultivation levels. An illusion set up by an illusion Dao Heaven Monarch was something that even a Heaven Monarch would find hard to escape from. Li Fuchen didn't know what era this 9 illusion Heaven Monarch was from. There were plenty of Heaven Monarchs in the Deep Blue Plain, but they were all legendary existences like the Curse Heaven Monarch, the Immortal Heaven Monarch, and the Li clan's ancestor, the Sword Lord. They were all existences that once intimidated the universe. However, it was hard to say if there were any Heaven Monarchs in this era. Of course, even if there were Heaven Monarchs, it was normal that Li Fuchen and the others didn't know about them. After all, Heaven Monarchs were already at the pinnacle of saints. Their pursuit was definitely the God realm. Such existences basically wouldn't come out and waste time. This illusion is filled with dead people? Only the 2 of us are alive? Li Fuchen asked again. I don't know how many are alive. I only know that we are the only living people on this level of the illusion. How many levels are there in the illusion? The 9 illusion Heaven Monarch's strongest illusion has a total of 9 levels. Of course, this illusion might not have 9 levels, but it should at least have 5 levels. If I didn't warn you earlier, you would have been dragged into the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level by that dead person until you fell into oblivion. Why did the 9 illusion Heaven Monarch set up this illusion? Was the array outside of the illusion world And the entire Black Whirlpool Island created by the 9 Illusion Heaven Monarch? The Black Whirlpool Island is actually a bait to attract experts. The dead people in this illusion used to be saints, but now they are all dead. In fact, it is not accurate to say that they are dead. Some of them still have their bodies, while some only have their minds left. The 9 Illusions Sky Lord's illusion is extremely horrifying. It confuses the boundary between life and death. Even if you die, your mind will sink into the illusion, and you will not be able to extricate yourself. Do you have a way to leave the illusion world? After hearing the explanation, Li Fuchen knew that the 4 saints that had perished outside were only left with a trace of consciousness. No one dares to say that they have a way to leave the 9 Illusion Heaven Monarch's illusion world. It is fortunate that we are only on the first level of the illusion world. There is still a trace of hope for survival on this level. Come in first, let's talk in the private room. Otherwise, if we take too long, we will attract the attention of these dead people. All right. Li Fuchen walked towards the restaurant. In the private room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, the duo sat down and the long-faced middle-aged man poured a cup of wine for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't drink it. Don't worry, this wine is from my storage bag. The long-faced middle-aged man minded his own business and drank. I don't know your title. Li Fuchen asked. Call me Kuya. The long-faced middle-aged man sighed. Kuya Saint, why are you the innkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fuchen was rather curious. The Kuya Saint said, after a long time, you will also become a member of the town. As for your identity, it will depend on the arrangement of the illusion world's willpower. Long story short, if we want to leave the illusion world, we can only rely on you. I am restricted in the restaurant and can't move at all. Please speak. Head to the mayor's residence. In the mayor's room, there is a mirror. As long as you are reflected by the mirror, you will be able to leave the illusion world. But that mirror is damaged and the remnants are with me. Bring it over, and we will be able to leave the illusion world. That simple? Li Fuchen asked. It isn't that easy to sneak into the mayor's residence. You must not be discovered along the way. Once you are discovered, you will be locked up in the prison. The prison is at least the 3rd floor of the illusion world. What if I am not caught? The living cannot defeat the dead. They have already fused with the illusion world, and are the manifestation of the illusion world's laws. After leaving the restaurant, Li Fuchen walked towards the mayor's residence at the center of the town. The mayor's residence was heavily guarded. There was a sentry every 10 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. However, it only looked heavily guarded. The guards inside didn't have any intelligence, and were just walking around like moving puppets. In Li Fuchen's opinion, as long as he didn't enter their activity area, it was impossible to be discovered. After a daunting experience, Li Fuchen arrived at the mayor's courtyard. In the courtyard, a black-clothed middle-aged man was standing there. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black-clothed middle-aged man was rather similar to Shang Guanyu and the Black Emperor. It wasn't just similar in appearance, but also in aura. You have a familiar qi presence, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly said. Li Fuchen was surprised. You aren't a dead person? Dead person? The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. That's right. I don't know if I am dead either. I am living my life in a muddle-headed manner. May I know your name? Li Fuchen asked subconsciously. My name? I think it is Black Monarch. The black-clothed middle-aged man thought about it. Senior Black Monarch, can you tell me what you know? If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this Black Monarch was the ancestor of the Shangguan clan, and was now the mayor of the illusion town. As for whether he was dead or not, Li Fuchen didn't know. I don't know much. I only know that someone came here to steal a mirror, and was imprisoned by me. If you want to steal a mirror, I advise you not to do it. Black Monarch shook his head. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. If he didn't have the Shangguan clan's qi presence, he might not be discovered by Black Monarch. It was a pity that everything was already destined. Senior Black Monarch, how do I leave this place? Li Fuchen decided to try his luck. It is very simple. Once you exit the town, you will be able to leave this place. Then why isn't Senior Black Monarch leaving? I am the mayor of this place. How can I leave casually? Since that is the case, Senior Black Monarch, I shall take my leave. Chapter 832. After walking out of the mayor residence, Li Fuchen walked towards the east gate of the town. Just as he was about to reach the east gate, a group of corpses stopped him. Those who leave the town shall die. One of the corpses said coldly. The town is filled with corpses. How can I die a second time? Li Fuchen said. Those who leave the town shall die. The corpse didn't explain, and simply repeated the statement. Li Fuchen pondered. The actions of these corpses were too unusual. It felt as though someone was controlling them from the back. Pardon me. Li Fuchen drew the autumn rain sword and rushed forward. Cling cling clang clang. These corpses had weapons too. They drew their weapons and fought with Li Fuchen. But it was strange that be it Li Fuchen or these corpses, they couldn't use their extraordinary abilities and could only fight with the most basic combat skills. Li Fuchen guessed that the rule of this illusion realm town was that everyone was immortal. Since they were mortals, how could they use their extraordinary abilities? It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't have any weaknesses. Even if it was just the basic combat skills, there weren't many that could compare with him. After 7 or 8 moves, all the corpses were knocked down by Li Fuchen, and the ground was dyed red with fresh blood. Kill. Groups of corpses rushed over. There are too many of them. I have to break out as soon as possible. Without extraordinary abilities, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat so many corpses no matter how strong he was in combat. He had a premonition that if he was slashed, he would definitely be injured and might even die. This was the terror of the illusion realm's law. Li Fuchen was like a fish that shuttled through the corpses, and would always be able to dodge a fatal attack. When this scene fell into the eyes of one person, it was extremely surprising. Just as Li Fuchen was about to reach the east gate, there was a person blocking him. It seems like everything that happened earlier was a trap. The person in front of him was none other than the Kuya Saint. The Kuya Saint asked curiously, I find it very strange. Why are you still so powerful in the mortal town? It was already incredible to fight against 10 people in the mortal town, but Li Fuchen was basically fighting against 100 people. The crucial point was that the Kuya Saint's observation skills were very powerful. The mortal town didn't allow anyone to use any extraordinary abilities. Spiritual awareness was also a type of extraordinary ability. How could the Kuya Saint know that Li Fuchen had a powerful spirit soul power? In terms of quality, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was above the Heaven Monarch, therefore, he could still use it in the mortal town. I'm curious as well. Why did you lie to me? Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. The other party had said that he couldn't leave the tavern, and yet, he had come to the eastern gate. Furthermore, it was clear that the corpses that had blocked his path were all under the other party's control. Kuya said calmly, Lie to you? I didn't lie to you. As long as we get that mirror from the mayor's mansion, we can both leave. It seems like I don't need to go through so much trouble. What's the difference? Of course there are differences. Perhaps. Sage Kuya shook his head. You were originally of some use, but now you are useless. I'm afraid you can't stop me. With the purple-red spirit soul force, Li Fuchen didn't think anyone would be able to stop him. Kuya said, I don't need to stop you. Do you think you can leave this illusion if you leave the town now? What do you mean? Li Fuchen looked towards the east gate. Originally, there was no fog outside the east gate. But now at some point in time, fog had appeared. Right now you are already on the 4th floor of the illusion realm. Kuya told Li Fuchen the truth. When? Li Fuchen frowned. When you first entered the town, you were still on the 1st floor. After coming into contact with that corpse, you were dragged into the 2nd floor. After coming into contact with me, you entered the 3rd floor. Now that you have come into contact with me, you are dragged into the 4th floor. For the first 3 floors, you can leave the town immediately. But for the 4th floor, it is impossible to leave the town. Is there a need? You can drag me into the 4th floor as soon as you arrive. That way, I will have no choice but to steal back the mirror for you. Kuya shook his head. Only the first 3 floors of the illusion realm have mirrors. From the 4th floor onwards, I don't know how to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain. Aren't you afraid that I will encounter something along the way and get dragged into the fourth floor? If that happens, I won't be able to retrieve the mirror for you. Li Fuchen asked again. Don't worry, I have a small portion of control over this 9 illusory hidden domain. Who exactly are you? Li Fuchen asked. The Kuya Saint said. There is no harm in telling you. This 9 illusory hidden domain is actually to seal me. The 9 illusory heaven lord is indeed powerful. The 9 illusory hidden domain has sealed me for countless years. It is a pity that he isn't able to seal me forever. Right now, I am already in control of the first 4 floors of the illusion realm. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Black Lord, I would have been able to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain a long time ago. Back when he fought with the 9 illusory heaven lord, he was sealed in the Black Whirlpool Island by the 9 illusory heaven lord's strongest illusion technique, the 9 illusory hidden domain. After countless years, his power gradually eroded the 9 illusory hidden domain, and finally controlled the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain. But because he was on the 9th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, he was still unable to escape. He could only borrow the help of others to steal the mirror. After repeated attempts, the chances of success gradually increased. Who knew that many years ago, the Black Lord would appear? The Black Lord might not be comparable to the Kuya Saint and the 9 illusory heaven lord, but he was still formidable. He actually saw through the Kuya Saint's scheme and nearly left the town. Without a choice, the Kuya Saint had to pay a price to drag the Black Lord into the 4th floor of the illusion realm to trap the Black Lord. Unexpectedly, the 9 illusory hidden domain also made a response. It guided the Black Lord to become the new mayor of this town, and was specifically used to restrain the Kuya Saint, preventing him from obtaining the mirror. The Kuya Saint thought that Li Fuchen looked special, and might be able to steal the mirror. Who knew that Li Fuchen would change his mind at the last minute, and wanted to leave the town, doing the same thing as the Black Lord. The Kuya Saint would never allow Li Fuchen to leave. Once Li Fuchen left, the 9 illusory hidden domain would have endless changes. By then, the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain would probably break out of the Kuya Saint's control. Back then, he didn't allow the Black Lord to leave and dragged the Black Lord into the 4th floor because he was worried about this. It could be said that this town was the result of the contest between the Kuya Saint and the 9 illusory hidden domain. The pure 9 illusory hidden domain wasn't an illusion town. In my opinion, even without Senior Black Lord, you still wouldn't be able to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain. Before Senior Black Lord arrived, you wouldn't be able to leave either. Li Fuchen said while thinking of a way to leave. The Kuya Saint shook his head and said, Why do you think there are so many saints in the 9 illusory hidden domain? They are all attracted by me. Their existences have already changed the nature of the 9 illusory hidden domain, and created a flaw. That mirror is the flaw. Aren't you afraid that I will leak the secret after telling me so much? You won't have the chance to leak the secret. Before the Black Lord entered the 4th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, he was just like you and maintained his consciousness. But a few days later, he became muddle-headed and was no different from a dead person. Your cultivation level is much weaker than him. I reckon that you will lose your consciousness in a short while. After being sealed for countless years, the Kuya Saint had already developed an unfathomable shrewdness. To be honest, he was rather engrossed in the contest with the 9 illusory hidden domain. Be it the Black Lord or Li Fuchen, they were all chess pieces, while he and the 9 illusory hidden domain were the chess pieces behind the scenes. Chapter 833. Even though the Kuya Saint said that it was impossible to leave the town on the 4th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, Li Fuchen still wanted to give it a try. Seeing the situation, the Kuya Saint didn't stop him. After walking out of the eastern gate, Li Fuchen was immersed in a dense fog. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen returned to his original position. As expected, he didn't lie to me about this. Li Fuchen's heart sank. The 9 illusory hidden domain was set up by the 9 illusory heaven monarch. Even an absolute expert like the Kuya Saint couldn't escape. It was definitely going to be extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to leave. Originally, if you had stolen the mirror for me, you might still have a chance to escape. A pity, a pity. The Kuya Saint's figure vanished. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen didn't reveal any expression of regret. Firstly, with the Black Lord's obstruction, he wouldn't be able to obtain the mirror, unless he had never interacted with Shangguanyu before. Secondly, this Kuya Saint wasn't a benevolent person. If he was allowed to escape, it wouldn't be a good thing for the entire Deep Blue Plain. Thirdly, as long as Li Fuchen had a clear conscience, he would never regret anything. The Kuya Saint left because he was certain that Li Fuchen's consciousness wouldn't be able to persist for a long time on the 4th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain. It was a pity that he underestimated Li Fuchen. Let alone the 4th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain. Even the 9th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain wouldn't make Li Fuchen lose his mind. Li Fuchen was rather confident about this point. Why don't I converse with Senior Black Lord again? After thinking about it, Li Fuchen headed towards the mayor residence. Mayor's courtyard. The Black Lord was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. It seems like you are the same as me. You are unable to leave the town. The Black Lord's voice echoed. Li Fuchen said, Senior Black Lord, do you still remember the past? I don't remember in the past. After seeing you, I suddenly have some impressions. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen had some thoughts. It seemed like his aura could make He Jun more clear-headed and regain some of his consciousness. The expert sealed here is called Kuya Sage Master. He was the one who pulled me into the 4th level of the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm. According to what I know, Kuya Sage Master is not an expert from the Deep Blue Plane. He came from another plane. Once he escapes, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the Deep Blue Plane. Hence, under the guidance of the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm, I volunteered to become the mayor of this mortal town. However, as time passes, Kuya Sage Master's influence on the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm has increased. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can control the 5th level and find the 2nd flaw of the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm. This time, He Jun's consciousness had recovered a lot more than the last time. The first flaw was the mirror. With the appearance of the 2nd flaw, Kuya Sage Master did have a high chance of leaving the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm. Li Fuchen nodded and said, Then do we have any methods to stop him? He Jun said, Previously when you were in the 3rd level of the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm, if you left the town immediately, the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm would produce endless transformations and cause Kuya Sage Master's efforts to fail. Right now, you are in the same situation as me and are in the 4th level of the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm. You have practically become a part of the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm. If you wish to leave, there is no way for now. If there was a way, he would have left a long time ago. Alright then. Many thanks for Senior He Jun's advice. Li Fuchen was planning to find a way himself. With the purple spirit soul, Li Fuchen felt that he wasn't without hope. After exiting the mayor's residence, Li Fuchen started to stroll around the town. The people in the town were all dead and didn't have any consciousness and were expressionless. But the 9 Phantasm Secret Realm might have given them some special traits and some instincts that they left behind, allowing them to communicate. Furthermore, everyone had their own residence and hobbies. In short, apart from the fact that the mortal town didn't have any children and the atmosphere was a little strange, everything else was no different from the towns in the outside world. The only difference was that Li Fuchen was a living person and didn't fit in here. Apart from He Jun and Kuya Sage Master, no one else could communicate with him normally. Did you hear? Scholar Wang had a secret meeting with Moneybags Lu's concubine and was caught last night. He actually dared to touch Moneybags Lu's woman. This Scholar Wang is truly lustful. Speaking of which, this Scholar Wang's martial arts is rather formidable. A few of Moneybags Lu's guards were injured. When Li Fuchen passed by the dead men, he heard their conversation. In fact, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could use his spirit soul force to receive the conversation. I heard that the reason why Scholar Wang had a secret meeting with Moneybags Lu's concubine wasn't because of love. It was because of an artifact in Moneybags Lu's treasury. It is said that the artifact has an unbelievable effect and can make a person abnormally intelligent. Moneybags Lu is able to become a Moneybags because of this artifact. The dead man who had been silent suddenly spoke. Artifact can make a person intelligent? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The people here were all dead men because they had lost their consciousness. Without consciousness, they were no different from the dead. Could this artifact be able to restore a person's consciousness or a portion of it? Since he didn't have any clues, he might as well make a trip to Moneybags Lu's residence. Deep into the night, a figure flipped over the wall and entered the Lu clan's courtyard. Li Fuchen spread out his spirit soul force and easily found the Lu clan's treasury. After bypassing the waves of guards, Li Fuchen arrived at the treasury's door. This door was made of stone, and even if a regular person used a weapon, they wouldn't be able to break it. But Li Fuchen was different. It might be because of the body refinement saint, his strength was much stronger than the dead men here. Furthermore, with his spirit soul force, he could attack the weakest point of the treasury's door. Crackle! Drawing the autumn rain sword, Li Fuchen slashed at a certain point, and slashed out a large gap. After 2 or 3 slashes, the treasury's door was penetrated, but it was still lacking a little to accommodate one person. Who is it? 2 guards were patrolling from here, and immediately noticed Li Fuchen before pouncing over. After knocking the 2 guards to the ground, Li Fuchen continued to slash at the treasury's door. Finally, the treasury's door had a gap that was over 1 meter in height, and it was enough for Li Fuchen to enter. The treasures in the treasury were all common items like pearls, agate and gold. There were also some calligraphy and paintings. But on a tea table, Li Fuchen saw a human-shaped sculpture. This human-shaped sculpture was obviously an extreme Dao cardinal artifact. After picking up the human-shaped sculpture, Li Fuchen immediately felt a qi presence washing over his body. It washed away most of the distracting thoughts and allowed his mind to be clear. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. This was obviously an extreme Dao cardinal artifact that purified the mind. This kind of cardinal artifact had a certain restraining effect on illusion arts. If this wasn't the 9 illusory hidden domain, regular illusion realms wouldn't be able to trap the owner of this artifact. It was a pity that this artifact wasn't useful for him to leave the town. His mind was always clear, and didn't need the help of external objects. You actually entered my treasury. A stalwart middle-aged man led a group of guards into the treasury and blocked Li Fuchen's path. Moneybags Lu, it seems like you are still conscious. Li Fuchen looked at Moneybags Lu. I am not the only one who is conscious. Aren't you the same? But since you are here, don't leave. Moneybags Lu waved his hand and ordered the guards to attack Li Fuchen. If it was a regular person, they wouldn't be able to fight against so many guards. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. In just a few moves, Li Fuchen had taken down several guards. Fall for me. Moneybags Lu made his move. He was extremely powerful, and it was unknown when a saber appeared in his hand. The saber light flashed and swept at Li Fuchen like a waterfall. Cling. Li Fuchen used his sword to block the saber light. Cling 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 cling. The duo exchanged moves with extreme speed. For a moment, the saber light and sword shadows were flashing in a frenzy in the treasury. PFFF. Ultimately, Li Fuchen was superior, and used a single sword to chop off one of Moneybags Lu's arms. How is this possible? Moneybags Lu didn't dare to believe that Li Fuchen's strength was actually so formidable. You are rather strong. If I didn't guess wrongly, you are the one who intentionally spread the news of this extreme Dao cardinal artifact. It is to attract people to this place and make it easier for you to seize their resources. The hope of leaving the town was very slim, but as long as there was a sliver of hope, no one would give up. Moneybags Lu was probably planning to gather a large amount of resources to break through to a higher cultivation realm. Once his cultivation realm was higher, he might just be able to leave the town. Moneybags Lu didn't say anything and had a gloomy expression. Where is Scholar Wang? Li Fuchen asked. I didn't kill him. He is able to maintain his consciousness because he has an elixir that allows him to maintain his consciousness. After taking away the elixir, he has already lost his consciousness and has become a dead man in the town. Moneybags Lu said. Li Fuchen said. I cannot take away anything from you. But the prerequisite is that you tell me something useful and don't try to fool me. I will return at any moment. Moneybags Lu thought for a moment and said, apart from Scholar Wang and you, I know of another person who maintains his consciousness. But that person is too terrifying and I did not provoke him. He told Li Fuchen that person's address and appearance. All right, I hope you aren't lying to me. Li Fuchen turned and left. This fellow is probably an influential figure in the outside world. Moneybags Lu lamented. Chapter 834. In an alley in the southeast of the town, there was a loud clanking sound. There was a customer in a smithy. Same old rules, one pick and one shovel. The person who spoke had average looks and a medium build. He was missing his right ear and had a pair of eyes that emitted a deathly calm. This deathly calm was similar to the numbness and emptiness of the corpses. If one observed carefully, one would be able to notice the difference. Your pick and shovel. The worker of the smithy handed the pickaxe and shovel to the earless man. After leaving the smithy, the earless man walked back to his residence. This person is indeed terrifying. Li Fuchen, who was observing with his spirit soul force, was shocked. He had a vague feeling that this earless man was much more terrifying than the Black Monarch, and might not be inferior to the Kuya Saint. Of course, it might just be his misconception. But Li Fuchen didn't think that his spirit soul force would be wrong. The earless man's residence was a dilapidated courtyard. Li Fuchen didn't enter recklessly and used his spirit soul force to observe the earless man's every move. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had his spirit soul force, otherwise he wouldn't be able to monitor the earless man, let alone the 9 illusory hidden domain. Even in the outside world, the earless man wouldn't be able to monitor the earless man. Li Fuchen would probably be discovered before he could monitor the earless man. Only Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul force was able to monitor the earless man without any restraints. In a room in the dilapidated courtyard, Li Fuchen encountered a trace of obstruction. This obstruction might not be worth mentioning to his spirit soul force, but it was enough to shock Li Fuchen. He could feel that this obstruction was a restriction set up by the earless man. The earless man was actually able to set up a restriction in the 9 illusory hidden domain, and utilize a portion of his extraordinary ability. Li Fuchen guessed that the earless man was guarding against the Kuya Saint. After all, the Kuya Saint controlled the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain. If he wanted to, he could know everything in the town. This restriction was used to conceal the truth and emit a false impression for the Kuya Saint. If Li Fuchen didn't have the purple spirit soul force, he would probably be fooled too. After his spirit soul force broke through the restriction, Li Fuchen saw the entrance to a basement. After entering the basement, a secret cave appeared in front of him. This secret cave was obviously excavated by the earless man. Following the secret cave, Li Fuchen found the earless middle-aged man digging in the depths. The other party's iron pickaxe fell down, and a large piece of hard soil and stone collapsed. With a wave of his hand, it was put into the storage bag. Does this secret cave lead outside the town? But outside the town it's all fog. Even if we dig out, what's the point? Li Fuchen didn't know what the earless man was trying to do. No, that's not right. Since the other party is doing this, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps, this secret passageway doesn't lead to the outside of the town, but to the 3rd level of the 9 phantasmal secret realm. Li Fuchen's perception was heaven-defying, and his thinking ability was naturally heaven-defying too. He immediately thought of the greatest possibility. It should be the entrance to the 3rd layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. The more Li Fuchen thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Firstly, the earless middle-aged man would not waste his efforts. Secondly, the earless middle-aged man's means were too heaven-defying. He was actually able to set up a restriction in the 9 phantasmal mystic realm. Thirdly, the tools that the other party used to dig the secret cave were the pickaxes and iron shovels that they bought from the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was actually part of the 9 phantasmal secret realm's rules. The pickaxes and iron shovels undoubtedly contained a trace of the 9 phantasmal secret realm's rules. Bang! After a night, the pickaxes and iron shovels in the earless middle-aged man's hands were all broken. On the next day, the earless middle-aged man went to buy new pickaxes and iron shovels. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to alert the enemy, and had been observing silently. In the inn, the Kuya Saint was also observing Li Fuchen. After so many days, he hasn't lost his consciousness. It seems like he has an artifact or elixir that can maintain his consciousness. I have underestimated him. Forget it, let's see what tricks he can play. The Kuya Saint wasn't able to drag Li Fuchen into the 5th layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. His authority was only limited to the first 4 layers. Unknowingly, half a month had passed and the earless middle-aged man finally dug the secret cave outside the town. Through the secret cave, Li Fuchen could already see the fog outside the town. This is the time. After the earless middle-aged man vanished into the fog, Li Fuchen ran straight to the shabby courtyard, entered the basement, and entered the secret cave. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived outside the secret cave. Looking at the misty fog, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I hope my guess is correct. With this thought in mind, Li Fuchen entered the fog. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he was back in the town and back to the earless middle-aged man's shabby courtyard's basement. The earless middle-aged man wasn't around. Li Fuchen decided to verify his guess, and sprinted towards the nearest western gate. Not good. Inside the inn, the Kuya Saint had a rather unpleasant expression as his figure suddenly vanished. Kuya Saint, where are you going? In the air, a figure blocked the Kuya Saint. Black Monarch, you dare? The Kuya Saint's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. This time, I will not let you succeed. The Black Monarch, who had recovered a portion of his consciousness, didn't expect Li Fuchen to actually return to the 3rd layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. He didn't know how Li Fuchen did it, but it wasn't important. The most important thing was to stop the Kuya Saint. Looking at the bright scene outside the western gate, Li Fuchen knew that he had returned to the 3rd layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. You are not bad. You actually followed me back to the 3rd layer. The earless middle-aged man appeared behind Li Fuchen. He didn't know that Li Fuchen was monitoring him, but when Li Fuchen appeared in his courtyard, he immediately knew. Senior, Li Fuchen was too rash. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and apologized. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't apprehensive. In the outside world, he might not be a match for the earless middle-aged man. But in the 9 phantasmal secret realm, apart from the Kuya Saint, Li Fuchen didn't fear anyone. It doesn't matter, I won't lose anything anyway. After taking a glance at the town, the earless middle-aged man said indifferently, apart from the 9th layer, I have seen everything else in the 9 phantasmal secret realm. The 9 phantasmal heaven monarch is indeed formidable. I am inferior to him and have spent 10 years here. It is time to leave. While speaking, the earless middle-aged man walked out of the western gate. What? He came out from the 8th floor of the 9 phantasmal mystery land? Li Fuchen was surprised. It was already extremely difficult for him to come out from the 4th layer. In fact, he had to rely on the earless middle-aged man to come out. But the earless middle-aged man came out from the 8th layer alone. This strength was simply horrifying. Not good. After the earless middle-aged man left, Li Fuchen noticed that there was another trace of mist outside the western gate. With rapid speed, Li Fuchen rushed out of the western gate. After bypassing the trace of mist, he passed through an invisible barrier. Did he leave? The Black Monarch who was tangling with the Kuya Saint gradually lost his consciousness. But at the same time, his strength had increased drastically, and he was able to suppress the Kuya Saint. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he saw a mountain, a black mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a towering tree. On the branches, there were over a dozen whirlpool-like fruits. Black whirlpool fruits. Li Fuchen blurted out. He didn't expect the 9 phantasmal secret realm to teleport him to the vicinity of the black whirlpool fruits. It was truly unexpected. Chapter 835. Swish. The earless man's figure flickered and arrived above the black whirlpool tree. With a wave of his hand, only 2 of the dozens of black whirlpool fruits were left while the rest went into his storage bag. I'm not greedy. I'll leave 2 black whirlpool fruits for you. The earless man looked around and said indifferently. Hearing this, one of the high-tier demonic beast overlords was enraged. Only 2 of the dozens of black whirlpool fruits? Did he think they were beggars? Leave the black whirlpool fruits or die. The high-tier demonic beast overlord returned to his original form. It was a huge demonic beast with a pair of wings on the back like a water buffalo. Moo. The high-tier demonic beast overlord activated his innate ability and blasted a unique sound wave at the earless man. Bang bang bang. Under the radiation of the sound wave, apart from the Blade Dao Saint, the rest of the saints and demonic beast overlords were sent flying while vomiting blood. This was because the sound wave wasn't targeted at them. If it was targeted at them, their bodies might explode. Such a bad temper. The earless man waved his hand and blocked the sound wave with a tangible palm. Then he went against the sound wave and advanced rapidly. Boom. The ground shook and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. In the middle of the palm print, a pool of blood could be vaguely seen. Who else has any objections? The earless man looked at everyone. Crippled Sacred Lord, you must be joking. Even if you take all the black whirlpool fruits, we won't dare to have any objections. The Blade Dao Saint bowed and said, Crippled Sacred Lord? Everyone was stunned at first and then fearful. The other party was actually the Saint Incontinent's Crippled Sacred Lord. The so-called low-tier saints, mid-tier saints, and high-tier saints were just descriptions of cultivation levels. Those below the 3rd level of Unity Realm were low-tier saints, those at the 4th to 6th level were mid-tier saints, and those at the 7th to 9th level were high-tier saints. Only peak-tier saints, sacred lords, heaven monarchs, and demigods were descriptions of strength levels. Sacred lords were above peak-tier saints but weaker than heaven monarchs. In this era where heaven monarchs didn't appear, peak-tier saints were already overlords. Sacred lords were the rulers of saints. The deep blue plane had a total of 9 high-rank continents, but the number of sacred lords didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. On average, each high-rank continent didn't even have a sacred lord. Furthermore, these sacred lords had disappeared a long time ago. In the past hundreds or thousands of years, no one had heard of a sacred lord appearing. He didn't expect to meet the legendary heaven-crippling sacred lord on this black whirlpool island. Fortunately, I am not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Everyone secretly rejoiced. The high-level demon sage that had been killed by the heavenly crippling sacred lord was called Sonic Demon Sage. He had been so arrogant because he thought that he was powerful. Therefore, sometimes the stronger one was the faster one would die. Unless you were absolutely strong, and no one was stronger than you. You're quite knowledgeable. I'm interested to know your name. The heavenly crippling divine lord sized up the Saber Dao Sage. I am the Flying Cloud Saber Saint, Fei Yun. This person was none other than the Flying Cloud Saber Saint who had fought with Zhu Herong. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Holy Saber Gate, right? I haven't seen the Grand Yin Saber Saint in a long time. Say hello to him for me. With that, the crippled Sacred Lord disappeared. Huff. After the crippled Sacred Lord left, the Flying Cloud Saber Saint let out a breath. The crippled Sacred Lord gave him too much pressure. This person was neither righteous nor evil, and he only did things according to his mood. He was sure that if he infuriated the crippled Sacred Lord, the outcome wouldn't be any different from the Sonic Demon Sage. Even the Great Yin Saber Saint wouldn't be able to save him. The black whirlpool fruit is mine. Once the crippled Sacred Lord left, all the demon sages and saints had their eyes on the black whirlpool fruit and pounced on it. Die! Blade light streaked across, and all the demon sages and saints that charged over were either dismembered or slashed apart. Fresh blood splattered. However, only a low-tier demonic beast overlord and a low-level saint died. The rest of the demon sages and saints were only severely injured. After all, after reaching the saint class, the bloodline contained a trace of undying essence, and it was extremely hard to kill them. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint was able to kill a low-tier demonic beast overlord and a low-level saint because his strength was too powerful. He was much stronger than regular high-level saints. Of course, it was mainly because he had more targets. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could even kill a mid-level saint in a single slash. If there was only one black whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen might have to think before snatching it. After all, the Flying Cloud Saber Saint was too powerful. But now that there were two, Li Fuchen had to snatch one no matter what. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen skimmed towards the black whirlpool tree. Reckless fool. The flying cloud saber saint's expression turned cold. The saber light burst out and instantly caught up to Li Fuchen. Slash. The void was slashed open like a piece of cloth and Li Fuchen was sent flying. The flying cloud saber saint was shocked. His saber wasn't able to slash open Li Fuchen's body. Go. Li Fuchen held a black whirlpool fruit and fled into the sky with extreme speed. Such craftiness. The flying cloud saber saint frowned. There was another black whirlpool fruit on the black whirlpool tree. He couldn't possibly give up on this black whirlpool fruit to chase after Li Fuchen. After all, he was giving up on what was close at hand to pursue what was far away. The flying cloud saber saint is too powerful. Let's go after that kid. Even if they couldn't afford to offend the flying cloud saber saint, the others could still afford to offend Li Fuchen. This is the black whirlpool fruit. When holding the black whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen felt as though he was holding a ball of cotton. At the same moment, a faint aroma entered his nose and his thoughts suddenly sped up. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Just a trace of aroma was enough to speed up his thoughts. It was imaginable how effective it would be if he consumed the entire fruit. After keeping the black whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen turned around and saw a total of 5 figures chasing after him. They were 3 demonic beast overlords and 2 saints. Li Fuchen revealed a sneer and continued to speed up. He wasn't afraid of the 5 of them. To be honest, with his current strength and defense, the 5 of them might not be able to break through his defense. He was just worried that the flying cloud saber saint would catch up. Earlier on, Li Fuchen was able to block the flying cloud saber saint's saber without getting any injuries. Apart from his tough defense, it was mainly because he was wearing an extreme Dao armor that had neutralized most of the force. After becoming a body refinement saint, Li Fuchen's traveling speed was too fast. The Hand of Moon's chi power was emitted, and the void was distorted. It felt as though the ground had shrunk to an inch. Every movement would leave the 5 figures far behind. 2 hours later, the 5 figures had already been left behind by a few hundred miles. Li Fuchen couldn't even sense them with his spiritual awareness. I have obtained the black whirlpool fruit. It is time to leave. Standing on top of a tall mountain, Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. The current Li Fuchen was still too weak. It might seem like he could dominate the world, but it was only the world in the eyes of ordinary people. The real world was far more treacherous than he imagined. This time, he nearly perished in the 9 illusory hidden domain, and might not be able to exit again. Perhaps by the time he exited, a few hundred or a few thousand years would have passed. It wasn't something he wished to see. With the black whirlpool fruit, it shouldn't be a problem to push the primary extreme sword technique to extremity. Even if there is a problem, I can go back and read more Sword Dao manuals to make up for it. Chapter 836. It was easy to enter the Black Whirlpool Island, but it was difficult to get out. He had to fly against the whirlpool to get out. Had it not been for the drastic increase in Li Fuchen's strength, it would have been a problem for him to escape successfully. After returning to the Blackwater continent, Li Fuchen didn't delay for too long. After asking Shangguan Yu to make arrangements for his funeral, he brought her back to the Saint Spirit continent. On the vast sea, a fiery red flying boat was flying at high speed. This flying boat came from Zhu Herong, and it was an extreme Dao cardinal treasure that was specially used for traveling. Its speed wasn't slower than regular saints. After erasing the imprint on the interior of the flying boat, Li Fuchen immediately used it to travel. This was a vast ocean and shouldn't be seen by the Zhu clan. It was Shangguan Yu's first time going out to sea. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited. The ocean was the most dangerous place in the world. More than 90% of the demon beasts were concentrated in the ocean. Only a small portion of them lived on land. Li Fuchen, is it easy to encounter demonic beast overlords while traveling on the sea? Shangguan Yu asked. Li Fuchen shook his head. It shouldn't be easy. The deep blue plain might have plenty of overlords, but on average, a large sea region would only have 1 overlord. Furthermore, it depends on the sea region. In fact, it wasn't just the continents that were graded, the seas were also graded. The closer to the center of the deep blue plain, the denser the heaven and earth energy. The sea regions near low-class continents like the East Unicorn continent had very sparse heaven and earth energy, and basically no demon overlords were willing to stay there. Even demon rulers were rare. But in the sea regions near high-class continents, there were plenty of demon overlords. Usually, a large sea region would be ruled by an extremely powerful demon overlord, and there would be plenty of weaker demon overlords below him. As soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, a mid-tier demonic beast overlord with messy hair blocked the path of the flying boat. Is that the fire melt sage monarch inside? In response, Li Fuchen's expression changed. The flying boat sped up and turned into a fiery rainbow that pierced through the void. You dare to renege on your debt? The messy-haired man was enraged. His big brother trusted the fire melt saint monarch so much, yet the other party wanted to renege on his promise. No matter how fast the flying boat was, it was only equivalent to the speed of a low-level saint. How could it compare to a mid-level demonic beast overlord? Soon, the disheveled hair man caught up. Heavenly Capital Water Thunder. The messy-haired man activated his innate ability, and one large water lightning after another bombarded the airship. How unlucky! Li Fuchen kept the flying boat and released a chi power and sword intent at the same time to protect Shangguanyu. You are not Saint Monarch Fire Melt. Who are you? Where is Saint Monarch Fire Melt? The messy-haired man shouted. Li Fuchen shook his head. I will give you two choices. Move aside or die. A mid-tier demonic beast overlord's vitality might be very powerful, but Li Fuchen was able to kill Zhu Herong, therefore, he was confident that he could kill a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Courting death. The messy-haired man activated more water thunders and blasted them at Li Fuchen. Bang 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 bang. Li Fuchen blasted his fist forward and caused the water thunder to explode. The violent and tyrannical fist force sent his opponent flying. Although his body refinement was only at the initial tier of the Unity realm, God's hand was a peak-tier body refinement art. If one were to seriously categorize it, it should be a supreme body refinement art. His strength wasn't something an ordinary mid-stage demonic beast saint could compare to. What? So powerful? The messy-haired man was horrified. His figure flashed and he was about to leave. You want to leave? Li Fuchen gave him a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Boom. The fist force was like a comet impact, and contained a super-gravitational force. It forcefully blasted the messy-haired man out of the void, and emitted a blood mist. This fellow is actually a body refinement saint. In the same cultivation realm, body refinement saints were nearly invincible. Be it offense or defense, they were all top-notch. It was equivalent to the combination of a human saint and a demonic beast overlord. The messy-haired man knew that if he continued to delay, he would definitely die. Phantom Water Shift. After activating his innate ability, the messy-haired man turned into a phantom. Bang! Li Fuchen executed a fist strike, and the phantom turned into a lump of water and exploded. It is actually an innate shifting technique. Li Fuchen frowned and immediately let out a bitter smile. As compared to a saint, a demonic beast overlord might not be powerful, but it depended on the innate ability that they had awakened. Some of the demonic beast overlords that had awakened incredible innate abilities, even if they weren't overlords, were still rather hard to deal with. For example, if a demonic beast overlord had awakened an innate shifting technique, unless the demonic beast overlord could instantly kill the demonic beast overlord, it was impossible to capture the demonic beast overlord. Of course, the stronger the demonic beast overlord's body, the stronger the innate ability that was awakened. It was very hard for regular demonic beast overlords to awaken overly powerful innate abilities. Let's go. Li Fuchen's body emitted a layer of silver halo while he rushed into the sky with Shangguanyu. In the depths of the sea, there was an indistinct phantom that was moving at rapid speed. The fire melt saint must have been killed by him. I have to return and report to Big Brother. In just a short moment, the messy-haired man arrived at a demonic beast city at the bottom of the sea. This city was inhabited by demonic beast kings and above. The city's style was rather crude and ancient. Many of the buildings were obviously constructed with large beast bones. In the center of the city, there was an altar. The altar was made of fine green crystals that had ancient patterns. Swish. When the messy-haired man appeared on the altar, there was a flash of green light before he vanished without a trace. Just like the human race, the demonic beast race had plenty of factions too. There were 10 of the strongest factions. One of them was called the Mad Demonic Palace. The Mad Demonic Palace's palace master, Battle Great Sage, had strength that wasn't inferior to human peak-class saints. His original body was a mid-tier overlord beast. He had 8 demonic beast lords under his command. One of the 8 demonic beast lords, the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord, was in the city plaza of the Purple Thunder City. There was a flash of green light, and the messy-haired man instantly appeared. Without any hesitation, the messy-haired man sprinted towards the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord's temporary residence. He was the younger brother of the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. Both of them had the same bloodline. However, he wasn't as powerful as the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. The Purple Thunder Demonic Lord wasn't just a high-level demonic beast. His original body was also a low-tier overlord beast. Meanwhile, the bloodline in his body hadn't reached the level of a low-tier overlord beast. Black Thunder, what's the rush? What happened? Before the messy-haired man got close to the temporary residence, he heard a voice. Big brother, I accidentally saw the Fire Melt Saint's Scarlet Fire flying ship. I thought the Fire Melt Saint was inside, and wanted to invite him to the Purple Thunder City. I didn't expect it to be a body-tempering sage instead of the Fire Melt Saint. The messy-haired man recounted everything that had happened. Crackle. A flash of purple lightning vanished, and the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord appeared in front of the messy-haired man. You mean he killed the Fire Melt Saint? The Purple Thunder Demonic Lord had purple hair and purple eyes. He looked extremely demonic and domineering. Most likely. The messy-haired man nodded. Damn it. The Purple Thunder Demonic Lord was enraged. He didn't have any friendship with the Fire Melt Saint. Whether the Fire Melt Saint was dead or not had nothing to do with him. The key was that he had just made a deal with the Fire Melt Saint a few years ago. Besides, he had already given a portion of the treasures to the Fire Melt Saint. He wasn't afraid that the Fire Melt Saint would renege on the debt. After all, the Zhu clan might be powerful, but the Mad Demon Palace wasn't a pushover. If the Fire Melt Saint dared to renege on the debt, the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord wouldn't be able to survive in the sea region in the future. However, he didn't expect the Fire Melt Saint to be killed. The treasures that he had given to the Fire Melt Saint would be wasted. According to the location that you mentioned, he should be rushing to the Saint Spirit continent. I hope he can make it in time. Chapter 837. Ultimately, the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord still underestimated Li Fuchen's speed, and wasn't able to catch up. After thinking about it, the Purple Thunder Demon Lord sent a message to the Zhu clan. He couldn't let the treasures that he had lost go to waste. If he did the Zhu clan a favor, the Zhu clan wouldn't be able to renege on their debt. If they really angered him, he would let the Zhu clan know what regret was when they appeared in the ocean in the future. Saint Spirit Continent, Fire God Mountain. The Fire God Mountain was the #1 mountain range in the Saint Spirit Continent. The Fire Dao resources in the mountain range could only be described as extravagant. Like the Fire Origin crystals, they could be produced frequently in the Fire God Mountain. Of course, most of the Fire Origin crystals that were produced weren't graded. Low-grade Fire Origin crystals required countless years to be produced. Middle-grade Fire Origin crystals required an even longer time. It was said that the Fire God Mountain was not formed naturally, but was formed by the demigod ancestor of the Zhu family. He gathered a large number of rare mountains and fire path resources from various high-level continents, and even dangerous places in the universe, and combined it with a top-level fire path formation. All in all, in terms of resources, the Fire God Mountain was several times more abundant than the Fire Dragon Island. After all, there were too many saints who ventured into the Fire Dragon Island, and many of the resources had already been plundered. The Fire God Mountain might have countless Zhu clansmen, and the consumption of resources was extremely horrifying. But the Zhu clan was also plundering resources to replenish themselves. More than a month ago, in the Fire God Mountain's Second Peak's Fire Soul Hall, the soul tablet belonging to Zhu Herong shattered without warning. Ancestor Huarong's soul tablet shattered? The members of the Zhu family who were guarding the Fire Soul Palace felt as if they were struck by lightning. Oh no, Ancestor Huarong's soul tablet has shattered. In the next moment, the Zhu clansman rushed out of the Fire Soul Hall, as if he had gone mad. The Zhu clan might be the #1 clan in the Saint Spirit continent, but they only had 7 saints. The death of any one of them was a huge matter to the Zhu clan. After a while, apart from the 2 great monarchs and the Zhu clan's first ancestor, the other 3 great monarchs of the Zhu clan arrived at the Fire Soul Palace. Their faces were filled with sorrow and killing intent. It had been a long time since someone from the Zhu family had died. They didn't expect that not only would someone die this time, but it would also be one of them. This made them feel provoked. Looks like it's been a long time since our Zhu family has made a move. People have already forgotten about our prestige. The voice of White Flame Sacred Monarch Zhu Baihe, who had reached the 8th level of the Unity Realm, was terrifyingly deep. No matter who killed a member of my Zhu clan, they must die. Green Flame Saint Monarch Zhu Nanshan, who had reached the 5th level of the Unity Realm, and was a rare genius of the Zhu clan, said coldly, "The most important thing now is to find out who the murderer is." The one who spoke was Saint Monarch Flower Flame, Zhu Haitang. She was the only female among the 7 Saint Monarchs of the Zhu clan, and she was at the 6th level of the Unity Realm. Among the 7 Saint Monarchs of the Zhu clan, only one was a low-level saint while the rest were mid-level saints or even high-level saints. This was all thanks to the countless precious resources left behind by the demigod ancestor of the Zhu clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for a low-level saint to advance to the mid-level saint realm. It was very normal for those with insufficient talent and perception to be stuck at the low-level saint realm for their entire lives. Furthermore, the members of the Zhu clan might not necessarily be geniuses. Not long after Zhu Hairong's soul tablet shattered, a blood-red light appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the Fire Soul Hall. It's a blood guide arrow. White Flame Saint Monarch Zhu Baihe waved his hand, and the blood guide arrow landed in his hand. The Zhu clan's blood guide arrow wouldn't be obstructed by any force, because the Zhu clan's members possessed the bloodline of the demigod ancestor. In this world, there weren't many forces that could obstruct the demigod bloodline. Soon enough, the trio found out who killed Zhu Hairong. Of course, the trio didn't know Li Fuchen's identity, but the Zhu clan was a huge clan, and there would definitely be people who knew. After distributing Li Fuchen's portrait, 1 hour later, a set of detailed information about Li Fuchen entered the trio's vision. This matter is rather difficult. The murderer is the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. Zhu Haitang furrowed her brows. The Swordsman Guild wasn't a regular faction. In terms of the number of saints, the Swordsman Guild had far more saints than the Zhu clan. Even the Swordsman Guild on the Saint Spirit continent had more saints than the Zhu clan. Of course, the strength of a faction wasn't directly related to the number of saints. The Zhu clan's saints might not be comparable to the Swordsman Guild, but the Zhu clan had a supreme weapon, the Fire God Axe. With the Fire God Axe, the Zhu clan was able to sit firmly as the #1 clan, or even the #1 faction on the Saint Spirit continent. But unless it was absolutely necessary, the Zhu clan wasn't willing to fight with the Swordsman Guild. There would only be one outcome for a fight of this level. Both sides would suffer. He has a supreme artifact sword. Zhu Nanshan's eyes flashed with a trace of deep desire. He was also a Sword Dao saint, but his artifact sword was only a second-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. As compared to a supreme artifact sword, it was far inferior. If he could obtain a supreme artifact sword, his strength would definitely increase by 10 times or a few dozen times. There is no need to negotiate with the Swordsman Guild. Just kill him in secret. Even if the Swordsman Guild finds out that my Zhu clan is the culprit, they won't dare to start a fight without concrete evidence. Zhu Nanshan said coldly. Even if it wasn't for Zhu Hairong, he was going to kill Li Fuchen for the supreme artifact sword. He didn't even consider if he could kill Li Fuchen. He was different from Zhu Hairong. Zhu Hairong's innate perception was only average among saints, and he relied on resources to forcefully reach the 4th level of Unity Realm. Without an extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, Zhu Hairong's strength wouldn't even be comparable to a regular mid-level saint. Zhu Herong had already comprehended an extremity martial art and didn't rely on any external force. He once defeated Zhu Herong in a single move. 1 month later, a message was sent to the Zhu clan. It is a message from the Mad Demonic Palace's Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. Zhu Baihe had an astonished expression. The Mad Demonic Palace was one of the top 10 demonic beast factions and had hundreds of demonic beast overlords. The Mad Demonic Palace Master, Battle Great Sage, had the strength of a peak-class saint. The 8 demonic beast lords under him all had strength that was close to a peak-class saint. It was unknown why did the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord look for the Zhu clan. After opening the message, Zhu Baihe frowned and said to Zhu Nanshan, "Your opportunity is here. Li Fuchen is already rushing to the Saint Spirit continent. Wait for my good news." Zhu Nanshan turned into a lump of green flames and exploded before vanishing. Zhu Baihe and Zhu Haiteng silently watched Zhu Nanshan leave. They weren't worried about Zhu Nanshan's safety. Zhu Nanshan might only be at the 5th level of Unity Realm, but in terms of strength, he was only inferior to the number 1 patriarch in the Zhu clan. Even Zhu Baihe, who was at the 8th level of Unity Realm, didn't think he was a match for Zhu Nanshan. On the sea, Li Fuchen thought for a moment and decided to change his route. It was better to be safe than sorry. At the current stage, he wasn't prepared to clash with the Zhu clan. Half a month later, Li Fuchen returned to the Swordsman Guild headquarters without any mishaps. After receiving the news, Zhu Nanshan had an extremely gloomy expression. Li Fuchen was more crafty than he imagined and didn't travel in a straight line. Unless you don't come out for the rest of your life, you will die in my hands sooner or later. Chapter 838. Swordsman Guild Headquarters. Li Fuchen was in the midst of handing over his mission. He had completed his mission this time. Li Fuchen didn't just discover the Black Whirlpool Island. He even went to the Black Whirlpool Island. As for the missing Sword Dao Saint, Li Fuchen also found him in the 9 illusory hidden domain. I didn't expect this 9 Phantasmagoria mystic realm to trap so many saints. Even the heavenly crippling Sacred Lord was trapped for 10 years. The mystic Deep Sword Saint looked serious. If he were to enter the 9 phantasmal secret realm, he would most likely not be able to come out. Thinking up to this point, the mystic Deep Sword Saint took a meaningful glance at Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was much more unfathomable than he imagined. It was not that his strength was unfathomable, but his methods were unfathomable. It seemed like he had obtained an enormous fortuitous encounter. Of course, he wasn't a jealous and greedy person. He wouldn't covet Li Fuchen's fated encounters. Furthermore, he knew clearly that a person with such heaven-defying fated encounters wouldn't be able to do whatever he wanted. If he was blinded by greed, he might put himself in a dangerous situation. With Li Fuchen's improvement speed, if he couldn't take down Li Fuchen this time, what awaited him would be horrific revenge. When Shang Guanyu first arrived at the Saint Spirit continent, she was shocked by the cultivation environment here. She was confident that she could advance to the high-level Dharma phase realm within 10 years. If she stayed on the Blackwater continent, she might not even be able to advance to the high-level Dharma phase realm in 100 years. It turned out that Shang Guanyu still had some distracting thoughts, but after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent, Shang Guanyu only had one thought, and that was to cultivate diligently. Only by cultivating diligently would she not be left behind by Li Fuchen. Furthermore, she had a dream of becoming an expert. Law Phase Realm Emperors could live for 2,000 years while Soul Unity Realm Saints could live for over 100,000 years. With such a long lifespan, one would be able to do many things that one wanted to do and would be able to roam freely in this world. After making arrangements for Shang Guanyu, Li Fuchen went to the guild library. After completing the mission, Li Fuchen's contribution points suddenly increased to 120 million. This number was still insignificant compared to all the Sword Dao manuals in the library, but it was already very precious. At least to the current Li Fuchen, it was especially important. This time, Li Fuchen chose to read Sword Dao cultivation technique manuals instead. Sword techniques and Sword Dao cultivation techniques had different purposes, and their effects were also different. Sword techniques were meant to pry open the Sword Dao rules and unleash immense lethality, while Sword Dao cultivation techniques allowed one to combine with the Sword Dao rules and evolve. Compared to sword technique manuals were much less, probably only less than 10% of sword technique manuals. Heaven-defying sword scripture, 1 million contribution points per reading, 500 million contribution points per year for borrowing. The Sea King's sword art costs 1,200,000 contribution points each time. Borrowing it for a year costs 600 million contribution points. The Trinity sword art costs 1,500,000 contribution points to read. Borrowing it for a year costs 750 million contribution points. Heavenless sword tiger art, 5 million contribution points per reading to 5 billion contribution points per year. As compared to sword art manuals, sword technique manuals were several times more valuable. One of the manuals, the Heavenless Sword Tiger Art, actually had the same name as the Heavenless Sword Tiger Art. Li Fuchen guessed that the two manuals should be a set, just like his primary extreme sword technique and primary extreme sword art. Let's start with the lesser grade extremity sword art. Arriving in front of the heaven-defying sword scripture, Li Fuchen stuck the Elder's token on it. In an instant, the Elder's token lost 1 million contribution points. In the next moment, Li Fuchen arrived at an illusory spatial zone, and a total of 10 illusory bodies appeared in front of him. Every body corresponded to a level of cultivation. It also meant that the heaven-defying sword scripture had a total of 10 ranks. Unlike Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique, which had 42 ranks before reaching extremity. Starting from the first rank, Li Fuchen observed carefully. Second rank, third rank. Soon enough, Li Fuchen had observed the first 9 ranks of the heaven-defying sword scripture. The first 9 ranks are all non-extremity, then the 10th rank will be extremity. Li Fuchen looked at the 10th body. As expected, the points and lines within the 10th body were many times more complicated, and at the same time, many times more mysterious. The points and lines were organically unified, forming a sword diagram. A powerful sword rule spread out and brewed. As compared to the heaven-defying sword scripture, the primary extreme sword technique is too complicated. After flipping through the heaven-defying sword scripture, Li Fuchen frowned. Complexity and messiness were two different things. Messiness meant that there were unnecessary things that needed to be eliminated. After the first time, Li Fuchen flipped through the second time. The heaven-defying sword scripture might not be related to the primary extreme sword technique, but each sword technique had its essence, and involved plenty of mysteries of the human body. The so-called mysteries of the human body had to be felt with the heart, and couldn't be identified with a single glance. Second time, third time, fourth time. In one breath, Li Fuchen read it 15 times and finally found all the mysteries of the human body in the heaven-defying sword scripture. No wonder it is an extremity sword technique. The first 9 ranks only involved 3 mysteries of the human body, but the 10th rank involved 7 mysteries of the human body. Li Fuchen didn't plan to comprehend the heaven-defying sword scripture. His objective was to comprehend more mysteries of the human body. His primary extreme sword technique had a total of 42 ranks, but it only involved 5 of the mysteries of the human body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen started to flip through the Sea King sword technique. It was also a lesser-grade extremity sword technique, but the Sea King sword technique involved 8 mysteries of the human body. Therefore, the sword Dao law that was brewed was much stronger than the heaven-defying sword scripture. But between the two, there were 3 mysteries of the human body that overlapped. Because there were 3 mysteries of the human body that overlapped, Li Fuchen only needed to flip through 10 times to find all the mysteries of the human body. After spending 40 million contribution points, Li Fuchen had flipped through a total of 4 lesser-grade sword technique manuals. They were the heaven-defying sword scripture, Sea King sword technique, 3 origin sword art, and 9 revolution heart fusion sword Dao. The heaven-defying sword scripture involved 7 mysteries of the human body. The Sea King sword technique had 8 mysteries. The 3 origin sword art had 9 mysteries, and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Dao had 9 mysteries. There were a total of 15 mysteries of the human body that didn't overlap. Let's take a look at the heaven-defying sword tiger art. With 80 million contribution points left, Li Fuchen wanted to see how many mysteries of the human body were involved in this third-rate extremity sword technique. 5 million contribution points vanished and 12 illusory bodies appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The heaven-defying sword tiger art had a total of 12 ranks, and starting from the 11th rank, it was already the extremity. 1 time, 2 times, after 10 times, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The heaven-defying sword tiger art involved a total of 20 mysteries of the human body. It was more than twice as many as the 3 origin sword art and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Dao. It was imaginable that if there was a fight, a sword Dao saint who cultivated the heaven-defying sword tiger art would be able to crush a sword Dao saint who cultivated a lesser-grade extremity sword technique. It seems like I have to simplify the primary extreme sword technique. With such a messy situation, even if I push the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity, it wouldn't have much potential. Li Fuchen had a plan in his heart. At the current stage, his objective shouldn't be to push the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity. He should simplify the primary extreme sword technique and strengthen it at the same time. The heaven-defying sword scripture and the Sea King sword technique at the non-extremity level would involve 3 mysteries of the human body. The 3 origin sword art and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Dao would involve 4 mysteries, while the heaven-defying sword tiger art would involve 6 mysteries. Li Fuchen's objective was to let the primary extreme sword technique at the non-extremity level involve at least 6 mysteries of the human body. Chapter 839. The 5 sword techniques allowed Li Fuchen to understand the human body better. After combining the characteristics of the upper primary extreme sword Dao, Li Fuchen quickly created the first rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The first rank of the primary extreme sword technique was actually a simplified version of the first 6 ranks of the primary extreme sword technique. But be it in terms of purity or power, it was far superior. In terms of power, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was already comparable with the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Next was the 2nd rank, 3rd rank. In a single breath, Li Fuchen created the 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique was the simplified version of the first 36 ranks of the primary extreme sword technique. But as the 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the mysteries of 6 human bodies, in terms of power, it was already comparable with the 41st rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, it didn't mean that the more mysteries of the human body were involved, the stronger the power. To be serious, the more mysteries of the human body were involved, the stronger the potential. The power was just supplementary. The current 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the mysteries of 6 human bodies. The 42nd rank of the primary extreme sword technique only involved the mysteries of 5 human bodies, but the latter's power was still far superior. After all, the latter was already very close to extremity. Each of the first 6 ranks only involved 1 human body's mysteries. The 7th rank is about to involve 2 human bodies' mysteries. The 5 sword techniques allowed Li Fuchen to excavate a total of 21 human bodies' mysteries. With the addition of the 5 human bodies' mysteries that he already comprehended, Li Fuchen had a total of 23 human bodies' mysteries. Not all of the mysteries of the 23 human bodies could be fused into the primary extreme sword art. The first 6 levels of the primary extreme sword art could only cover 6 of them. Any more would be of little value and would affect the creation of the subsequent cultivation techniques. Of course, in Li Fuchen's imagination, when the primary extreme sword technique became a supreme sword technique, it should be able to cover all the human body's mysteries. As for how many mysteries the human body contained, Li Fuchen didn't know. Just as Li Fuchen was creating the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, the Thunder Beast was undergoing the most important transformation and awakening in its life. Back then, when Yan Qinggu promised to let the Thunder Beast evolve into a demonic beast overlord within 10 years, it was actually an exaggeration. In order to let the Thunder Beast mature earlier, the required resources weren't a small amount. A Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to afford it, at least not in a short period of time. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had killed a few saints and found plenty of precious Thunder Dao resources from their storage bags. This time, Li Fuchen had given them all to the Thunder Beast. In one of the largest manors in Wind Cloud City, a Thunder Beast roared at the sky, its body covered with ink-purple lightning. Is the Thunder Beast going to break through to become a demon overlord? There were quite a few people living in the manor. Everyone ran over and watched from afar. Crackle! The lightning became denser and more terrifying, and gradually developed into a faint black color. Everyone knew that the Thunder Beast's bloodline was undergoing a transformation. It was different from the human race. When demonic beasts progressed, they would first transform their bloodline before strengthening their bodies. The human race would break through in cultivation and strengthen their bloodline. After being tempered by the black lightning, the Thunder Beast's scales and skin were constantly falling off. Fresh blood was splattering everywhere. Of course, before the blood could actually splatter, it would be turned into nothingness by the lightning. As time elapsed, the lightning on the surface of the Thunder Beast's body showed signs of weakening. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast's chi presence had yet to reach the level of a demon overlord. Is it because we are in the array? Yin Qinggu frowned. In order for demonic beasts to progress into a demon overlord, they would need to undergo a calamity. However, this was the main city, Wind Cloud City, and was enveloped by an array. The Heaven Calamity wouldn't be able to sense the situation inside. The Thunder Beast obviously knew that it was impossible to progress into a demon overlord in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, it immediately rushed out of the city. Once they exited the city, the sky suddenly turned dark. Countless black lightning bolts wandered in the sky and emitted a destructive chi presence. In order to prevent the innocent from being affected, the Thunder Beast and Yen Qinggu flew over 10,000 miles before stopping. Rumble! A black lightning bolt struck at the Thunder Beast. With Yen Qinggu's eyesight, she could naturally tell that this was the Heaven Thunder of Destruction. It contained the laws of destruction. The Heaven Thunder of Destruction entered the Thunder Beast's body. The scales on the surface of the Thunder Beast's body instantly shattered. The transformation of the bloodline is accelerating again. The Thunder Beast was overjoyed. When the heavenly lightning of destruction fused into his bloodline was like boiling water, completely boiling. Rumble! More and more Heaven Thunder of Destruction descended. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have been blasted into a bloody mist by the Heaven Thunder of Destruction. However, the Thunder Beast was a low-level sage beast. Its bloodline of lightning Tao was extremely powerful. Once the Heaven Thunder of Destruction entered its body, it would immediately absorb 90% of it. The remaining 10% would be dispersed to temper its body. Interesting. A low-level sage beast. It should be good to capture it and place it in the Zhu family. In the void, there was a faint green flame. Within the green flame, Zhu Nanshan sized up the Thunder Beast with interest. However, compared to a low-level sage beast, I am more interested in this woman. Zhu Nanshan's gaze turned to Yen Qinggu. At his level, a woman wasn't just judged by looks and aura, it was also judged by potential. A woman with pure looks and aura could only be considered a flower vase that was bland and tasteless. However, Yen Qinggu looked like a woman with great potential. Furthermore, Yen Qinggu's looks and aura were the best among all the women that Zhu Nanshan had seen. Li Fuchen, you killed my Zhu clan saint. I am going to snatch your woman and pet his interest. Zhu Nanshan grinned. After absorbing enough Heaven Thunder of Destruction, the Thunder Beast's bloodline of Lightning Tao had finally awakened completely. The wonders of the Lightning Tao flowed into his heart. At the same time, his body started to change. If his original body gave off a tyrannical and ferocious feeling at the start, then apart from the tyrannical and ferocious feeling, there was also a sense of nobility. Such nobility wasn't something that many low-tier overlords didn't have. Only a low-tier sage beast like him would have such nobility. I finally became a demonic beast overlord. The Thunder Beast was filled with joy. If he didn't follow Yen Qinggu, he would probably need another 100 to 200 years to become a demonic beast overlord. Becoming a demonic beast overlord in advance had stimulated his potential, and it would be easy for him to progress to a mid-tier demonic beast overlord in the future. Since you have become a demonic beast overlord, follow me. There was a spot of green flames that was rapidly expanding nearby the duo. A youth with obscure and horrific chi presence walked out. Who is it? The thunder beast roared and blasted a thunderball at the youth. PFFF. The youth's body flashed with green flames, and the thunderball blasted out by the thunder beast was like a small flame that was instantly extinguished. What? The thunder beast's eyes contracted. He was a low-tier saint beast. After advancing to a demonic beast overlord, his strength was comparable to a low-tier saint. Even a low-tier saint wouldn't dare to use their protective chi to withstand that lightning ball. However, the other party was able to destroy the lightning ball with ease. Such strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of a low-tier saint. Thunder Lock. Since normal attacks were ineffective, the Thunder Beast started to gather his innate ability. When progressing to a demonic beast overlord, he awakened a new innate ability. Once this innate ability was used, the power would be far superior to his previous innate abilities. However, he wasn't proficient enough and needed time to gather it. TSS. The surrounding void was vibrating with electric currents. Interesting, but I don't have time to waste with you. Zhu Nanshan waved his hand, and a whip formed by green flames wrapped around the Thunder Beast. Instantly, the electric currents in the void dissipated. You follow me too. Zhu Nanshan waved his hand again and a whip with green flames curled at Yin Qinggu. Zhu Nanshan, you can touch the others, but you can't touch the two of them. An extremely cold sword chi neutralized the whip. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you just have to make things difficult for me. Zhu Nanshan stared at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint coldly. They are Elder Li's friends. You can't touch them. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said indifferently. What if I am biased? If it was the Myriad Sword Saint, Zhu Nanshan would retreat. However, he didn't need to fear the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. You can try. Just as the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was about to be defeated and injured, a sword chi extinguished all the cone-shaped flames. Zhu Nanshan, this isn't a place for your Zhu clan to behave atrociously. Hurry up and get lost. In the void, the Myriad Image Sword Saint walked out. The instant they saw the Myriad Image Sword Saint, all the hidden great sages sighed. With the Myriad Image Sword Saint around, unless the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch came over, no one would be able to deal with the Myriad Image Sword Saint in a one-on-one. It's a small world. Myriad Image Sword Saint, I will give you face. Zhu Nanshan's eyes were extremely gloomy. To be honest, if he was to risk his life, he might not be afraid of the Myriad Image Sword Saint. However, he wasn't confident in dealing with both the Myriad Image Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint at the same time. The green flames exploded, and Zhu Nanshan's figure vanished. This Zhu Nanshan isn't easy to deal with. The Myriad Image Sword Saint lamented. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. The Zhu clan has a deep foundation. Until the very last moment, no one will know the Zhu clan's great sage's true trump card. In terms of strength, the Zhu clan wasn't even in the top 3 in the Saint Spirit continent. Be it the Swordsman Guild or the Sacred Blade Gate, they were all above the Zhu clan. However, the Zhu clan's foundation was enough to change anyone's expression. The Zhu clan's base, MT Blazing God, was said to be unbreakable. The Zhu clan had once offended a sacred lord, but that sacred lord attacked for a month, and was still unable to break the Zhu clan's array. Ultimately, the sacred lord left resentfully. Elder Li's ability to cause trouble is too strong. Even the Zhu clan has their eyes on him. What a headache. The Myriad Image Sword Saint slapped his forehead. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, no matter what, Elder Li is my Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. I hope that the Zhu clan won't go overboard. They won't act recklessly in the open, but I think they won't be content in the dark. For the next few years, let Elder Li and his friends stay in Wind Cloud City and don't go out. The Myriad Image Sword Saint didn't always stay in Wind Cloud City. Sometimes he would go to other high-class continents. Sometimes, he would even fly out of the Deep Blue Plain and take a stroll in the starry sky near the Deep Blue Plain. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to protect Li Fuchen at all times. All right. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. After the storm, the hidden saints had all left. It seems like I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Li Fuchen might be in seclusion, But it was impossible for him to not sense the thunder beast evolving into a demonic beast overlord. He concealed his chi presence and secretly followed. Earlier on, he was already prepared to make a move. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen returned to Wine Cloud City. Time elapsed, and it was already half a month since the thunder beast evolved into a demonic beast overlord. Chapter 841. Flipping through the extremity sword technique manuals was of great help to Li Fuchen. At least he knew that the extremity sword techniques were sword diagrams. In other words, in order to create the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, a sword diagram must be drawn. This sword diagram wasn't flat, it was three-dimensional. It was the perfect combination of the body and sword Dao law. In front of Li Fuchen's terrifying thoughts, the 8th rank of the sword diagram first had an outline before the contents of the outline were rapidly filled up. Due to being overly focused, Li Fuchen forgot about time and space. In his eyes, there was only this sword diagram. As time elapsed, the originally inanimate sword diagram seemed to have a heartbeat. An indescribable vitality was emitted. The sword diagram has life. It also means that the extremity cultivation technique has life too. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. As this trace of comprehension was born, Li Fuchen's deduction speed of the sword diagram was even faster. The mystical mysteries of the human body increased from the initial 8 to 10, 12, 15. At the same time, the sword intent contained in the sword diagram was getting stronger. The main reason why his primary extreme sword technique wasn't able to evolve to extremity wasn't because of the sword intent, but the cultivation technique itself. Because his primary extreme sword art had already reached extremity. The primary extreme sword art and the primary extreme sword technique were actually a single entity. As long as the cultivation technique met the requirements, it was extremely easy to evolve it to extremity. 18, 19, 20. 21. When the sword diagram covered 21 mystical mysteries of the human body, Li Fuchen's intuition told him that this was the limit. Any more, and it would destroy the stability of the sword diagram. In the sword diagram, when the last 2 points were connected together, the entire sword diagram suddenly glowed, and a horrific sword intent radiated out violently. This sword intent's power had actually surpassed the unrated extremity, and was at the level of the third-rate extremity. It also meant to say that his primary extreme sword technique was already comparable with the heavenless sword tiger art. Or it should be said that it had already surpassed the heavenless sword tiger art. After all, the heavenless sword tiger art only involved 20 mystical mysteries of the human body, and it was one less than the primary extreme sword technique. When the sword diagram was complete, the surging sword energy poured into the sword diagram from Li Fuchen's dantian. After a series of tempering, compression, and transformations, the sword energy that flowed out from the sword diagram was more than 10 times or dozens of times stronger. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation was also increasing rapidly. It was visible to the naked eye that the sky above Li Fuchen's secret room was gathering boundless heaven and earth chi before pouring into Li Fuchen's body, and into the sword diagram. This kind of momentum? At the headquarters of the Swordsman Guild, the Manifestation Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint were moved. Could Elder Li have advanced to a saint? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint guessed. Only when advancing to a saint would one have such a huge impact. The Myriad Manifestation Sword Saint shook his head. No, it doesn't look like he's ascending to become a saint. More like cultivation technique breakthrough. The Mystic Deep Sword Lord seemed to have thought of something, and his face was filled with shock. Since it wasn't a saint, it should be a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was already close to extremity. If he broke through, it would be a powerful extremity cultivation technique. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint might have comprehended the second-rate Mystic Deep Sword art, but his cultivation technique was only at the unrated extremity level. It was the same for the Myriad Manifestation Sword Saint. It was too difficult to have a breakthrough in a cultivation technique, as it involved the evolution of life and the origin of the bloodline. If a saint didn't comprehend an extremity martial art or extremity cultivation technique, his lifespan would be around 100,000 to 200,000 years. Basically, every increase in cultivation level would increase his lifespan by around 10,000 years. If a saint could comprehend an extremity martial art, his bloodline would be nourished by a higher level of laws and his lifespan would be increased, but it wouldn't be too ridiculous. But if a saint could comprehend an extremity cultivation technique, his bloodline would undergo a fundamental evolution, and his lifespan would be increased by a ridiculous amount. By then, it would be easy to live for a few million years. Of course, it would depend on the tier of the cultivation technique. Legends said that a saint that comprehended a supreme cultivation technique would have a lifespan that was as long as the universe. As long as the universe wasn't extinguished, the saint wouldn't die unless he was killed. In addition, once the cultivation technique reached the extremity level, the cultivation speed would be at a horrifying level. The Swordsman Guild recorded that when a cultivation technique reached the second-rate extremity, the cultivation speed would be the same as absorbing peak-grade spirit stones. After 81 cycles, Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the heaven and earth qi. The black whirlpool fruit only had 3 days of effectiveness, and it wasn't wise to waste the time on cultivation. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and took a glance at the timing tool at the side. Only half a day has passed? He spent half a month to create the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, but he only spent half a day to create the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The efficiency was obviously more than 10 times. The joint heaven sword pattern is too profound. There are still 2.5 days, but it is probably hard to comprehend it. Li Fuchen immediately rejected the idea of comprehending the joint heaven sword pattern. The sword spirit was able to comprehend the sword pattern because the sword spirit and the joint heaven sword were originally one, and there wasn't any obstruction. If Li Fuchen wanted to comprehend the sword pattern, the difficulty wasn't inferior to comprehending a top-rate extremity sword art. The difficulty was simply too high, and even if he was a saint now, he wouldn't be able to do it. Right now Li Fuchen only had 2 choices. The first was to comprehend the Hand of Sun, and the second was to comprehend the Skyline sword art. After weighing the options, Li Fuchen chose the Skyline sword art. He was a swordsman after all, and he was rather fond of sword arts. As for the Radiant sword art and the primary extreme sword art, they were still rather crude and required a lot of time to perfect. The benefits weren't great, but the Skyline sword art was different. After watching the Skyline sword art 100 times, Li Fuchen had already memorized the moves, and he just had to comprehend them. In his mind, an illusory Li Fuchen appeared. Li Fuchen started to practice the Skyline sword art's first move, Heaven and Earth Roam. First move, second move, third move, 6th move. Right from the start, Li Fuchen didn't study the first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art. Instead, he repeatedly practiced and executed them. The intense Skyline sword intent was constantly brewing. Finally, after an unknown number of repetitions, a new Skyline sword intent burst out after the 6th move. 7th move. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. In Li Fuchen's mind, the illusory Li Fuchen, along with his sword, turned into a transparent roaming dragon and thrust out rapidly. At that instant, the speed and burst power were unparalleled. This 7th move is obviously the combination of the first move, Heaven and Earth Roam, and the 6th move, Heaven and Man Will Slash. The transparent roaming dragon vanished, and Li Fuchen's eyes lit up with radiance. The Skyline sword art had a total of 9 moves, and he had already comprehended 7 moves. There were only 2 more moves left for him to comprehend. He might not have fully grasped the 7 moves, and was only at a slight proficiency, but it was enough for him to dominate the world. Next, Li Fuchen started to study the moves. Among the 7 moves of the Skyline sword art, apart from the first move, 6th move, and the recently comprehended 7th move, the rest of the sword moves were only at the 3rd-rate extremity. Chapter 842. After 2.5 days, Li Fuchen's thoughts had slowed down, and he had awakened from his meditative state. It is much better than expected. The first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art have all reached the 2nd-rate extremity. The 7th move might have barely touched the 1st-rate extremity, but I didn't know how terrifying the 1st-rate extremity was back then. But the greatest harvest is still the primary extreme sword art. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't plan to study the primary extreme sword art, as he was afraid he didn't have enough time. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. There were some things that he couldn't control. Just as he pushed the first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art to the second-rate extremity, the first move of the primary extreme sword art, Sword Sea Horizon, actually devoured the Skyline sword intent and automatically derived it. It forcefully crossed 2 levels and reached the first-rate extremity. It was much stronger than the 7th move of the Skyline sword art. Li Fuchen guessed that it was related to the primary extreme sword art. Primary extreme meant the source. The primary extreme sword art naturally pursued the source of the sword Dao. As for the Sword Sea Horizon, it referred to the sea of sword Dao. It was boundless and could contain hundreds of rivers. The so-called hundreds of rivers naturally referred to hundreds of sword Daos. In short, if Li Fuchen wanted to promote the primary extreme sword art to a supreme sword art, he had to learn plenty of extremity sword arts and absorb their sword intents. Otherwise, if he had to rely on his own derivation and comprehension, it would take too long. Huff! After exhaling forcefully, Li Fuchen stood up. With my current strength, I am already able to contest with the mystic deep sword saint. If I encounter the green flame saint, Zhu Nanshan, even if I can't defeat him, I won't be utterly defeated. Zhu Nanshan had a first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact and plenty of resources. He was already in an invincible position, and Li Fuchen wasn't a match for him. But it was impossible for him to be suppressed. Firstly, external power was ultimately external power. It wasn't as good as one's own strength and would eventually reveal flaws. Secondly, Li Fuchen was a body refinement saint, and was much more resistant than the mystic deep sword saint. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been familiarizing himself with the changes brought by the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. He discovered that in Wind Cloud City, once he activated the 8th level of the primary extreme sword technique, the result of 3 days of cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 5% of the spiritual energy in a supreme grade spirit stone. In other words, in Wind Cloud City, his 2 months of cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 1 supreme grade spirit stone. It might not seem like a lot, but ever since Li Fuchen cultivated the star immortal body, his lifespan was over 100,000 years. 2 months of bitter cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 1 peak grade spirit stone. 1 year of bitter cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 6 peak grade spirit stones. 10 years would be 60 peak grade spirit stones. 100 years would be 600 peak grade spirit stones. 1,000 years would be 6,000 peak grade spirit stones. And 10,000 years would be 60,000 peak grade spirit stones. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was only a half-saint now. Once Li Fuchen became a saint, the absorption rate of heaven and earth chi would increase by more than 10 times. By then, after cultivating for 10,000 years, he would be able to absorb more than 600,000 peak grade spirit stones. Of course, this was without considering the bottleneck. But it was hard to say if Li Fuchen had any bottlenecks. Apart from that, it was impossible for a human to cultivate all the time. It was already very exaggerated to have 2,000 or 3,000 years of bitter cultivation in 10,000 years. If one didn't do anything and just cultivated bitterly, it would be hard for one to have great accomplishments. Furthermore, it would be easy for one to cultivate a heart demon. But for the next few days, Li Fuchen had a new discovery. As the primary extreme sword technique progressed to the third-rate extremity, he realized that his cultivation hurdle had increased by a lot. Originally, he estimated that he would only need around 20 peak-grade spirit stones to progress to the late stage of the half-saint. Right now, he reckoned that he would need around 40 to 50 peak-grade spirit stones. His cultivation speed might have increased by several times, but who knew if there would be any changes in the later stages? After all, the primary extreme sword technique had only progressed to extremity for a few days, and the transformation of the body wasn't complete. After a period of time, he might need 100 peak-grade spirit stones to progress to the late stage of the half-saint. The stronger the cultivation technique, the more chi can be stored in the same cultivation realm. Therefore, the amount of chi required to progress to the late stage of the half-saint would naturally be more. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised. Previously, he felt that it was unusual for him to progress to the half-saint realm because he required too many peak-grade spirit stones. Back then, his primary extreme sword technique didn't just have a high concept, it was only close to extremity. Right now, his primary extreme sword technique was at the third-rate extremity and had the potential to become a supreme sword art. It was naturally impossible for there to be no changes. My cultivation level might not be able to progress, but it isn't important. In terms of chi quality, my sword energy isn't inferior to a saint. Right now, his sword energy was 100 times stronger than before. Normally speaking, a saint's chi would only be a few dozen times stronger than a half-saint's chi. Therefore, even if he wasn't a saint yet, he wasn't any different from a saint. Saints had saint souls and saint spirits, but so did Li Fuchen. Saints had 100,000 years of lifespan, but so did he. The saint's chi was powerful, but so was his sword energy. Just as Li Fuchen expected, half a month later, the changes brought about by the primary extreme sword technique were finally settled. If he wanted to break through to the late stage of the half-saint, he would need around 80 peak-grade spirit stones. If he relied on himself to cultivate slowly, he would need at least a dozen years. It was hard to imagine how many peak-grade spirit stones were required to progress from half-saint to saint. Time elapsed and in the blink of the eye, a few months had passed. After Li Fuchen finished absorbing the star power from the star gem, his body refinement was already very close to the subcompletion level of the soul unity realm. If Zhu Herong knew about this after his death, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. This star gem was his greatest treasure. In the end, before he could exchange it for resources, he died and benefited Li Fuchen for nothing. If the Zhu clan found out that Li Fuchen obtained a star gem from Zhu Herong, they would probably pursue Li Fuchen at all costs. A single star gem's value was at least 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't a small sum for the Zhu clan. When Li Fuchen's body refinement increased, his Hand of Moon had also reached the pinnacle level, and was just one step away from the Hand of Sunday. The body refinement Dao only cultivated the body and didn't place as much emphasis on the comprehension of laws as the Qi Dao. Therefore, once Li Fuchen cultivated the Hand of Sun, his body refinement strength would reach an extremely horrifying level. The deep blue plain was as peaceful as usual. On this day, on an abandoned continent, a large number of demons were gathered. The demons leading the group were all demon lords. Sacrifice. One of the demon lords waved his hand and activated a pitch-black array. Billions of humans in the array were all turned into evil power and fused into the array. Bang! There was a burst of black thunderbolts. As the thunderbolts intertwined, a door of flesh and blood slowly rose from the center of the array. When the door of flesh and blood opened, the first thing that entered the eyes was an endless starry sky, followed by an oval-shaped black egg. Around the black egg were countless specks of light. When one got closer, one would realize that these specks of light were actually stars. The endless starry sky was distorted, and there was a black whirlpool that was slowly spinning in the door of flesh and blood. Swish, 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 swish. Figures that were like locusts scuttled out from the black whirlpool in the door of flesh and blood. After taking a closer look, they were obviously demons. They ranged from Class 1 demons to Class 8 demon rulers. As time passed, more and more fiendish demons came to the deep blue plain. If it was like a locust plague at the beginning, then it was like a pitch-black, viscous wave that gushed forth crazily. In just a few days, the entire abandoned continent was filled with fiendish demons. Haha, after such a long time, you finally found enough spatial crystals to set up the door of flesh and blood. A terrifying demon lord that was wielding a scepter with a gem stepped out of the door of flesh and blood. Behind him was a group of demon lords that had much weaker chi presences. Greetings to Lord Andre. The demon lords that set up the door of flesh and blood quickly bowed and cupped their fists. You have done well. Demon Lord Andre flew into the sky and took a deep breath before speaking in an intoxicated manner. Such fresh air. As compared to this place, the world we are living in is simply a stinky sludge. Next, let this plane become our new home. Chapter 843. On the boundless ocean. A lone figure hurried on his way. Saints were extremely lonely. Most of the time, They would be searching for resources to increase their cultivation. Not everyone was a prodigy like Li Fuchen who could grasp extremity cultivation techniques and sword arts. If regular saints wanted to increase their strength and lifespan, the only way was to increase their cultivation. There weren't many artifacts that could allow saints to increase their cultivation quickly. What is that? From far away, the long-bearded saint could see a dense black dot appearing in the sky. Demons. The long-bearded saint was rather astonished. The deep blue plane didn't have a lot of demons. At least, compared to the humans and demonic beasts, the number of demons was pitifully low. Therefore, it was rare to see so many demons gathered together. These demons are from different races. Killing them will give me chi luck too. The long-bearded saint placed great importance on chi luck. If the chi luck was good, the fated opportunities would be good. If the fated opportunities were good, one would be able to obtain plenty of treasures that could increase one's cultivation. There might be a lot of demons, but the long-bearded saint didn't mind. If one wasn't a saint, no matter how many demons there were, they were just ants. With a wave of the hand, a horrific chi force swept towards the sky like a storm. Rumble. The chi force dispersed midway. Who is it? The long-bearded saint was vigilant. Only a sage would be able to break through a sage's chi. Human saint, it should be delicious. At the front, a stalwart man appeared in the vision of the long-bearded saint. It is a demon lord run. The stalwart man didn't look any different from a human, but the demon chi presence on his body was vastly different from a human no matter how hard he tried to conceal it. When facing a demon lord, the long-bearded saint didn't have any unrealistic thoughts. He only had a single thought, and that was to escape. After all, the weakest demon lord would normally have the strength of a high-level saint, while he was just a regular mid-level saint. Can you escape? Behind the long-bearded saint, another demon lord appeared. Thunderbolt palm. The long-bearded saint's right hand flashed with electric light as he slammed his palm at the demon lord. It was unknown if the demon lord was careless, but the palm strike landed squarely on the demon lord's chest. But in the next moment, the long-bearded saint had an awful expression. This palm strike wasn't even able to break the demon lord's skin. The weak electric current was like a tickle to the demon lord. Whoosh! The dark red flames flashed and engulfed the long-bearded sage. The long-bearded sage monarch screamed miserably. The essence blood in his body was quickly devoured. The remaining parts of his corpse were burned to ashes by the flames. The burly man rushed over and said to the flames, "Felix, you stole my prey." The flames turned back into the demon monarch from before. He grinned and said, "Gula, there are many plain saints. Why bother about this one?" Although this was what he said, he would definitely not agree to hand over the long-bearded sage. A saint's blood essence was a great tonic to them, devil lords. There was more than one gate of flesh and blood. Gates of flesh and blood slowly rose from the many abandoned continents of the deep blue plain. Countless demons poured out from the gate of flesh and blood. The first to discover the invasion of the demons were the demons. After all, the ocean was the territory of the demons. Very tacitly, the monster clan and the fiendish demons did not kill each other. Demons were the same as humans and were more suited to live on land. Since that was the case, they would let the humans take the lead first. Once the humans couldn't hold on any longer, the monster clan would then make a move. Li Fuchen understood now. The universe willpower was the ruler of everything. The killings between the races and the planes were in accordance with the universe's dark laws. Thinking up to this point, Li Fuchen was rather worried. In the face of the demon army, the East Unicorn Continent, Seven Color Continent, and Emperor Sky Continent wouldn't be able to resist. He had to make a trip there. There is no hurry. The Myriad Elephant Sword Saint said. With the demon invasion, the battle tower should be activated. Through the battle tower, you can teleport to any of the 100 battle zones in the Deep Blue Plain. This is the map of the Deep Blue Plains battle zone. There are plenty of continents that are marked. Take a look and see which battle zone is the continent that you want to go to. The Myriad Elephant Sword Saint handed a jade scroll to Li Fuchen. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside. Chapter 844. Elderly, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can lend me your supreme artifact sword. The myriad image sword saint was rather embarrassed. He was worried that Li Fuchen might think that he was coveting the supreme artifact sword. In fact, he wanted to use it to deal with the demons. The weakest demon, Demon Lord, had strength that was comparable to a high-level saint. Furthermore, the demon's body toughness and vitality were considered horrific, and were even superior to demonic beasts. It was easy to defeat them, but it was extremely difficult to kill them. If Li Fuchen had the supreme artifact sword, it would be easier. He could kill any demon lord that was weaker than him with a single sword. It would be too easy for him to kill demon lords that were stronger than him. Li Fuchen took out the joint heaven sword and said apologetically, "This sword has yet to be truly unsealed." It was unsealed because the sword spirit forcefully penetrated the sword pattern. Right now, the sword spirit has been in a deep slumber for a long time. So that is the case. The myriad image sword saint sighed. He thought that he would have the help of the supreme artifact sword, but it seemed like he was overthinking. The battle tower was located in the main city, the war city. There were 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a war city. Each war city had a battle tower. After arriving at the war city, Li Fuchen saw a 100-floor-tall tower. The plaza outside the tower was packed with people as a large number of people surged into the tower. However, this tower seemed to have a world inside. No matter how many people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Everyone, follow me to kill demons. The more demons we kill, the stronger the chi luck. Apart from the major factions that organized martial artists to head to the battlefields, some martial artists that didn't belong to any factions would also form groups. Some of them had righteous intentions, some wanted to obtain the plain willpower's favor, and some wanted to temper themselves. The Swordsman Guild had a total of 5 groups that were led by 5 elders. The group that Li Fuchen led was heading towards the 19th battle zone. The interior of the battle tower was indeed a world inside. From the outside, the battle tower only had a diameter of a few hundred meters, but the interior was over 100 miles in radius. In the center of each floor, there was a giant teleportation array. The teleportation array was rotating slowly, and tens of thousands of martial artists were teleported out. The teleportation array to the 19th battlefield was on the 19th floor. Li Fuchen and his group flew straight up. The 19th war zone included 10 mid-level continents and a large ocean. On this day, in the center of the 19th battle zone, on an ordinary island, a mountain suddenly exploded, revealing the battle tower inside the mountain. The battle pagoda shone as figures rushed out. This is my first time leaving the Saint Spirit continent. Me too. It's so easy. I feel like I can split the sea with my palm. Rumble. One of the Law Phase Realm Emperors executed a palm strike and cleaved out a ravine that was a few hundred miles long in the ocean. The Emperor couldn't help but jump in shock. Everyone, please wait here for me for a while. After Li Fuchen gave the instructions, his figure flashed and vanished. Li Fuchen's current traveling speed was too fast. In less than half a day, he was already approaching the Emperor Sky continent. There's demonic energy. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen felt an overwhelming demon chi sweeping over from the horizon. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. It's the demon army. Li Fuchen's expression changed. A few 100,000 miles away, there was an uncountable demon army that was surging over in an overwhelming manner. Haha, Felix is truly lucky. I didn't expect to encounter another saint. Furthermore, it is a body refinement saint. The void melted and an extremely powerful demon walked out. This demon had dark red hair, and his body was surging with blazing flame chi presence. However, this blazing flame chi presence was different from regular blazing flame chi presence, as it had an indescribable dark aura. Demon Lord. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a demon lord. Demon lords were different from demonic beast overlords. There wasn't any differentiation between low tier, mid tier, or high tier. The weakest demon lord had strength that was comparable with high tier human saints. To be honest, if it was the previous Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be a match for any demon lord. Kill. Without any nonsense, Li Fuchen drew the autumn rain sword and slashed over. Courting death. Felix turned into a bundle of dark red flames and swept at Li Fuchen. Pfff. The dark red flames split apart and Li Fuchen rushed out. I have underestimated you. Felix lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a sword wound that penetrated his entire body. It might only be a cut on the surface, but it was already incredible. Such powerful defense. Li Fuchen's expression changed. To show my respect to you, I will use my full strength next. Felix swung his right hand and slashed at Li Fuchen with a stream of flames. Swish. Li Fuchen dodged. Rumble. A deep trench was opened up in the sea below. One could even see the seabed at the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth shall be mine. With a leap, Li Fuchen turned into an unstoppable sword light and slashed at Felix. Pfff. How could Felix be a match for Li Fuchen? His body was covered in sword wounds, and some of them had even affected his bones. Damn it! Felix turned into flames again, and rushed out of the range of the sword light. Skylight flying flow sword. When Li Fuchen appeared, he brandished his sword. Countless sword lights gathered together, and shot out like a giant luminous waterfall. Felix couldn't dodge in time, and had to use both hands to push forward. The dark red flames formed a barrier and tried to block. Cling cling clang clang. The flame barrier was getting thinner, and after the barrier was shattered, Felix was drowned in the waterfall of sword lights. With every breath, he would be struck by countless sword lights. It still doesn't work? Seeing that Felix was covered in injuries but his chi presence didn't diminish at all, Li Fuchen knew that a normal move wouldn't be able to deal with Felix. Skyfire Splitting Sun Sword. When the sword was executed, it was just like a rising sun. The sun was massive and Felix was just about to dodge when he was struck. In the next moment, countless pellets of light were shot out from Felix's body. This sword had finally inflicted severe injuries on him. Felix, do you need my help? An old-fashioned and cold voice echoed. Gula, what are you standing there for? Felix was very annoyed. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than he imagined. He thought that human saints were very weak. Gravity Star Barrier. Li Fuchen might have already made preparations to deal with the two Devil Lords, but he still wasn't on guard as the Devil Lord's innate ability was so terrifying. A dark star appeared above his head and a horrific gravity pressed down, causing his mobility to decrease drastically. Flames of darkness. The severely injured Felix roared out and blasted the dark purple flames on Li Fuchen. The raging flames burned and Felix felt it was a pity. After being burned by his flames of darkness, even those who were stronger than him would be turned into ashes. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's essence blood was gone. Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. The flames scattered and a transparent dragon shadow suddenly rushed out and penetrated Felix's body. Chapter 845. The power of a first-class extremity sword move was much greater than what Li Fuchen imagined. The Skyfire Sun-splitting sword could only affect Fei's blood chi, but the Sky Manifestation Roaming Dragon Thrust could affect Fei's blood chi origin. The reason why demons were so hard to kill was because of their powerful flesh aura origins. However, if their flesh aura origins were damaged, their recovery ability would be greatly reduced. With just one sword strike, Felix's life aura had been weakened by at least 30%. With another 2 or 3 sword strikes, even if Felix did not die, he would still be in an extremely weak state. Heavy Star Strike. On the side, the Devil Lord called Gu La expanded to a few hundred miles in size before crashing at Li Fuchen. Crackle. A physical object that was hundreds of miles wide charged forward at a shocking speed. That kind of sound was too terrifying. The void directly exploded, and destructive lightning spread out. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was in chaos. It was impossible to tell north from south. At this moment, all escape techniques were useless, and all dodging was meaningless. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to cleave at Gu La Clang. Large sparks flew all over the sky. Due to being caught off guard, Li Fuchen was directly knocked out, with a crackling sound coming from his body. Is he dead? Hearing the voice coming from Li Fuchen's body, Gu La's eyes turned cold. His strength was much greater than Felix's. The only difference was that Felix was faster than him. In the past, he executed the massive star impact and killed a high-tier demonic beast overlord. A high-tier demonic beast overlord's vitality was far superior to a high-tier saint. Like a shooting star, Li Fuchen's body had some cracks, but these cracks were quickly mended. In front of the star immortal body, this bit of impact was nothing. Moreover, he was wearing the extreme Dao armor. Not dead. Demon Monarch Gu Ele's expression changed. Boundless sword sea. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuchen overlapped with the great sun in the sky. In the next moment, a boundless sea of swords drowned Devil Monarch Gu La and Devil Monarch Felix. This sea of swords alternated between reality and illusion, as if it existed in another world. In fact, to most people, this sea of swords did indeed exist in another world. Because it had formed its own sword realm. The sea of swords became more and more illusory, and not long after, it completely disappeared. As for Demon Monarch Gula and Demon Monarch Felix who were in the Sea of Swords, there was nothing left of them. Even though he was the one who executed the sword move, Li Fuchen was still shocked. He realized that he had been underestimating the power of a first-rate supreme sword technique. His intuition told him that even the mystic deep sword saint and the manifestation sword sage would not be able to kill the two demon lords in such a short time. It wasn't because they weren't strong enough, but their comprehension of sword Dao law wasn't as good as Li Fuchen. The demon lord's vitality was too strong. It was hard to say how long it would take to slowly whittle away at the other party's vitality. But if one's comprehension of laws was deep enough, one could be like Li Fuchen and attack the enemy from the Qi blood source, or trap the enemy in the sword world, and use the sword world's power to obliterate the enemy. With how exquisite the sword sea horizon is, I might be able to put up a fight against Zhu Nanshan. Zhu Nanshan was strong because he had a lot of extreme-grade secret treasures, and he even had a first-class extreme-grade secret treasure. However, sometimes, external power was still external power, and it was not as reliable as one's own strength. He stretched out his hand, and two pitch-black rings fell onto his palm. These were two spatial rings, which were more advanced than storage bags. The space inside was very large. In the deep blue plane, only a few saints had a spatial ring. After breaking the imprint on the spatial ring, Li Fuchen opened it and saw a huge amount of resources. But most of the resources were inclined towards the darkness attribute. There are actually so many spatial crystals. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The two Demon Lord storage bags had a small pile of spatial crystals. The smallest was the size of a walnut, while the largest was the size of a fist. In the market, a spatial crystal the size of a soybean would be worth at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. But if a spatial crystal was twice the size, the value wouldn't just be doubled, it would be at least 5 times. Therefore, a walnut-sized spatial crystal would be worth at least 1 peak-grade spirit stone. A fist-sized spatial crystal would be worth at least 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Just these spatial crystals would be worth at least 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from the spatial crystals, Li Fuchen also found a few stalks of extreme Dao herbs in the spatial rings. Most of these extreme Dao herbs might be of the darkness attribute, but if they were sold, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would be able to earn a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. No wonder he is a demon lord, he is truly wealthy. After keeping the spatial rings, Li Fuchen flashed and flew towards the demon army. At the front of the demon army that was like a black tide, a figure appeared. Die. Li Fuchen didn't show any mercy. He drew the autumn rain sword and executed the towering radiance. Boundless radiance illuminated the demon army. Any demon that was illuminated by the radiance, even if it was a demon lord, would be instantly turned into ashes. A single sword slash was enough to slaughter the entire demon army. In the face of absolute strength, numbers had lost all meaning. After extending his sword field and killing those demons that were escaping with ease, Li Fuchen rushed towards the Emperor Sky Continent. Fight it out with these demons. The Emperor Sky Continent was in complete chaos of war. It was unknown where these demons came from, and they were everywhere. They would kill on sight and destroy cities on sight. After destroying the cities, they would go on a killing spree and were extremely ruthless. It was fortunate that the Emperor Sky continent was a top-class mid-class continent. If it was a regular mid-class continent, they wouldn't be able to resist. On the floating sky mountain, a group of demon lords were attacking the floating sky mountain's array. Just as the array was about to be broken, a metal statue flew out. Die. A metal sword extended from the metal statue's hand. With a slash, over a dozen demon lords were slashed apart. A mere intent statue dares to be arrogant. Among the demon lords, an extremely powerful demon lord flew out. This demon lord didn't make a move earlier. Boom. The metal statue and the demon lord started to fight. A moment later, PFFF. The demon lord's body was still slashed apart by the metal statue. Such power. Inside the floating sky mountain's array, the anxious group let out a breath of relief. With Li Fuchen's intent statue around, these demons wouldn't be able to do anything. My main body is back. The metal statue sensed something and revealed a smile on its stiff face. This metal statue was fused with a trace of Li Fuchen's spirit soul power, and had simple thinking abilities. Outside the Emperor Sky continent, just as Li Fuchen approached the Emperor Sky continent, he felt a destructive wave sweeping over. Li Fuchen didn't bother. Previously, when he progressed to a body refinement saint and entered the Blackwater continent, he received a warning from the continent willpower. It was a pity that mid-class continents could restrict saints from entering, but it couldn't restrict Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen executed his spirit soul ability and concealed his chi presence flawlessly. Subsequently, Li Fuchen plunged into the Emperor Sky continent. Along the way, Li Fuchen expanded his sword field to the limits. As long as the demons were in the sword field, they would be turned into ashes, while the humans were unharmed. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the floating sky mountain. Welcome back. The metal statue stopped killing the demons. It is time for you to increase your strength. Li Fuchen pointed with his index finger, and a radiance entered the metal statue's forehead. Immediately after, the metal statue's eyes lit up. Die. A single sword slash caused the void to vibrate. Immediately after, all the demons that surrounded the floating sky mountain were slain. It is rather useful, but it is a pity that the spirit soul power is rather affected. Chapter 846. Li Fuchen's return surprised everyone from the floating sky mountain. However, the matter was rather urgent and Li Fuchen didn't have much time to stay at the floating sky mountain. After leaving behind a huge pile of advancement resources and weapons, Li Fuchen left again. With the battle tower as the center, a layer of light fell down. Outside the light was an endless army of demons that looked like a black wave. Don't worry, they won't be able to break through the defense of the tower. A powerful great emperor was very confident. Others might not know, but he knew that the battle tower was a secret war treasure refined by many heaven monarchs during ancient times. Not even a heaven monarch would be able to break the defense of the battle tower. From far away, Li Fuchen could sense that the battle tower was drowned by the demon army. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. From the mystic deep sword saint and the others, Li Fuchen already knew that the battle tower was the human race's greatest reliance. For countless years, it had never been breached. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the scene. With a swing of the sword, more than half of the demon army was wiped out. With another swing of the sword, more than 90% of the demon army was slaughtered. Kill. Previously, there were more demons, so no one dared to come out. Now that there were less than 10% of the demons left, they would be cowards if they didn't dare to come out. The first to rush out were the swordsmen from the Swordsman Guild. These swordsmen wielded sharp swords and killed their way through the demons like they were chopping vegetables. After all the demons were wiped out, Li Fuchen said, "Follow me." The 19th war zone had a total of 10 mid-level continents. If he wanted to fight against the demons, he couldn't do it alone. He had to send these people to these 10 continents. These people might not be considered much in the Saint Spirit continent, but in a mid-class continent, these people were all top-notch experts. As time passed, more and more demons invaded the deep blue plane. The human side had suffered heavy casualties. Many of the continents had been completely occupied by the demons. The humans and land demons were treated like pigs, slaughtered and devoured, or sacrificed to summon the gate of flesh and blood. Apart from that, there were plenty of human saints that perished too. From what Li Fuchen knew, just on the Saint Spirit continent alone, there were close to 10 saints that perished. On a sea region, 3 high-level great monarchs were battling a demon monarch. This devil monarch wielded a gemstone scepter, and every time he attacked, he would cause one of the high-level saints to vomit blood. This won't do. This devil lord's strength has probably already reached the level of a peak saint. The manifestation sword saint's face darkened. His strength was already close to the level of a peak-level great monarch, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. Look at my 9 heavens thunder talisman. The purple-robed holy lord tossed a purple talisman into the air. Kaboom! The sky suddenly darkened. Countless lightning bolts surged into the purple talisman. Shortly after, the purple talisman exploded with pure purple lightning bolts, bombarding the demon monarch. The terrifying electric currents shattered the void. And my solar storm divine ability. The high-level great sage that was emitting a golden blazing sun aura pushed his hands forward. The terrifying power of the sun formed a storm that drowned everything in front of him. At the law phase realm, very few people used bone frame divine abilities, because everyone cultivated martial arts of a very high level. When cultivated to a certain realm, the power was not inferior to divine abilities. Only some warriors who lacked powerful martial arts would study bone frame divine abilities. Of course, powerful bone frame divine abilities were an exception. The high-level great sage that executed the solar storm divine ability was called the Blazing Sun Great Sage. His bone frame was the 9-star Great Sun bone frame. His sun divine ability was extremely powerful, and was even stronger than the martial arts he cultivated. Therefore, he temporarily used the sun divine ability as his killer move. Manifestation Extermination. After taking a deep breath, the manifestation sword saint also executed his killer move. With a single slash, everything in the area where the demon monarch was at was distorted and sliced apart. Kiki, I already said that your resistance is meaningless. I, Andre, am not someone you can defeat. A black sphere of light protected demon monarch Andre. Be it the pure purple lightning, the solar storm, or the sword chi, as soon as they touched the black sphere of light, they would immediately collapse. Death chop. Demon monarch Andre used his right palm as a blade and swept horizontally. A black chop struck the manifestation sword saint and the others. PFFF. The trio's extreme Dao armors had cracks and they vomited a large amount of blood. The demon monarch was too powerful and had definitely reached the level of a peak-level saint. It was just that his moves were a little crude. We have to delay him and wait for the others to come. Then we can concentrate on eliminating him. They had already sent a message to the others. However, the deep blue plane was too big. Even a high-level saint would need some time to travel. I'm guessing that you are planning to delay me and wait for reinforcements. Demon monarch Andre grinned coldly. Hearing this, the trio's expressions changed. Your plan is not bad. It's a pity that I don't have time to waste with you. Demon monarch Andre was still a little shaken. After all, this was the human race's territory. He wasn't a demon lord or a heavenly demon. There was a certain level of danger. His figure suddenly disappeared, and demon monarch Andre appeared behind the high-level saint in a purple Taoist robe. Be careful. The manifestation sword saint was astonished. At their level, no matter what kind of escape technique it was, they would be able to sense some ripples. However, when demon monarch Andre teleported, there were no ripples at all. He immediately appeared behind 9 heavens supreme monarch. By the time the manifestation sword saint warned him, it was already too late. Demon monarch Andre's right hand had already pierced through 9 heavens supreme monarch's body. Let's die together. Nirvana divine thunder. 9 heavens supreme monarch's body glowed. His true chi and blood chi were being consumed without any regard for his life. They turned into bolts of destructive lightning that wrapped around demon monarch Andre. Crackle. The lightning lasted for a dozen breaths' time before dissipating. This is really crazy. I don't like it. Demon monarch Andre's body was only slightly injured. As a top demon monarch, His body's strength and vitality were extremely terrifying. Even if Nine Heaven's Supreme Monarch was far stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Nine Heaven's Supreme Monarch Andre's desperate attack was not bad. At least it had left a mark on his body. What annoyed Demon Monarch Andre the most was that Nine Heaven's Supreme Monarch Andre had used up all of his blood essence. He hadn't been able to devour even a few drops. I also don't like being arrogant in the human race's territory. An indifferent voice rang out. Demon Monarch Andre felt his body go cold. He looked down and saw that his body had been split in half. There was an extremely terrifying power in the injured part, preventing him from recovering and continuously devouring his vitality. Saint Monarch. Demon Monarch Andre's pupils shrank. Only a Saint Monarch had such strength. And a Saint Monarch was equivalent to a demon lord of the demon race. Let's go. The gem scepter in Demon Monarch Andre's left hand flashed, and a wave of space-time power rippled. Bang! Demon Monarch Andre had originally planned to take away all of his body parts. However, at that moment, a wave of power attacked and shattered the other half of his body. He escaped. The heavenly broken Saint Monarch frowned and walked out of the void. Greetings, heavenly broken Saint Monarch. Chapter 847. The crippled Sacred Lord was one of the few Sacred Lords in the Deep Blue Plane. The heavenly crippling Sacred Lord was the reason why the Deep Blue Plane was able to maintain its current situation. There were too many Devil Lords that invaded the Deep Blue Plane this time, and it was almost half of the human saints. It was a known fact that the weakest Devil Lord was comparable to a high-stage saint, and there weren't many high-stage saints among the human race's saints. If the Heaven Remnant Sacred Lord didn't keep reducing the number of demon lords, the situation of the human race would be many times worse. You guys have worked hard. The Heaven Crippling Sacred Lord left after saying that. The Manifestation Sword Sage and Sage Scorching Sun were full of admiration. Although the crippled Sacred Master's name was frightening, he was actually the one who cared about the human race the most. It was just that he never spoke much and only knew how to take action. The Deep Blue Plane was too big. Apart from the Sage Monarchs, it would be very strenuous for others to travel. It would easily take months, years, or even decades or centuries. In order to unify the entire Deep Blue Plane, the human race started to construct teleportation arrays. Every continent had at least 3 teleportation arrays, which were respectively connected to the Battle Pagoda Island and the surrounding continents. In Li Fuchen's group, there were a few Array Dao Emperors, and one of them was even an Array Dao Great Emperor. After Li Fuchen provided the spatial crystals, all the mid-class continents in the 19th Battle Region had their own teleportation arrays. This way, the continents would be able to quickly reinforce each other. I hope the 7-color continent is fine. After arranging everything, Li Fuchen rushed towards the 30th battle zone. He might be able to use the Battle Tower's teleportation array to teleport to the 30th battle zone, but Li Fuchen still wanted to travel personally. It was a good opportunity for him to observe the demonic forces along the way. Anyway, this little bit of distance was nothing to him. Furthermore, there were 100 war zones in the Deep Blue Plane, and every war zone had the support of a high-ranked continent. This continent has actually been completely invaded by demons. On the way, Li Fuchen saw an ordinary mid-class continent that was several times smaller than the 7-color continent. It was full of demons and humans were being slaughtered and devoured wantonly. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he arrived above this mid-class continent. Die. As the sword domain enveloped the area, the demons in the area were reduced to ashes. 2 hours later, all the demons on the continent were dead. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, they were only a few big or small cats, and posed no threat to the remaining humans. What a dense fiendish demon aura. Just how many of our clansmen did they kill? From over 100 million miles away, a demon lord could sense Li Fuchen's baleful qi. Killing a fiendish demon would only leave a tiny bit of fiendish demon baleful qi on one's body. Even at close range, one might not be able to sense it. Killing 10 fiendish demons or 100 fiendish demons was nothing. However, the baleful qi of fiendish demons could be sensed from hundreds of millions of li away. The number of fiendish demons killed was at least 10 billion, or even 100 billion. This person must be killed. The Devil Lord quickly chased after Li Fuchen. Demon King. A short moment later, Li Fuchen also sensed the presence of this Devil Lord. When Li Fuchen sensed that the opponent's chi presence wasn't much stronger than the two demon lords that he killed previously, Li Fuchen stopped. Human die. A distance of 100 million miles was nothing to a demon ruler. Soon enough, both parties encountered each other. Without any nonsense, the demon ruler released a horrific chi presence and charged at Li Fuchen. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen's eyes were clear and cold. When he brandished his sword, the sword sea drowned the demon ruler. Swish. A badly mutilated figure rushed out of the sword sea. This demon ruler's survivability was extremely powerful, and the Sword Sea Horizon wasn't able to kill him. However, the demon ruler didn't dare to continue fighting. Li Fuchen's sword art was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword Dao Law in the world was attacking the demon ruler. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to execute the second sword, a murderous chi suddenly assaulted him. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen dodged. Crackle. The area that Li Fuchen was previously at had instantly frozen and cracked. If Li Fuchen couldn't dodge in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Which demonic beast overlord is this? Li Fuchen yelled out. These sea demonic beasts were watching from the sidelines and even sneak attacked him now. It was truly hateful. You can even dodge like this? I have underestimated you. At the bottom of the sea, an icy cold palace floated up. Inside the palace, a figure could be vaguely seen. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler. Is your mad demonic palace planning to declare war on the human race? Li Fuchen might not have seen the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler before, but among the demonic beasts, there weren't many that could execute such horrific chilling power. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the best. If I kill you, who would know that I, the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, did it? Furthermore, you cannot represent the human race. Furthermore, your human race is in imminent danger, and might have to rely on my demonic beast race in the end. Do you think the human race will declare war on my demonic beast race because of you? You overestimate yourself. When the icy cold voice echoed, the sea surface froze. The Blaze Demon Ruler and the others are right. In the deep blue plain, the human race and the demonic beast race are scheming against each other. My demon race has a bright future. From far away, the severely injured demon ruler didn't leave. Instead, he distanced himself and observed quietly. Sword Sea Horizon. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the 8 demonic beast rulers of the Mad Demonic Palace. His strength was close to a peak-class saint. Let alone Li Fuchen, even the Myriad Image Sword Saint might not be a match for him. However, Li Fuchen still wanted to test the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler's strength. The Sword Sea Horizon had the effect of ignoring the difference in strength. If one was caught in it, even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. In an instant, the Sword Sea drowned the icy cold palace and brought it to another plane. After a few breaths, the Sword Sea vanished. Apart from a layer of thinning, the icy cold palace was unscathed, let alone the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler inside. Such an incredible sword move. It is a pity that you are facing me. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler laughed heartily. My Mystic Ice Palace is an absolute artifact that I condense mystic ice for thousands of years. Do you think you can break it? The mountains will never change. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, I will remember you. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and shot out. The Mystic Ice Palace had condensed the Mystic Ice demonic chi for thousands of years. It was indeed hard to break, unless a peak-class saint made a move. Can you escape? 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Mystic Ice Divine Wall. The sea region that had a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles suddenly appeared with the image of the 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams. Immediately after, a mystic ice barrier enveloped the sea region. Bang! Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and clashed with the mystic ice barrier, but wasn't able to break it immediately. Give up. It is impossible for you to escape. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler sneered. He was also a demonic lord, but he was ranked number 2 among the 8 demonic lords in the Mad Demonic Palace. He didn't fear anyone below a peak-class saint or a great saint. From a human saint, he found out that Li Fuchen had a supreme artifact sword and plenty of resources. Therefore, he decided to kill Li Fuchen. As for the demon invasion, it had nothing to do with his demonic beast race. At most, he would wait for the human race to be unable to hold on before making a move. By then, the entire Deep Blue Plane wouldn't be controlled by the demonic beast race, and the human race would only be a supporting character. Damn it! Caught off guard, the demon ruler who stayed behind to observe the battle was also trapped in the mystic ice barrier. With his strength, he wasn't able to break the mystic ice barrier. Break. After releasing his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a flaw in the mystic ice barrier. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen emerged from the mystic ice barrier. Damn it, impossible. The mystic ice demon ruler's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe that his mystic ice divine wall was broken. In his opinion, this mystic ice divine wall would at least last for 1 hour, and 1 hour was enough for him to kill Li Fuchen. Crafty little bastard. The mystic ice demon ruler didn't give chase as he wasn't proficient in speed, and might not be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Crackle. Chapter 848. My current strength is still far inferior to existences like the myriad elephant sword saint. After the battle with the mystic ice demon lord, Li Fuchen had a clearer understanding of his own strength. High-level saints were divided into the most different levels of strength. Peak-level saints, sacred lords, and heaven monarchs were all at the high level of the unity realm, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Generally speaking, a high-level saint would definitely comprehend a pinnacle martial art. Those that comprehended a mediocre pinnacle martial art would be considered an ordinary high-level saint. Those that comprehended a third-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a mid-level high-level saint. Those that comprehended a second-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a high-class high-level saint. Those that comprehended a first-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a peak-class saint. Those that comprehended a superclass pinnacle martial art would be considered a saint lord. Those that comprehended a supreme martial art would be considered a heaven monarch. This was a rather simple division. In fact, if the cultivation technique was incredible enough, the requirement for martial arts would be much lower. For example, the myriad elephant sword saint was a high-class high-level saint, but if his cultivation technique could be upgraded from unrated extremity to third-rate extremity, he might be able to become a peak-level saint. If a sacred leader's cultivation technique could reach the pinnacle level, they could also be considered a heavenly lord. Apart from martial arts and cultivation techniques, weapons were also a part of the strength. Those who wielded unrated extremity weapons would definitely be inferior to those who wielded supreme weapons. The mystic ice demon lord's strength should be at the level of a high-class high-level saint, while Li Fuchen's strength should be between a regular high-level saint and a mid-class high-level saint. The gap between the two was too great. Let alone the mystic ice palace. Even without the mystic ice palace, Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon would only be able to injure the mystic ice demon lord lightly, but the mystic ice demon lord could take his life at any time. The sword Sea Horizon was only able to kill in a single move against a weaker opponent. This was something that people stronger than him couldn't do. In less than a day, Li Fuchen arrived at the 30th battle zone. As compared to the other battle zones, the situation in the 30th battle zone was much better. There were almost no traces of demons. Among the 11 regular mid-class continents, only 3 continents were being ravaged by demons. After dealing with the demons, Li Fuchen arrived at the 7-color continent. He might have sent everyone he knew to the Emperor Sky continent, including some familiar people from the South Forest Martial Institution, but this was a place he stayed for a period of time, and he still had some feelings for it. Leave some seeds here. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, thousands of light spots flew out. These were sword intent light spots, and they contained a portion of Li Fuchen's sword Dao comprehension. It was just like how someone proficient in calligraphy could fuse their martial Dao comprehension into calligraphy. Li Fuchen was superior, and had directly turned his sword Dao comprehension into specks of sword intent light spots. If it was other saints, they wouldn't be able to do this without a powerful spirit soul. Sacred lords or even heaven monarchs might be able to do it, But who knew? The light spots of the sword were scattered all over the continent. Miraculously, these sword essence light spots all fell into the swordsman's body. Some of these swordsmen were in seclusion and suddenly had a burst of inspiration, allowing their sword Tao to progress by leaps and bounds. Some of them were in close combat with enemies and executed an extremely powerful killer move that they weren't too sure about, allowing them to kill their enemies in a single slash. There were some who were monarchs in the sect, and after obtaining the sword intent light spots, they had a deeper comprehension and their strength had surpassed all the primary sea realm monarchs in the sect, and had reached an unfathomable realm. With these people here, we should be able to protect the 7-color continent. After leaving the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen flew towards the 30th battle tower. After using the battle tower's teleportation, Li Fuchen arrived at the 80th battle zone. This was the outermost region of the deep blue plain, and it was a battle zone. There were hundreds and thousands of low-class continents, but this place had the highest number of demons. Most of the door of flesh and blood were summoned from the abandoned continents in the outermost region. As such, the low-class demons could land nearby while the high-class demons would head deeper into the deep blue plain. It was fortunate that there were plenty of martial artists here, and there were hundreds of millions of reincarnation realm experts. They might not be as numerous as the demons, but the demons that landed on the low-class continents weren't all Class 5 demons. There were Class 1 to Class 5 demons. The war was extremely intense and there were countless lives perishing at every moment. Li Fuchen didn't interfere too much. If the difference in strength wasn't huge, he felt that it was better not to interfere. Such a war might be very intense, but it was a great way to temper one. As long as one could survive, one would surely have great accomplishments in the future. Extinguish. In front of a low-class continent, a devil monarch activated his demon chi and blasted a horrific dark wave at the low-class continent. During the crisis, the continent willpower mobilized the continent's power to resist the dark wave. It was a pity that a low-class continent was ultimately a low-class continent, and wasn't able to resist the devil monarch's all-out attack. Boom. Countless void cracks extended out, and the continent willpower gradually dispersed. As for all the lives on the continent, they were all turned into ashes. At a glance, the entire continent had been razed to the ground. There were some places that were even submerged by seawater, turning the continent into an ocean. After destroying the continent willpower, the devil monarch ordered his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array to summon the door of flesh and blood. He then found a place to slowly recuperate. Destroying the continent willpower would result in a backlash of laws. Such backlash would directly affect the chi blood source. It might not be fatal, but it was rather troublesome. If one didn't care about anything and continuously destroyed the willpower of multiple low-class continents, it was possible for one to perish. In front of the East Unicorn continent, extinguish. The one that attacked the East Unicorn continent was a peak-class devil monarch. He was different from the other devil monarchs as he could casually destroy a low-class continent's willpower. Furthermore, he didn't suffer much backlash. Prior to this, he had already destroyed the willpower of over a dozen low-class continents. With a single wave of his hand, a black slash flew at the East Unicorn continent. It was as though he could already see the scene of the East Unicorn continent splitting apart. Crackle! The black slash was instantly annihilated, and a black thunderbolt that was suffused with 5-colored radiance landed on the peak-class devil monarch. No. The peak-class devil monarch sensed something and widened his eyes. PFFF. This insufferably arrogant peak-class devil monarch didn't even have any residue left as he was blasted into nothingness by the 5-colored black thunderbolt. How is this possible? The peak-class devil monarch's subordinates were all flabbergasted. A low-class continent willpower was able to kill a peak-class devil monarch? Even a mid-class continent willpower wouldn't be able to kill a peak-class devil monarch. Of course, it was needless to say for a high-class continent. Even a god might not be able to destroy a high-class continent in a single strike. Could it be that this isn't a low-class continent? It just looks like a low-class continent. In this world, there would always be special things and special existences. This low-class continent contained too much power, and was even stronger than a mid-class continent. Quickly send the information to the other devil monarchs. Chapter 849. Countless demons were pouring out of the gate of flesh and blood on a low-level continent that had been ravaged and ravaged. These fellows are actually destroying the wills of low-level continents. Li Fuchen's expression was very unpleasant. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this continent had just been destroyed not long ago. The gate of flesh and blood could only be summoned on an abandoned continent. Each time it was summoned, not only would it consume a large amount of the native life force, but it would also consume the power of the continent itself. Basically, an abandoned continent could only summon the gate of flesh and blood once. Therefore, the demons needed more abandoned continents. Destroying the will of the continents was their only option. With a burst of murderous aura, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Countless demons and the door of flesh were drowned in the sword qi. However, even though the demons were dead, the gate of flesh and blood remained intact. Boom boom boom. Li Fuchen brandished dozens of swords in a single breath, and each sword was executed with his full strength. This won't do. I am still not strong enough to destroy the gate of flesh and blood. Seeing the sword scars on the door of blood and flesh recovering at an extreme speed, Li Fuchen knew that even if he exhausted all his sword energy, he might not be able to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Helplessly, Li Fuchen set up a simple sword qi killing array outside the gate of flesh and blood. Once the sword qi killing array was triggered, it would activate the sword qi stored inside. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew towards the East Unicorn continent. To be honest, he wasn't very worried about the East Unicorn continent. The last time he returned to the East Unicorn continent, he could feel that the East Unicorn continent was extraordinary. Of course, it was necessary to take a look. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the East Unicorn continent wasn't destroyed. Furthermore, he was surprised that the heaven and earth qi in the East Unicorn continent was actually several times more concentrated, and wasn't inferior to the seven-color continent. What's going on? Li Fuchen was shocked. Just how many years had it been, and the heaven and earth energy was already at the seven-color continent's level? If it continued to develop at this rate, wouldn't it be able to reach the Emperor Sky continent, or even a high-class continent? After entering the East Unicorn continent, and scattering a sword-intent light spot, Li Fuchen left again. For the time being, he was not qualified to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen's demon baleful qi was too concentrated. It was fine if he was further away from the Devil Lord, but as long as he was within 100 million miles, he would be able to sense it. Boundless Sword C. After killing a regular demon ruler, Li Fuchen was rather vigilant. The other party did not discover him by accident, but came straight for him. What Li Fuchen didn't know was 500 million miles away. A peak-level demon monarch sensed the fiendish aura on his body. Interesting. A mere saint monarch actually managed to kill so many of my clansmen. Darkness energy gathered, and the peak-class devil ruler pierced through the void, and appeared near Li Fuchen. Danger. Every inch of Li Fuchen's skin was alarmed. Little guy, it's your misfortune to have met me. Surrender, and I'll let you die with dignity. The carrot devil monarch stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Li Fuchen as though he was a prey. At this point, the number of peak demonic lords that had descended to the deep blue plane could be counted on one hand. As long as a human sacred lord didn't appear, they had no opponents. Therefore, Demon Sovereign Kara wasn't in a rush to kill this little fellow. Why is there always this kind of trouble? The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out. You're awake? Li Fuchen took out the joint heaven sword in surprise. If I didn't wake up, you would have died. The sword spirit said angrily. Can you still comprehend the sword patterns? Li Fuchen didn't have any other choice. Of course I can. It is fortunate that you have been pouring in the sword energy every day. Out of 10,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion will eventually become my power. However, there are too many of them. The sword spirit was able to wake up so quickly mainly because of Li Fuchen's sword energy quality. Originally, out of 1,000,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion would be able to nourish the sword spirit. I will have to trouble you then. Li Fuchen said apologetically. Leave it to me. This time, you will see an even stronger joint heaven sword. While speaking, the sword spirit activated his power and rushed at the incomplete sword patterns. Roar. There was a terrifying sword roar, and the void had signs of collapsing. What a great divine weapon. The Carrot Devil Monarch's eyes lit up. This class of artifacts sword was at least a first-rate extreme Dao weapon. If it was brought to the Star Region trade fairs, it could be used to trade for a large amount of resources. Little guy, don't think that you can fight with me just because you have a weapon. Surrender now. The Carrot Devil Monarch grabbed with his hand, and a giant illusory devil palm enveloped over. Break. Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen brandished and a crystal white sword light illuminated the world. There was a pffftss sound as the illusory devil palm was sliced apart. The Carrot Devil Monarch felt a pain in his palm and quickly retreated. Supreme weapon. The Carrot Devil Monarch was shocked at first before he was ecstatic. Supreme weapons were rare even in the Star Region, and each of them was able to create a reign of terror. He didn't expect to see one here. Die. The astounding darkness power burst out, and the Carrot Devil Monarch's body appeared with darkness armor. His palm was also covered with darkness gloves before he charged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I shall let you have a taste of the true power of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit let out a roar and fused a portion of power into Li Fuchen's sword energy. Roar. A crescent-shaped crystal white sword chi suddenly flew out. Immediately after, time and space became still. The Carrot Devil Monarch felt that his speed was getting slower until he stagnated. In front of him, that terrifying sword chi was getting faster and instantly penetrated his body. Pfff. Fresh blood sprayed out from the Carrot Devil Monarch's back, along with a sword chi pillar. Vaguely, the Carrot Devil Monarch could hear the sound of his chi blood source cracking. Looking inside, there was a terrifying sword chi that was wreaking havoc in the depths of his body. His chi blood source was constantly being consumed. Is this the power of a supreme weapon? The Carrot Devil Monarch was afraid. He thought that Li Fuchen was just a young kid, and shouldn't be able to utilize the power of a supreme weapon. How could he have known that the supreme weapon was so powerful? Even if Li Fuchen couldn't utilize the full power, his life was still threatened. Let's go. After tearing open the void, the Carrot Devil Monarch vanished without a trace. He ran rather fast. The sword spirit let out a breath of relief. He was only able to assist Li Fuchen to execute this sword move, and wouldn't be able to execute a second sword move. That sword move earlier was the full power of the joint heaven sword. As the initiator, Li Fuchen knew better than anyone else how terrifying this sword move was. It was enough to sever the source of all things. You are thinking too much. With your current cultivation, you are still unable to utilize the limits of the joint heaven sword's power, even with my help. But that sword move earlier had already used the quintessence of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit shook his head. All right then. Chapter 850. While the joint heaven sword was still in an unsealed state, Li Fuchen sped up and wandered around. Since the demon lord seemed to be able to sense him, he would deliver himself to him. After crossing a few battlefields, another demon ruler finally noticed Li Fuchen. It was a pity that before the Devil Monarch could get close, he was cleaved into pieces by Li Fuchen. Originally, with the Devil Monarch's vitality, even if he was left with a drop of blood, he would be able to instantly regenerate. But after being cleaved by the unsealed joint heaven sword, he would definitely die. After killing 2 demon monarchs in one go, the joint heaven sword's sword patterns finally began to fill up. Satisfying, killing them is too easy. Li Fuchen didn't have enough. After you become a saint, it won't be a problem for you to maintain the unsealing time by 10 times. The sword spirit said. Li Fuchen replied, I will comprehend the sword pattern by myself. Then you have to work hard. These sword patterns are all top-notch sword patterns. After comprehending them, your strength will skyrocket by countless times. Even if you don't need the joint heaven sword, you will still be abnormally strong. The final sealing sword pattern wasn't a supreme sword pattern. If it was a supreme sword pattern, Even if Li Fuchen progressed to a saint, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it even after a long period of time. On an abandoned mid-level continent. All of you. Hurry up and set up the sacrificial array formation. His body had recovered, but his aura was much weaker. He was directing his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array. He held a blood-red crystal ball in his hand. This blood-colored crystal ball was called the Life Drain Crystal Ball, and it contained the life force of countless humans. Although the effect of sacrificing people wasn't as good as sacrificing people, it was more convenient and could be used in large quantities. After all, transporting so many people was a hassle. Summoning ordinary flesh and blood gates wasn't a problem. But summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates required a lot of living people, and the difficulty of transporting them was extremely high. With the Life Drain Crystal Ball, things would be different. As long as there was enough life force, summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates wouldn't be a problem. Soon, the sacrificial array was set up, and Demon Monarch Andre placed the crystal ball in his hand at the eye of the array. Boom. Surrounded by dazzling blood-colored lightning, a huge gate of flesh and blood slowly rose. The gate of flesh and blood opened, and an endless horde of demons surged out. They ranged from level 1 to level 8. Soon, the demon lords rushed out one after another. Greetings, Lord Andre. Among the demons, Lord Andre was a noble and had a very high status. Demon Monarch Andre nodded and stared at the gate of flesh and blood. Whoosh! A pair of large hands grabbed the gate of flesh and blood from the inside. Then, a demon with a pair of large horns on its head squeezed its way out. Seeing this demon, Demon Monarch Andre was overjoyed. Greetings, Fiend Master Lonka. Demon Monarch Andre said respectfully. The higher-level gate of flesh and blood was naturally used to summon the Demon Master. The energy contained within a Demon Master was too terrifying. It was at least 10 times or even 100 times that of a top-notch Demon Monarch. An ordinary gate of flesh and blood was not enough to contain a Demon Master. Andre, how did you get hurt? The other half of Demon Master Longka's body finally squeezed out. Although he couldn't compare to demonic beasts, he was still many times larger than humans. Most importantly, every inch of his flesh and blood contained an astonishing amount of energy. Compared to him, demonic beasts were only larger in size, but they were useless. As he spoke, his body quickly shrank, and the pair of horns on his head also retracted. Demon Monarch Andre said. He was injured, blood was spurting everywhere Lord. Like it was free. Human Sacred Heaven Lord, crippling saint if body. There is a chance, the heavier the injury, the faster Demon the Heaven crippling Sacred mind. Lord's cultivation technique circulated. It wasn't his first or only second time fighting with the Heaven crippling Sacred technique. Out of 100 times, would get he was stronger only at a disadvantage once or twice. His essence blood Furthermore, was exhausted. He had personally killed a human Sacred Lord. The two Demon Masters were sent flying backward. Longka suddenly reached out and grabbed the Demon Lord named Facto squinted his eyes. A few hundred million miles away were grabbed by him. Combat strength wasn't particularly powerful. The two of them exploded into smithereens. But the difficulty of dealing with him wasn't inferior remained and fell into a small bottle. It is a pity that you will ultimately die. When the Demon Monarch saw this scene, they were both envious and fearful. Burst out with a yell, be careful. His eyes shot out. A Demon Lord has arrived from the Demon race, the Heaven crippling and the human Sacred Lords have suffered great casualties. A blood-colored figure broke through the death race and disappeared without a trace. Token. This was the Heaven crippling Sacred technique's Heaven crippling contracted. It could only be used when one was on the verge of death. If a Heaven Monarch, even a Heavenly Monarch, they might not be able to stop it. During this period of time, why did you let him escape? Both the Demon race and the human race had suffered great casualties. Empty air. The human race had the Heaven crippling Sacred Lord to constantly reduce the number of Demon Lords. He is already on the verge of death. While the Demon race had also sent a Demon Lord. He won't live for more than a few days. It wasn't that Li Fuchen looked down on Sacred Lords, was extremely confident. But at the same level, in this world, a Demon Lord was much more threatening than a Sacred Sacred Lord. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint are both dead. It will be a pity if I don't personally wonder how this war will end. The Demon Lord Long, who actually coveted the Heaven crippling and wasn't able to change the situation. The essence blood of a Sacred Lord was extremely nourishing. The situation was much worse than the human race had imagined. Channel. First, we're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. The second Demon Lord, your generosity through donations truly makes a world of predicament, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Two Demon Lords from the Saint from from the bottom of my heart after the heaven-crippling sacred lord. Heaven-crippling blood hand. The heaven-crippling sacred lord's palm strike landed on Demon Master Long